One day down, we've got about 3 more to go. And unfortunately for a lot of our teams, we've already sent them home. Kiernan, Maxman, or Scoundrel, should I call you to the intro? What do you prefer, mate?
I
What do you prefer?
really don't mind, mate. Scoundrel, just hit my microphone with the hand. Kiernan or Scoundrel, perfectly fine. Happy with either.
And Maxman, you got to be happy with what we saw yesterday, right? Some great Origin Series action to kick us all off.
Yeah, really fun games. I mean, we saw Renekton versus Galio mid, so I had a great day right off the bat. And he said already 50% of the teams already went home. I mean, they're already home in the first place, but it goes to show the level of competition is really high now in the Origin series.
You know, it's an old meme, but we all know the French love Renektons, so it's. I think you know Max clearly.
I'm happy. I'm a happy French guy. Okay.
Well, hopefully we can keep you 2 happy as the show goes on. But if you weren't here yesterday, first of all, how dare you? It was a very momentous occasion. We wanted everyone in attendance, but don't worry, I'll forgive you. You stick around and watch our day 1 recap.
I mean, the first day of Origin Series, I think we were surprised by the meta. A lot of the bruiser mids were something we did not expect too much coming in, but we realized after the first 2 games how strong it is, and we had to adapt throughout the day. We're a bit frustrated about falling down to the 2 brackets against a team that we have been beating a few times before, but Team Future was playing fantastic, so still gonna be positive. Like I still trust my teammates. We have a strong roster.
Another inhibitor. Very, very strong stuff. Singularity just pushing their way through. Finally comes back to the fight, but way too late.
We were caught off guard a few times today, and we have to go back to the drawing board and prepare something for the next games. You know, we have more games to play, and it's still fun to compete, but we would like to stay in the upper bracket.
And that is indeed going to be GG as they get themselves the ace, get themselves the Nexus, take the series, and continue their adventure in the lower side bracket of the Origin series.
It was really shaky for us the first day because we've played a lot of tournaments, but this is the tournament that weights the most. That means that it was really shaky, really nervous for the whole team. It wasn't an easy task. It wasn't an easy day because we have both series against Russian teams, against CIS teams, and they both did well. I hope that second day will be a bit less shaky because we already have the experience from the first day. Today we have to prove that we are the best CIS team because before all the tournaments before we always win against Turkish teams. But still, this will be really nervous, and especially our match, our derby against Trovo Nova. If we get to the upper finals, it will be really, really hard.
My name is Clemares in game. I'm playing for Trovo Nova, and I'm in Group B from Origin Series.
The towers is really strong. You have 15 seconds to go here, Max. This could be game 1.
I did not expect them to finish it this quickly. I mean, this is what the split push is coming up from Clemares, allowed to set up, and now they're just going to hammer down on that Nexus, and that's it and done. We just got ourselves our first game of the entire Origin series.
We managed to play very, very good, better than expected, because we're having a bad weeks.
They got so much time to work with here. Going to shove those minion waves in. You can see a kick comes through the flash pick there from Vex, and this will be GG's for Trovo Nova.
Yep, Trovo Nova, congratulations.
I think our key in our team is fun. I think we are playing like 5 friends together, and if something bad appears, we manage to get through it. It's always a video game. You need to have fun, and then you will improve. You cannot play a game that you don't enjoy playing.
Well, you saw from a couple of the faces and teams in that nice little recap package, but there's plenty more action going across. We had so many, frankly, different brackets going on because we have 3 groups in action right now. So let's pull up those and have a quick look at how things stand. This is Group C, and you can see we've only got 2 teams left in the upper bracket, Sunlight Team and Cut Esports. I'll give you a little bit of a spoiler. We'll be paying attention to them very soon. But let's go ahead and take a look at that lower bracket because there are still some vying for progress, for vying for position. You've got GK Esports, Invictus, Off Meta, and R3B team as well. Still going to try and find a place back up to the grand finals on Thursday. Moving over to Group B, Kiernan, you already kind of discussed a little bit about, in the break anyway, you discussed a little bit about Unicorns of Love, how there's maybe some higher expectations of this team.
Yeah, a lot of the people talking about their scrims between Unicorns Love and Trovo Nova. I think people are rating Unicorns Love a little bit higher. They think that they can genuinely beat Trovo in this matchup. I'm not entirely convinced. I think Trovo Nova are still coming as my favorites to that particular matchup. But I do think if those are the two teams that we see head to the finals, which I think will be the case, depends on how well Fast Pay Wildcats perform. They can definitely surprise. That Trovo Nova will be the expected victor, but it will be a close match.
Yeah, and I actually want to lean into that even more for Trovo Nova about the fact that I talked about Clamara sometimes being a little bit overzealous in his attempts, and I think he worked out really great, and there's a very clear improvement from the past few months into the Origin series. So I think that might be just what they need to take over the team of Unicorns of Love if they win their match versus Fast Pay Wildcats, that is.
And it'd be rude not to check out the lower bracket as well. So let's go and pull that one up. Mortal Shot, Dark Passage, Futbolist, and BKRG Esports. Now, Futbolist was definitely one that was called out in a couple of our videos yesterday as being a team to look out for.
Yeah, I was really surprised. I thought Futbolist would be actually one of the few teams to make it pretty far into the higher bracket, and unfortunately they fell down in their very first few attempts. So Futbolist, I'm expecting to be the best team out of the lower bracket. I think the BK Rogue, Dark Passage, and also Mortal Shot have very little up against Futbolist. This team has been participating in community-run tournaments for the past few months now, and I'm especially looking at Elpis and Rekner. I think they're my two favorite players of the team of Futbolist, so I expect to see them in the finals, hopefully, to face off up against one of the likes of maybe Trovo Nova or even Unicorns of Love.
Let's go ahead and pull up Group A as well, our final kind of stop on this tour. And there's some unexpected results. Max, I want you to just quickly run down for me. Team Queso versus Game Lord. What's going on there?
This is a really weird one. Game Lord was expecting to be one of the top teams. At least we thought they were going to encounter the likes of Tribe. Very clearly, we thought that was going to be the semifinals at the very end. But no. Team Queso able to actually take their match versus Game Lord is very surprising because Team Queso is a team that I always had a few issues with. And the main factor is they are very inconsistent. They'll beat a team in a grand finals 3-2. It will happen versus the old roster of Na'Vi just a few months ago. And the tournament after that, they lose it 2-0 in a BO3 series. This is a very inconsistent team, but it goes to show that Team Queso, when they're on their A game, they can take down the best teams in the region. And in this game, it was the likes of Game Lord.
I actually don't think Team Queso, as of late, have been that inconsistent, though. I genuinely think that Team Queso right now are one of the biggest threats in this group. I think between them and Tribe, if that's the winner brackets final that we end up getting today, which you would expect just based on previous results, although I think Team Future are a little bit sleeper. I think that we are looking at a very intense winners bracket upper final because I think that Team Queso are especially threatening right now, especially from that top side of the map. The Acolyte and Andre duo, they're incredibly good. So I think that's kind of where we've seen a lot of the strength come from this roster. But the big surprise to me is 7 free agents. They've made it to the semifinals of the upper bracket. They kind of like ran through that bottom side of the bracket, and it's been crazy because I don't know much about these guys, and that's kind of what the Origin series is for. Is building up these stories of players and teams that we may not have had much chance to see. And 7 free agents have clearly come very well prepared, very well equipped for the meta, and honestly, I'd love to see them give a good show to Team Queso in that semi-final.
And, you know, the beauty of being called free agents is you're basically advertising an organization to come ahead and pick you up. But let's go and have a look at the lower bracket, see who they've been able to best to get here. Kiernan, we've still got that soft spot for Resolve, as you all know. UK team, Stuart, he's a bit of a lad, that's fine. They're going up against Game Lords. They've got a very hard game that's going to be happening on in the background. We've got Cream Real, Betis, and Team Singularity as well in this lower bracket. But that's a nice little recap for us to check around exactly where we're at right now. What we need to be paying attention to is that, like, these teams have obviously had certain results come in. Game Lord is not really expected to drop down into the lower bracket. Yes, we can talk about whether Team Queso are performing. They're inconsistent. But at the end of the day, before we've moved into the tournament itself, we spoke to the teams about how they're gauging their opponents. And you can see why this result is unexpected, not just for us, but for a lot of players. Check out what the teams thought about their opponents coming into this month.
I think that our biggest opponent will be Game Lord. They are just a good team. They put a lot of pressure.
Game Lord, maybe Tribe and Queso. Yes, these 3 are the best, I think.
In Europe, I think Game Lord is really strong. From Spain, Team Queso and Betis. I think on Spain we have a good level, and in Europe, there are three 4 teams with good level, but not more.
Definitely the strongest teams in the tournament are Gamelord and Tribe Gaming. Will definitely be keeping an eye on them.
There are definitely two teams that will probably go to the finals, or obviously if they beat us somehow. Is the Tribe Gaming and the Gamelords.
That would be the opponent we're meeting first right now, Gamelord. Unfortunately, we are meeting them already the first match.
It will be a good challenge for us to beat them, but I think we can do it.
If we do win our first 2 games, then I believe we'll face Gamelord in the semi-final, so that could be definitely one to look out for. But I'm hoping that we can put up an upset and definitely take at least a game off them.
We are feeling good, and we expect to win it. Will be easy until we meet Tribe and in the final, and then we will have to see.
All right, well, that's a good assessment of the teams. And we said already Gamelord being touted as one of the best ones in the lower bracket. They're definitely not out of this yet because we got that double elim. Still got a long way to go, though.
Yeah, I think Gamelord came into this tournament off the back of a lot of really good community wins, as well as we say B-tier level tournament wins. So they clearly have come into this, I think, with the most weight behind their name in terms of tournament victories. And talking to a lot of people, Gamelord run a very specific style. Quantum, if you know him, he has been playing a lot of AP carries in the bot lane right now. In fact, 2 hours before this broadcast started, he played Orianna, and I was trying to support him Orianna in solo queue, and he ran it down. Thanks, Quantum. No, he didn't really. It was fine. But they have a very specific style of play, and it's quite unique. It's a little different to what a lot of the other teams are running. They were very big proponents of the Seraphine Sona meta, which came into Europe, and they were kind of one of the teams that really pioneered that and ran that pretty consistently. It does seem that other teams have started to adapt, though, and that maybe has put more pressure onto Gamelord, and maybe Gamelord are struggling to adapt out of that style of play, especially when certain things get banned away from them.
Yeah, I had the chance to talk with their coach/analyst, Dooms, and he did mention that they definitely know that they completely messed up in their last match that actually pushed them down into the losers bracket. So they're coming into day 2 with a completely different mindset, and I think that they are a lot more prepared now. They had a big voice chat to prepare for their matches of today. So we can expect big things from them, but it's definitely still a little bit shaky entering the Origin series itself.
Keenan, you've had us a few instances of a little bit of molding here and there. Just very quickly, can we go over what really irked you yesterday? Something to do with Rakan?
Yeah, there was a couple of things that really stressed me out yesterday, but one of the biggest ones was that for some reason teams are picking Rakan into tanks. Like, picking Rakan into tanks is a big old no-no, especially into opposing tank support like Braum, Alistair, those kind of things. Rakan does not do well into tanks. The only reason that I could see Rakan would be valuable to a team versus tanks is you maybe want to snowball it off the first Drake fight where these big resistances haven't been picked up and you can actually make something work. But I was molding over Rakan picks yesterday. Please don't pick Rakan into tanks. Even if you have Xayah, please don't pick Rakan into tanks.
Well, let's see if there's going to be any instances for you to mold, because we're going to pull up our schedule, take a look at what is going to be happening throughout the night. Now, I know there's a lot of TBD. We can confirm to you that the plan is to bring you upper bracket finals from groups A, B, and C tonight. We're going to kick off with the upper bracket final of Group C, which is Sunlight Team versus Cut Esports. So let's go ahead and get ready to jump into game number 1. Well, here you have it, lads. Game number 1, upper bracket final of Group C. Cut Esports, we did pay a very quick visit to yesterday. And just to briefly touch on that one, yes, it did end up being a match at which they got their 2-0 maps via non-gameplay related reasons. But I think this is just like the nature of open competition. It's something that the players aren't really used to the competitive environment. And these mistakes can kind of happen for, I think it was GK Esports in this instance. They're in the lower bracket. They would have learned their lesson. Let's hope they can progress and maybe give Cut Esports a rematch at some point.
Yeah, there's clearly going to be teething issues. I think when it comes to getting yourself used to competitive play. For a lot of teams and a lot of players, this may be A, the first tournament they've ever played in, B, the first kind of A-tier tournament that they've ever played in as well. So there's a lot of expectations of the players, a lot of things you have to learn the ropes. So we're expecting some hiccups on day 1, and hopefully now the players will feel a little bit more eased into it and understanding how these things run.
Yeah, and also talking about Cut, especially because what happened yesterday, we couldn't quite see what they played, but they had some pretty interesting picks coming their way also. We saw some Leona at some point. We haven't seen too much of that champion. I personally enjoy it. I know you're maybe not the biggest advocate for it, Scoundrel, but I think the champion, given the right situation, is pretty decent.
I don't mind it. I don't mind. Okay. I don't mind it. I don't mind Leona. She's a little too single target focused for me.
Yeah, that's the issue. That's the main issue. She's got a cool skin now too. So I'll play it even more now. It looks pretty sick with the pool party skin. It's like the beach episode. You have every anime, but now it's in Origin series. So I'm pretty ready for the matches on Leona potentially.
Right then. Well, we're going to jump into pick and ban. I'll leave you two lads to it. Let's get into the first game of the night.
Let's get right into it. Thank you very much, Trid. We're going to be in the pick and bans, but no Trid here anymore. It's just me and Xscoundrel to take you through the pick and ban phase. And there you go. It's going to be Sunlight team. They're going to be right onto the blue side, and Kurt are going to be red side. So we got a few picks and bans that we saw come through pretty heavily yesterday. I'm mainly thinking back to the ADC position. Xayah was pretty common. The likes of also Kai'Sa, but we didn't see too much Ezreal, very surprisingly so, on the broadcasted matches at least. So I'm hoping to see a little bit more Ezreal potentially throughout today.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you. A lot of the bans that came through were things like the Garen, the things like the Ziggs, some of what we would consider like OP picks in the meta right now. Braum has been a relatively solid ban. I think Braum does stand out as one of the best supports in the meta. He's got very heavy roam potential, can influence the game really nicely. Like, your passive is just absolutely broken in some of these early skirmishes. So, I'm not surprised to see Braum taken away. I think Camille is a great flex pick, although banning it on blue side to me does indicate that you're not comfortable playing it, because Camille was a very popular blue first side pick because of the flexibility that particular pick offers you. And then the Darius ban, that is interesting. I guess if you're not comfortable playing against Darius, he can be quite snowbally, and also if you're not comfortable playing him against lane, he can be quite a nuisance. But I think that's fair.
Yeah, it doesn't really feel like a target ban, especially because yesterday Sunlight hasn't played any Darius in their two matches. They did win, both being 2-0 actually. So very surprising they decided to go for that ban instead. Maybe a Renekton would have been pretty decent to take away, because that's a pick that Sunlight tend to go towards. But you know what? They're going to go for the first pick of Gragas. Once again, very good. You can flex it everywhere except in the support position. And even then, you could potentially make it work if you really want to. And then Kurt, their first pick is going to be with the Olaf. So really, I'm thinking here with your likes of an Olaf, you'll potentially want to pair it with the... Okay, there you go. I was going to mention the Lulu Olaf is pretty popular. We saw it, I think, once or twice already, and the pick from those two champions together is pretty popular. So yeah, two first pickups. It's kind of already showing your cards, though, for Cut. So Sunlight might come into this with a little bit of a game plan and a response to deal with the Olaf Lulu combo.
Yeah, I think the Olaf Lulu is like really strong in like early Baron skirmishes. Sorry, Dragon skirmishes. Like, you have a very, very strong combo at level 5 already, and really, especially if Olaf comes into that Dragon fight with the majority of his Triforce, or even with a Black Cleaver, like, he's going to have a big item spike to work with at that point. This is where I don't mind the Rakan, by the way. You're playing into a Lulu, so you're playing into an Enchanter, so the Rakan gets a bit of value with that engage potential. You're not playing into a ridiculous number of tanks, although clearly, the Garen comes through, so that makes it a little more awkward for you. But regardless, like, this is a better thought process for the Rakan pickup. It does indicate to me that maybe you're thinking about a Xayah pick, because Rakan generally is not considered like ridiculous high tier without the Xayah. But the Renekton coming through is interesting. Obviously, we've seen a lot of that in the Origin series. Garen is, in my opinion, one of the best Baron laners in the game right now. And I'm almost certain this Corki is going to be AD carry, because that is something that we've seen, especially when you have like a heavy AD influence on the map, like the AD jungle and the AD top. Like, Corki kind of balances out your damage profile a little bit. It's something that Southeast Asian teams do a lot, and so seeing Corki flex down bot would not be surprising.
Yeah, because if you were trying to pick it potentially mid, they could have gone for Galio instead, and they could just still been able to tank it up pretty nicely into the later stages. Varus has been actually a very popular pick, Xscoundrel, throughout Group A, B, and C, as it has been picked a pretty significant amount. Paired it with the Yasuo, not really an insane combo on itself, but just the engage potential just enables such a good dive for the Yasuo itself, so I do like to see that coming on through. And then Ahri coming in again. So we did see it play yesterday, Xscoundrel. We were not really sold on the potential. I'm hoping to see more roam-focused plays around this Ahri. I still believe in the Ahri powerhouse. I still believe it can become a reality. But this is a really interesting composition. But the Renekton 2, this is the main pick, I'm going to say, that allowed Sunlight to make it this far in the winner bracket. So it worked out great for them yesterday. Took 2 series 2-0. Seemed like they're pretty strong on that champion. So let's see if that's going to be, once again, paying off in their matchup versus Cut.
Yeah, I think Renekton into Garen, though, it is a bit of a tough matchup on the top side of the map. You have to be very careful about when you choose to go for engages. Like, Garen, if he's just playing around his grasp stacks, can really abuse that matchup hard, especially because you have your silence, and Renekton is a very kind of ability-focused AD carry. So, like, or physical damage carry, like, he really relies on his abilities to be effective. So just, keep an eye on that particular matchup. But I think it's a matchup that Garen does find success in. the thing that I'm looking for is like towards the big team fights. I'm obviously looking for Rakan setups for the Yasuo. You do have a really good team fight here. You have the Varus into the Rakan engage, and then you're obviously looking for the knockups to set the Yasuo up, or you can just use the Gragas cast to isolate someone and knock them up as well. So you do have a pretty strong way to set this Yasuo up, which is always a really good thing to pair up when you have that Yasuo. But I just think that you have a very standard like Olaf comp with two incredibly safe carries in the form of Corki and Ahri, and then a big beefy frontline of Garen to kind of to back you up. So I think that you've got a very strong skirmishing early Dragonflight combo from Cut, and that's kind of what I'm favoring here. I think it's just easier to execute on here, Max.
I agree in general, but here we go, ladies and gents. We're going to be back onto the Rift for day 2 of the Origin series for Europe, and it's going to be Sunlight Team versus Cut Esports to see which will be the ones to move on to the next stage in the higher bracket so far. But we talked about this composition, what could be interesting. I fully agree with what you mentioned there, Scandal, especially with the engage from the Rakan that's going to be played by Leto. Pop the quickness into a Chain of Corruption from Mads. I think it's a really strong synergy if the communication and the team play is there. We're hoping to. I mean, they made it already. We talked about it, right? They got himself 2 games they won, 2-0 Shin. There's definitely something working for the team so far. So I'm intrigued to see what's going to be their first broadcast game is going to actually look like. As they got the lane swap very early on. It's going to be 69 and Timos versus Walid in the top side.
So the lane swap is a very interesting thing for Cut to initiate here. Maybe they're just not confident into that Renekton matchup. I'm not sure. I mean, I'm very happy to play Garen into Renekton most of the time. But it's very interesting that we see this lane swap come through, especially interesting as we don't see a blue side invade coming through from the Olaf either. Boss maybe could have gone for a blue side invade onto the Gragas. You have natural priority with the Ahri mid. You're going to have priority top lane as well. I would have loved to have seen a vertical jungle split and see the Olaf really abuse the fact that he's going to have massive top lane priority this game. I'm a little confused. Obviously, Riot did make a change. Please don't die to blue buff. Please don't die to blue buff. Oh my gosh.
Nah, he's fine.
Oh my gosh. I was ready. I was ready to just throw my towel out and yeah. I think Riot did make some changes a couple of patches ago. They increased the armor of the top lane tier 1 to kind of discourage lane swap metas. So Garen does have to be a little careful here. He has to be able to make sure he's clearing that wave consistently. Otherwise, it could prove an issue where they end up losing that bot lane tier 1 much easier than they're able to take the top lane tier 1 here for Cut. But a great flash engage.
Yeah, flash body slam nicely onto Timos. Instantly going to be forcing the flash out as a response. Himself, he also extra smite. Not going to get anything too much. We'll be having to go for the heal onto the honey fruit. There was an attempt, but not happening too quickly as they are playing the enchanted support. So a little bit harder to gank from time to time. Oh, Leto, bottom side. That's going to be the Ragnarok used pretty early on. So Baby's going to try and join the party too as the 2v2 currently happening. Nice pokes coming out from Mads. And Boss will have to leave that one. Not able to get too much after that invade.
Yeah, I would have liked to have seen Joe make a roam down towards that bottom side of the map. It would be a good way to maybe threaten not in a tower dive. Yeah. I think it's difficult to threaten a tower dive because you've made the lane swap happen. But if you're just a charm in that situation, you're a level 5 Olaf versus a level 3 Rakan. Like if you just had a charm on top of whatever happened in that situation, you might have been able to pick up a kill. But he is going for a repeat gank on this bottom side of the map.
Yeah, doesn't have the Ragnarok anymore. You got to be careful. And they're getting shrunk down pretty heavily. Mads is just basic attacking them most of the time with an extra little bit of a snipe. Gets the slow on the AoE. And the Ahri finally is going to roam. We talked about it, right? You want to hit that. Ahri is good if you roam efficiently and early game too. Trying to go for the charm. Misses it. I mean, that's not going to work. Instantly going to have to use that Fox to reposition, get himself back. And he's re-engaging. A little bit more poke coming his way back and forth. Yeah, that is not really how you play it. Going to go for the flash forward. And he's going to throw his life away. What was that flash, Mads? That was indeed truly mad, but for the wrong reasons.
Yeah, that was a little weird. I think either way, even if you make that flash, the best you get is a 1-for-1 trade overall. Right? I think you die at the end of that. So I think the best you get is a 1-for-1 trade. It was very aggressive. Like, I was just about to praise the Sunlight bot lane. Like, I was just about to go all in on just how these guys have managed to deal with, 3 ganks, essentially. Great flash. I mean, great flash from Joe. Joe outplayed that with a really nice flash, very last minute, but it would have been a 1-for-1 trade at best at the end of the day.
Hey, Scoundrel, just going to say, no. Ahri meta. Okay, that was maybe not the best example, but still, I think Ahri can be played. Just, you got to hit those charms from time to time. Back into the mid lane position, though. It's going to be Sniper taken and assaulted down by the Olaf. I'm really surprised, actually. Boss is spamming those ultimates when it's available. Explosive cast. They know he didn't have the ultimate. You're going to be super vulnerable in those positions, and that's going to be the 3-man engage. Now Infernal's up. That's the great time to take it in a 5v4 situation.
Oh gosh, yeah, that's absolutely terrible for Cut at this point in time. You just take the jungler down right before the Infernal. Great wind wall to stop the Ahri coming through.
Trying to go for the quickness, and a little bit of extra charm onto Teemo. 69 trying his best to dash away, and it will be secured by Apollo. That's an extra 6% damage increase thanks to that Infernal buff. And they're going to be moving away. Not having to take the fight, they just get what they need. That's the Drake, and they're done.
And that's the Infernal Drake picked up now, Max, for free, because at the end of the day, Boss made a mistake. Boss just got caught out, and he did have the ultimate available, didn't have the opportunity to use it quickly enough, and got caught by the Yasuo. I'm not really sure. He just used the ultimate, right?
He used it before, and that's why he went for the explosive
Yeah. I don't know. It just felt a little bit awkward to kind of make a play. If I'm ever setting up for an Infernal Drake, I always like to try and set up around bot lane. It's a safer area to look for a gank. You have the support of your Lulu there, especially. And I think just it was a very risky gank to go for without vision. Again, Boss going in here.
He's continuously farming. I mean, you want to get some CS if you want to get yourself ahead. He's going to flash on over. Does get himself a nice little bit of an engage. The Ashes do come on down. Polo will be left stranded away. Snipe's coming out from distance from Mad. Sniper wants to join the party in this scenario. You're not going to go any further. I'm surprised, though, the Boss is continuously looking for a fight and spamming those ultis. But in that case, it worked out. But the 2 cases before that, it didn't quite go that way.
He has been looking to put a lot of pressure on this bottom side of the map. I think you want to play to the lane that you have the Lulu in. The thing about the Olaf is that you do kind of want setup. So you need someone to help you set you up for these ganks. And Lulu is a good way of just really kind of like utilizing Olaf's strengths to his very best ability. And I'm glad they went for it. He's going to get caught out though here. Didn't have the ultimate available.
I gotta say, I'm really happy with how Sunlight, every single time, they're paying so close attention to the Ragnarok cooldown. When they're nursing it up, they're straight going for the body slam, explosive cast. They got the CC to follow up thanks to the Yasuo. Also, even potentially the Chain of Corruption, if needed be later on down the line. I think they're being very aware of what's happening on Cut side, and that's something that's surprising me very heavily for Sunlight team. So hopefully they can keep it up, as now the Herald is up. So a top side fight could be happening fairly soon, Scoundrel.
I think you've got to be very careful, though. Corki package is available, so clearly you have to be very careful about trying to play around neutral objectives when the Corki package is ready to go, because that is a huge teamfight tool that you can use in your favor, either for zoning or knocking people out of the way, or even just straight up engaging a fight. And it looks like with that Corki package in tow, we are going to see Cut go for this Rift Herald, but they're low HP bars right now. Here comes the ultimate.
Chain of Corruption on exactly the target you want. They're going to try and ult away with a Valkyrie. The Herald will be secured actually by the Corki. That's 69 securing him. He's in the pit, taking a 1v1 versus Mads, as the rest of the team is now getting pushed away from the jungle. That's Cut losing an extra 3 players right there, and only 1 going down. That's will lead the Renekton transform in a handy bag. And not going to be looking too great, as they're looking for even more now. They're going to avoid those backdoors, and he still has himself the explosive cast, get himself 1, and he's looking for the double into the body slam. Will get spin to win by Baby, but the snipe comes in last second, and that is now Sunlight taking a very clear lead in this game.
If they can get this tier 1 tower as well, this is a huge win for Sunlight on the back of the Rift Herald. That is a first tower of the game. You lost the Herald, but at the end of the day, as I've talked about many times before, best case scenario for you in a lot of instances is going to be first tower off the back of a Rift Herald. So you've now got that first tower to kind of negate the power of that Rift Herald pickup. And with Infernal Dragon already gone, like that Rift Herald to create priority is not exactly going to be a huge deal around the Ocean Dragon for the next one. Again, there isn't much to analyze here, apart from the fact that we were looking at a very risky Rift Herald take with a super low HP bars of Cut all across the board. So it was a relatively easy engage for Sunlight off the back of that. And now they have a lot of item spikes coming into this Drake fight. And these item spikes are going to be very useful for them. You've got the Lichbane for the Gragas. You've got the Black Cleaver into Vamp Scepter. The Vamp Scepter being really important for the Renekton. We're seeing an AP Nash's Tooth Varus build, which I'm not the biggest fan of, but it is a very, very strong teamfight tool. Has a lot of burst damage, especially if you could just hit your ultimate and one other skill. So we'll see how this goes.
Oh, instantly sniped away. That's going to be a great engage onto the Ragnarok, though. Extremely low HP. The teleports will coming through, and he gets himself to the Honey Fruit in time to not lose his life. There's re-engage time. Nice little bit of quickness. The CC is big. Explosive cast going to separate the entirety from Cut, and they have 2 players completely stranded in the jungle, and that's going to be the 2 kills going in favor of Mads. Those explosive casts are decisive in most of these fights.
Yeah, honestly, really, that wasn't the best. I mean, he gets the kill.
It works.
He gets the kill. End of the day, if it works, it isn't stupid. Watch this, though. Oh, my word.
Wow.
AP Varus. So AP Varus is not massively strong in a vacuum, but if you put him into the right team comp, he definitely has merit. The thing that you need for AP Varus to work properly is you just need to hit your ultimate. You build up those passive stacks, and then the majority of your damage comes from building up those passive stacks and proccing them. Otherwise, you're not really dealing a significant amount of damage. But obviously, your ultimate, it buys a lot of free stacks for you. And in that fight, it was so nice. They used the Varus ultimate, and then once people got stunned up, they were able to use the Gragas cask to isolate and group them up, and then allowed the Varus to get multiple procs of his passive stacks, which allowed him to, or his blight stacks, which allowed him to just get a huge amount of percentage HP damage. Let's watch here. Fair enough, you get one kill as the Olaf. It looks a little bit doomed, especially as the Garen's coming in. They trade 1-for-1 overall, but you're taking a huge amount of HP, especially as the Garen comes back into this fight. But watch this Varus ultimate.
That's
isolate. They get stunned up, they're all in the line, and you have 3 blight stacks already built up for the AP Varus, and he's able to burst their HP down.
It was a really good play. The explosive cask able to just separate the entirety of the team. You're not going to be able to assist each another in those kind of situations. So yeah, it's good execution. I'm really liking how Apollo's playing it, but he's also got himself now a Proto Belt. So he's got Proto Belt, Flash into the body slam, explosive cask. You know your Ragnarok is not going to be used in time. He does pop out at the end, but man, he's doing so much. He's chunking them down heavily for Sunlight team. Though they're still looking for the re-engage onto Teemos and also Cut 69. Joe's going to be there to try and back it up. But unfortunately, even if Joe hits those charms, they're just so deep on that front line. It's really hard for him to beat and find the impact he's looking for. It's getting a little bit of an off-angle onto Leto. That's a chain of corruption. The AP damage is just way too high, and the body slam will be there to secure the frag. Trying to jump away with the Valkyrie, having to flash away. He knows that's not going to work out, and Teemos is just way too squishy as a support. They're looking for even more Mads. If you hit one more snipe, that's a kill. The body slam secures it. That is, once again, a dominant performance from Apollo. Sure, he dies, but that's still another huge pickup for Sunlight.
Yeah, really, really big pickup for Sunlight. What's really interesting to me, though, Max, is that despite the scoreline of 17-8, they're only about 3k gold in the lead right now, which is not a ridiculous gold lead to be working with. I think this is going to be a little bit of an issue, though. Nice flashing. Oh, my word.
Oh, no.
Olaf flashes in. Huge play from Boss. The only problem that I think they're going to get out of this is that unfortunately can't convert it into anything meaningful. It was a really nice play, but you would love to have got something off the map. Maybe pings towards Baron, but the Baron play feels a little risky, especially with a very low HP Olaf right now.
Yeah, you got to be a little bit careful about that one. Though he's going to get himself the honey fruits, it could facilitate his pick onto the objective. Though they definitely know that this is something that's currently happening on the Rift. Sunlight going to try and best get the information. Leto going to try and clear out some vision with that sweeper, though the Baron's going extremely low, now down to 3,500. Can they get himself to secure last second? He steals it away! What a pick coming out from Sunlight, though. Cut. They're going to try and make sure that not as many players get that Baron buff. They need to kill as many players as they possibly can. Sniper goes golden in the midst of this fight, goes for the ulti 2 last second, but the charm is big to disable his potential in that fight. As now it's re-engage time. Mads, though, he's got the Baron buff. I'm surprised they want to take the fight that far, keep the Baron buff, and use it for later use.
Yeah, again, I understand why they went for it. I mean, we still have a Renekton going in with the stun. Wow. Picks up a second kill. Renekton's so strong right now. Looks like there's a 1v1 happening between the Varus and the Olaf. Again, Olaf comes out on top here. Maybe Waleed's able to get the kill back. Will be able to. Killing spree for the Renekton. Bit of a mess right here. Again, it was a risky Baron to go for. I think they were so close to securing it, but unfortunately they went down to the straight jungle flip in terms of smite fights. And it just looked like Apollo came out on top of that. Apollo's been pretty standout for Sunlight, honestly. We'll take a look back here again, trying to see. Yeah, he just smited it. Just really, really nice play. Dies, but at the end of the day, you've just denied a huge amount of gold swing and also a potential way to kind of get a Baron power play and bring yourself back into this game. Really lovely play. At the end of the day, this fight beyond this is just Renekton cleaning up. Mads not able to find a good opportunity to use his ultimate there, so didn't quite find the engage. Renekton's super strong, though. Got really fed off that team fight. Gone for the Black Cleaver, Blade of the Ruin King build, which is this very damage-heavy Renekton build that we're seeing populate the meta right now.
Oh, he's really trying for those explosive casts from time to time. But you know what? Pushes them away. They get himself the first mid lane tower. That's a great pickup. Going to allow them to get a little bit more control in the enemy side jungle of Cut. But I still think that fight was a little bit overzealous after the Baron. They could have had 3 Baron buffs instead of having one alone on Waleed. They could have maybe done a 2-lane push at the same time, or even a 1-3-1 if they really wanted to push it. I think it could have been a little bit harder. They could have given it a fair try, but here you go. Going straight for this Drake now. It's going to be Cloud. Get that extra zoom speed. Maybe just zoom around the map a little bit more. Mid's getting pushed pretty heavily by Joe, but that's going to be so quickly taken down by the side of Sunlight. Now they're going to be looking for more opportunities, but not really using Waleed with a Baron buff, which I would have initially liked to see coming out from him.
Yeah, they haven't really found many good opportunities to use that Baron buff right now. We are still looking at like tier 1, tier 2 turrets. They're going to pick off the Olaf just about at the end here, which is a huge play, as that's now allow them to push down this side lane. Still, again, I have to be honest, not a huge gold lead in favor of Sunlight Esports right now, despite seemingly coming out on top in all of these fights. And you do have to worry a little bit about the scaling of the Corki and the Garen. Those are two picks that could potentially come back to bite you as this game progresses.
The main reason for that actually is back to the Baron fight, is not only did they lose some Baron buffs for no reason, they actually had two players who were in pretty good position, especially Sniper and the one that I'm mainly thinking of, Mads, that had a pretty decent bounty on his head. They died, and they gave actually some really significant extra gold because of those bounties. I think we had about 5,000 gold lead at that point, and it just got reduced to nothing after the Baron fight. So definitely, it hasn't worked out. But you know what? The steal is still great, but it could have been even better if they didn't go the extra length to try and go for the fight.
I also just think from what I've been seeing, Cut have been able to farm way more effectively. Like, I've seen way more jungle camps being prioritized and being taken down. They have been much better at giving gold from their lanes over to their carries rather than just kind of like letting their carries float across the map aimlessly looking for team fights. But one thing that I do really like about the way that Sunlight are playing these fights is that they're being super aggressive, very proactive with their engages, which is making it difficult for Olaf to get the right setup in these team fights. You know, Olaf is constantly having to Ragnarok because he's getting caught out by an explosive cast or getting knocked up. Rather than using the Ragnarok aggressively, he's immediately using it to peel away from the team. And that's actually not the way that you want to be playing this. Nice knock-up, though.
Oh, the knock-up in the Granite just with the triple quickness, the charm. They get all the damage they need. This might be the game closure kind of moment if they can get a huge push in mid currently and get some inhib towers. Though Boss and also Bab is going to be way too deep into this one. Gets smited away with a Demacian Justice. They're trying to reverse this fight. They're a little bit too deep and maybe a little bit too close to the base, but now they take down most of the damage dealers of Cut, so they can easily move back away from that fight. Good initiation, and then they get clapped back a little bit by the likes especially of Boss and Baby at the end.
I think you're actually also seeing one of the drawbacks of the AP Varus here. If this was a traditional AD carry with a bit more consistent damage output that didn't rely on building stacks and then using them to sort of burst the HP down of their opponents, that would have been a clean fight. That would have been an absolutely clean fight coming out from Sunlight. Lovely knock-up, though. That's the setup that you want as a Yasuo going into the engage, but too many shields, too many barriers. And then just stepped a little too far here for Sunlight as the flank came through from those big beefy tanks, and Garen doing his press ultimate to have skill button. Baby was able to get a bit of a bite back in that fight. Looking at the Varus build, though, I thought maybe he might be going Nash's Tooth into like a traditional on-hit build, but this is just full AP Varus. And yeah, I mean, honestly, it isn't bad, but it just requires the right setup in team fights. And I do genuinely feel if you just had a normal AD carry build, if you'd just gone for a traditional Varus build, the popular one being the Manamune into full lethality build now, you would be much more decisive in some of these fights because you're now relying on Sniper and Waleed to be your consistent damage output. But because you have such a hyper-mobile and safe team on Cut, especially with this big beefy front line as well, it is proving a little difficult. But a nice flank coming out from Sunlight is going to leave Cut scrambling.
Really strong map awareness right now. Another Grand Entrance. Teleport's going to be a little bit late, and because of that, he's going to be potentially surrounded, but that's not going to be the focus. I mean, he's really tanky. They don't want to focus him down. Goes golden for a few seconds there. He's going to have to move away. The Chain of Corruption, get himself some decent CC on Babe, but not the rest of the team. Ragnarok away. Not going to be up anymore for the likes of Boss. They all have to leave this lane, but they're too far. They're too deep. They're too in trouble right now. As Sunlight pick themselves, potentially the ace, only 6-9 will be left up and going. They turret dive it, and I think they might be able to find himself an extra bunch of objectives off the back of this fight.
Yeah, I think they should be able to go for Baron at the very, very least. They obviously have the Elder up as well, so they essentially have the pick of the litter when it comes to objectives on the map. That was a huge decisive fight, and it was just an overextension from Corki and Olaf. You didn't have the vision to compensate in the river. No idea why you were that far pushed up without the proper vision around your blue side jungle. And there was a beautiful collapse coming out from Sunlight. And again, you're seeing it. This is the back end of the fight. They get a good setup onto the front line. Unfortunately, at this point, you're already a man down, and if Ahri is gone, a lot of your team fight control is gone. A lot of your ability to have any kind of impact beyond just having Corki being threatened is kind of dissipated. And honestly, that was just a really good rotation, a good pick onto Ahri, who is having, despite being 5-4-5, having a bit of a rough one right now for Cut Esports.
Yeah, a little bit. Is that a dig on me also? Because
no, it's not a dig on me. No dig.
No. But yeah, it's definitely not working. I was expecting maybe more rotations in the early game, and it hasn't been really going that way just now. Oh, now, I mean, 18 minutes.
difficult to make rotations in the early game versus a lane swap because you don't have traditional paths that you can take as an Ahri. Like as an Ahri in solo queue, almost all the time you'll just be looking for a bot lane to gank. You know, get into a 2v2, you turn the tides into a 3v2. But if you roam top, like you've got to look for a tower dive most of the time, and that can be a little risky, especially if the enemy jungler is kind of like hovering by. So there weren't many really good traditional roaming options for Ahri in this game, and I think because the lane swap kind of threw the game into kilter, then we saw re-swaps back, and the laning phase just got cut short very quickly, honestly.
Yeah, we saw some fights break pretty early. You got to be careful though. The Chum on a pretty decent target. The Varus, if you can take him down, that will be absolutely amazing. Has to go golden last second. Leto ready to re-engage with a grand entrance. The first kill will be coming down on the likes of 6ix9ine, and the entirety of the team trying to move away from that fight. But Yasuo, he wants a piece of this pie. Sniper gets the tornado, gets the extra knockups, and CC is going to be big. But you still have the Ragnarok up and available for this Olaf, and Boss will still be cut short at the very end of that fight. Topside is a mini 1v1 happening between Waleed and also the likes of Baby. But still, despite the Damascus Justice, he still has that GA. He's looking extremely comfortable in that 1v1. Even if he goes down, he's going to be brought back to life. And he doesn't even lose his life. They're going to go down on the inhib towers in both top and also in the mid lane position. And they're looking to find closure on this first game of this series for the likes of Sunlight.
Yeah, Sunlight really, really strong. I think realistically played a lot of these early engages a lot better. You saw the power of their kind of the wombo combo between the Rakan and the Yasuo. Admittedly, the AP Varus, even though I really hate the build, it had value in this comp because it provided that setup for the Gragas, for the Renekton. You know, it provided the kind of the initial burst damage and allowed those guys to do the finishing job. And honestly, a lot of it was just cut completely out of position most of the time. Like caught out of position and never grouped up. They never really found a proper 5v5 engage with their team fight. And it was essentially them getting picked off one by one every single time. I just felt that really this was a game where Sunlight punished mistakes more than they were doing anything ridiculously proactive. Because even when they were getting huge teamfight wins, they were still not exactly hugely, in the lead in terms of gold value. So I think for Sunlight, they need to go away and say, well, how do we convert all these ridiculously positive teamfights into actual value on the map? And that's when I think we'll see this team really take off.
I mean, hopefully, I'm mainly thinking back on their last two matches. They won 2-0. Varus and Renekton, they did extremely well. So maybe deciding to ban them away would be the right decision for Cut in the second game of the series. But with that said, that's going to be it for our first game of Day 2 of the Origin series. We'll head on over to a very short break, and then we'll be back on the desk with Trid to break this game down.
All right, a bit of an interesting match there, lads. Maybe not as the cleanest as we expect from these two teams, but I feel as though it still gives us a good idea of how this series is going to go. Now, Kin, something you said to me in the break was just the people getting caught out a little bit too often. It didn't look like everyone was playing to the game plan.
No, I just think for Cut, they need to kind of regroup and say, right, let's think about a few things fundamentally to ensure that we're not giving away stupid leads. Think about your vision control. Make sure if you're losing tier ones, you're putting wards in your own jungle. It's especially important to ensure that if you're going to push up towards the river when you've lost your tier 1 towers, you need to have the support and the vision to allow you to do that. And one of the big fights that they lost was because they just mindlessly pushed their AD carry and their jungler up down that bot lane and got caught out on the rotations. So they just didn't have the vision control necessary. And secondly, it just felt like a lot of these fights, they were waltzing in one by one, and they never really set up for a proper 5v5, which just allowed the skirmish style of Sunlight to really pop off.
Yeah, I think in general, when you're looking at the side of Cut, of course you mentioned a few issues, but I also want to talk about the positive sides, especially that came on through for Sunlight, which especially I think they were just so aware of the map every time. They would see Baby on the Garen be an overstepping in that position. They would see a very clear overstep of the rest of the team, and they would instantly convert it. So I think it's really strong map awareness for Sunlight that enabled them to get really strong performances. So I'm hoping to see that come back in this second game of the series. But I said there's very clear things that Cut need to work and improve on to potentially push this one to a game 3.
All right, Keenan, I want to take us back to something that happened towards the end of the game, around about the 15-minute mark. There was a top lane fight that looked like it was going one way, and then you had a counterattack come in from Cut, I believe, and it just did not go the way they wanted to, and they did not manage to wrestle back control. I was wondering if you could take us through that on the drawing board.
Yeah.
And just give us a little bit of insight on that.
It illustrates a couple of things here. So the first thing is, if you look at where Cut are currently rotating, blind to this entire area on the map, right? You look at the vision, they've got a ward here for some reason. They've got a ward here and a ward here. So they kind of know what's going on in the river, but they don't know what's going on in their own jungle right now, which is the most important part, which is where this aggressive push from Sunlight came through. Now, obviously, we're going to see a brilliant engage from the Rakan in just a minute, and that shows you how the Rakan and the Yasuo are supposed to set up together. So let's just watch this out. Beautiful knock-up, huge Rakan engage. However, Varus could have cleaned up the fight 100% if he'd just been in position to ulti that. If Varus had ultied that straight away, we might have had a really clean team fight, and it would really have just been game over from that point onwards. But not quite in position on the setup. Varus a little bit too far behind, and you can just see the mobility and the shields coming through. They bought enough time to allow Cut to get back into their own base behind their inhibitor turret. And then you're going to see the flank coming in from Garen and from Olaf, and they are still strong skirmishers. They still have a lot of damage potential here, and at the end of the day, I think if you had a traditional AD carry here and you'd kept him safer, you might have actually been able to clean up that re-engage from the tanks. But it did just show you how the Sunlight composition wanted to work, but it also showed you just how difficult it was to really deal with this very high mobility comp that Cut were bringing out, and made that team fights a little bit more awkward, which is why you saw them never really get huge decisive team fights until the end of the game.
Well, for Sunlight team, obviously they pulled themselves ahead in this series. I wanted to jump back quickly to the Varus. Okay, we pointed out was out of position in that one, but AP Varus being ran, I noticed you lads were talking about it on the cast a little bit. Not necessarily the most efficient use of Varus, is it? But it's an interesting build to bring out.
It's not bad, okay? I have a personal dislike for it, but it has value, okay? AP Varus is all about his ultimate. If you don't have his ultimate up, AP Varus is useless. So at the end of the day, like, if you have your ultimate and you get a good setup in the team fight, we saw a really nice setup around the Drake where they comboed it with the explosive cask from the Gragas. No, it's a little bit earlier than this, I think, but this also shows you just how much damage. That was like a quarter of Garen's HP just chunked out immediately by the percentage max health damage that the Blight stacks do from Varus. But it's not, I think it requires team fights to work. It doesn't give you much flexibility in the way that you play your game. And I think if you had like the traditional Varus that's popular elsewhere, which is this poke lethality Varus, you probably would be able to do a lot more work before these fights even started. Yeah. But at the end of the day, it did balance out their damage profile a little bit. They had a lot of AD coming in with the Yasuo, so wait, no, what am I talking about? It made them very AP heavy. Don't worry. But they had the Renekton as well, so it balanced the damage profile a little bit. Regardless, it worked in this team comp, but I genuinely said, I said during the break, I think you could have had any AD carry in place there, and I still think that Sunlight team would have come out on top.
Yeah, I think it could have worked out just fine. But the reason why I found it very interesting too is they gave himself the poke, and every single time that you're going to have a target extremely low because of those pokes coming out from Mads on the Varus, you would have the likes of Waleed on Renekton or Polo on also this Gragas who would find opportunities because the targets would be low before the fight really ever started, and there would be straight away seen a Polo going for those explosive tasks on a very valuable target at the time. It works out great, and I think that when you position a champion such as Varus is going to be snipe and create those initiation potential opportunities for the rest of your team, it worked out great, and I think it's down to their synergy. If your team play is not strong, AP Varus doesn't work as good because you don't find the opportunities. There worked out because it did seem like the team play was really on point from start to finish.
All right, well, that's a nice little bookend on our first game. Let's get ready to jump into game number 2, and we can talk a little bit about what they need to do to improve themselves moving into the series. Kenan, you were rudely cut off there, but you were going to go on about adaptations. Why don't you jump in here now?
That was going to be the weirdest throw sentence I've ever heard in my live tweet. You baited me. Yeah, I think realistically, it was mostly positional errors. I don't even think the comp was that bad. Like, Olaf Lulu has got a lot of roots in terms of being strong in a competitive sense in Wild Rift. So the Olaf Lulu combos, but because they were constantly being the ones that were on the defensive, because they were constantly being the ones that were being forced back in the engages coming towards them, we saw Ragnarok. I don't even think I ever saw an offensive Ragnarok, barring that flank play that we analyzed in the drawing board segment. Most of the Ragnaroks is because Olaf got isolated and caught out, and he used it defensively almost immediately. And that was the problem. You could never use the comp the way they were designed. It was designed to be used.
Okay, we need Cut to take more control, but I'm going to hand control over to you two as I'm going to disappear while you get into pick and ban.
Okay, much Trade going back to the Shadow Realm as always. We'll see you later on after this game. We'll see very clearly if Cut can make the reverse sweep happen versus Sunlight Team. It didn't seem like they were looking like the favorites coming into this one, and Sunlight Team definitely set themselves apart very heavily, especially because of how they drafted. And the 2 series they won before this match, we talked about it, right? They got themselves a big focus around the likes of Varus and also Renekton. 2 of the champions they play really well, by the way, Sunlight Team, are both Olaf and Kai'Sa. So I'm intrigued to see if that's something they're going to go towards if Cut decides to ban away a few of the champions that did cause them some pretty big issues. One of those actually being Yasuo, who was doing some pretty significant AD damage in those engages. So they're going to take that one off the board right off the bat.
Yeah, they're banning away the Yasuo. I think they didn't like the kind of the setup that the Yasuo had in those engages. I didn't really feel like Yasuo was the major issue here, but they're going to ban the Yasuo Rakan combo in its entirety. Yeah, it's an interesting set of bans. I think you're opening up the field to a lot more strong S-tier picks right now. Like the Kai'Sa is still open, for instance. That's still, a potential pickup. The Olaf, which hasn't been banned away this time around either. So I think this is a very oddly specific set of bans from Cut, which may come back to bite them at the end of draft phase.
Yeah, I don't think, though, that the bans of Sunlight are weird whatsoever, because very clearly when you look at the past matches of Cut, well, I mean, the one past match, because then we had match 2, there was a little bit of a weird 6-6 fiesta, I would say, but they do typically play a lot of the Akali and the Braum. They were 2 of their favorite champions in the very first matchup the Cut played, so Sunlight seems like they have done a lot of their homework. If not, it's just a very lucky coincidence. As the first pickup from Cut, they're like, you know what, we're gonna yoink your Gragas from that last game. No more explosive casts are going to ruin your entire performances. But now Sunlight, and I said it right, you got 2 of the champions we haven't seen them play in the series that they're really good at performing on is both Kai'Sa and Olaf. And okay, there you go, Kai'Sa, Olaf. They're going to pick both of them back to back. I mean, they're open, you're red side. You can do that. They are comfortable to do so. And seeing how they were strong last game without those 2 picks, it seemed like that they're already looking amazingly favored in the second matchup.
Yeah, no, really, really good pickups for them. Obviously, they feel very comfortable with that Kai'Sa pick, so going to get that on first rotation red side. Picking up the Olaf as well does deny that potential Olaf-Lulu combo that we saw Cut try to facilitate in the previous game. However, seeing a Jinx, I'm almost certain that we're going to get a Lulu on top of this as well, because Jinx-Lulu is a very classic bot lane combo. It's one of the strongest bot lane solo queue combos that you can play to climb elo with. I think it's one of those ones that can really just take over games. Jinx in Wild Rift, you give her 1 kill, and she really just, like, turbo takes over games. So that's, it's a nice little combo to run with her. It's a very classic League of Legends PC combo as well. However, it can be a little bit weak towards that first dragon fight. Sometimes with Jinx, you don't want to fight for the first dragon unless you've already picked up a significant lead. So maybe we see Cut play away from that first objective and give a bit more time for Jinx to scale.
If you want to believe someone that tells you good things about Lulu, Jinx is definitely going to be Xscandal, because he ranked up pretty heavily with those 2 champions for quite some time in ranked.
Season 1, in season 1 I played a lot. Yeah, me and Stu played a lot of Jinx Lulu in season 1.
There you have it. The Ahri is going to be back on board then for Cut. So we mentioned a few things that we could potentially see improvements on the Ahri. Talked about rotations. You did especially mention Xscandal that because of the lane swaps, it did make it a little bit harder for them to maybe waver around that Ahri and having a rotate in an efficient manner. So hopefully we can see some improvements on that itself. The Pantheon Twisted Fate, I'm intrigued. And the one thing I'm hoping for the Twisted Fate every time I see it is to use that ultimate, not reactively, but use it preemptively to create a situation where you have the advantage and not use it defensively to try and, mitigate a bad fight that's not going in your favor. So I'm going to be paying very close attention. I'm paying attention to the Leona because I mentioned it. I love this champion. Played from time to time. It's very single target focus. So against this team, it might be a little bit of an issue, but if you can get on Jinx, it's fine.
Not bad. I actually quite like the Leona here because you're pairing this up with a lot of single target CC from like the Pantheon, from the Twisted Fate, and you are really concerned about one target and one target only on Cut Esports. Kill the Jinx. With a Jinx combo, like with a Jinx style of composition, if you kill the Jinx, you're kind of cutting the head off the snake in terms of damage output for this team. So a lot of single target focus, a lot of single target lockdown. I like this from Sunlight because they clearly have that one goal in mind to kind of neuter the composition at the very base level. And I like that a lot. I think they've got the right idea here. Very interesting seeing some Pantheon jungle. I think it's something that has been popping up in the meta recently.
Oh, no.
That's a very aggressive push.
Gold card into the extra base attack. There's going to be the stun, and that's going to be first blood in just 15 seconds. Actually, less. It was about 13, 14 seconds over to Sunlight team, and they are really looking good. I mean, you've got two champions that can have stun on level 1, so they go straight for the early peak, and first blood already. That's an extra 500 gold coming their way.
Yeah, that's a really, really good start, and I think that to me was very interesting from Boss. You saw them in the brush. I think you knew that they were in the brush, and you kind of walked up I think you were looking for an aggressive ward on the blue buff here. So you were trying to track Apollo's start, or at least you were trying to get an idea about whether Apollo was going red to blue and then maybe looking for an invade later on. The only reason I think you'd ever go for a super deep ward like that as the jungler is if you're looking for a very early invade and you may be looking to cheese them and go for a blue invade while they're trying to do their own blue buff. That would have been my thought process. But hey, he gets punished for it, and aptly so, and now he's going to have to go for a very standard sort of jungle pathing style for himself, heading over towards that blue buff as well. He's gone blue Raptors into, red Raptors, maybe into blue here. Has pushed aggressively towards Apollo. Is going to go in.
Yeah, Apollo's going to get that one. I mean, he knows really quickly Apollo will be losing his life to the likes of Boss. I mean, the damage output at any stage of the game from Lee Sin is pretty bonkers, and he really shows that gives him back the advantage. Luckily enough, also, when he died the first time against Scoundrel, he died before the jungle camps actually spawned, so he didn't lose too much time, and he knew he was not going to be at that level disadvantage versus Apollo. It was level 3 versus level 3. It worked out fine, and I think he felt confident on the Lee Sin. The early game is a very big threat, especially against Pantheon, that might struggle in the proper 1v1 skirmish.
Yeah, no, I think that was a really nice play from Boss. A little concerned that Waleed was not there to support him. Also, I think that a lot of that damage could have been mitigated if you were just saving your third ability to try and wait for a potential invade. But I guess you felt pretty confident that you weren't going to see the invade happen just because you kind of put that pressure onto Lee Sin at level 1. But good from Boss to have the confidence to go back. The fact that he made that play does speak to me that he was probably looking for a blue side invade anyway. So he was definitely looking to be aggressive in this matchup and has managed to get back and kind of bring himself back into the game here. Take a look.
I see the third ability. If he procs
he must have already used it. He didn't even try and stun him. So he must have already used that ability. Didn't even try to... I don't think he had flash up at that time because I think he used it on that level 1. And that's a little bit of a payback, I would say, for Boss in this matchup.
A little bit of a vengeance point. Though top side into the mid lane position. That's going to be another time. But Polo's going to be caught out. Joe, not enough mana right now. Does go for the extra ball. Apollo will not be hit by that one. Golden card connects, and he gets himself an extra little bit of a deck of cards chucked away, and he actually sniped it down with the spear. What a snipe coming out. And also the Jinx pops the ulti. Oh my god, okay. Got some big snipes happening already. But Ari going to go for the flash, goes for the ignite, and that's going to be the kill confirm.
Wait,
what's happening?
Wait, how did he die? Did he ignite? He must have ignited him. He must have ignited him.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the buff right here. That's the buff that Riot gave the ignite. That's a nice little payback from Apollo to pick up the kill here. But Riot recently buffed the range of ignite ever so slightly, and right there you're seeing the value of the ranged ignite buff. There you go. Waleed got destroyed by the ranged ignite buff. Nice little snipe. You knew exactly where Lee was going. Like Lee pathed the way that you were expecting. Yeah. Great Jinx ultimate. I think you were like milliseconds away, and that was the buffed ignite range. And that must have been a max range ignite onto Waleed there.
Yeah, also the fact that the super mega death rocket of the Jinx actually connected on 2 targets that were close enough for that AoE to hit is also very well played from 6ix9ine, but I would say very unlucky on the other side. They were just not expecting it, and you can't quite see the ultimates on the minimap that way. But there you go. Dragon is now up. They're going to go and clear some vision with that scuttle, so they're going to have a little bit more priority in that spot. But the resets are happening, and a little bit slow on the side of Snipe on the Olaf.
Yeah, they're not got the great setup here for the Dragon, but obviously you have 2 abilities that can kind of get you into the fight. Here comes the Pantheon.
Yeah, ults his way forward, and he's going to be instantly taken down and polymorphed away in that engage. Going to try and re-engage, though very slow and low HP for the entirety of Kuz. They're trying to move out of that position. Wild Growth onto the Ari is going to allow him to tank up a lot more of that damage for Joe. At the end, he still gets himself the Dragon, but Baby's still really deep. Body slam his way to safety, but the flash will be popped by Sniper, and that's going to be an extra kill confirmed. 6-3, and Sunlight starting to build a little bit of a lead, also in terms of gold.
Yeah, so much CC in this comp. Like, you've got the Leona, who has plenty of CC in her kit, the gold card, the Pantheon stun, like big engage into the Dragon Pit. They were boxed in, and they took out that Jinx very early on. Like, they made her almost irrelevant in that fight super early on here. And I love this conversion as well from Sunlight. Immediately group up bot lane following a good Dragon fight, and they are onto that bot lane tier 1 and picking it up. Like, watch this. Pantheon in. Jinx on the back fight, she can't get out here, and she gets immediately taken low. She should have flashed much earlier than this, I think. I don't even know if she had flash available, but she got taken out instantly. And once that Jinx went down, that teamfight damage was in the bin. Kai'Sa found out a good opportunity to ult over the wall, chase down some of the low HP targets, and a really, really good performance. Yeah, I love the bait.
That was such a good one. Body slam into the grenades, and he's going to be rooted and CC'd up to die. Mid lane also another fight. We've got a lot of action. This is very aggressive. They don't care if they take himself a 1v2 or 2v2. They'll take the opportunity if possible. As well dash on forward onto the Sonic Wave. Will not be able to get himself an angle to go for the Dragon's Rage just yet, but bottom side, that's Leona being caught out. I mean, your ADC is dead. I don't know what Leto's doing in that position so far. Gonna look for a sneaky kill onto 6ix9ine. He's gonna flash away from that position, but will still die at the very end of that fight. Apollo will join the party short a little bit late, able to make it another kill coming his way, but he will get picked up by Baby. We're getting continuous action here. I'm really surprised. I'm enjoying it. I mean, I'm play-by-play. I'm gonna be breaking up most of these fights. As Waleed will have to move back, where he'll get the heals off of that honey fruit, but... And okay, they're trying to refuse to surrender. Okay, the morale is not there, it seems.
the morale is low here. I mean, right here, I just saw Sunlight. Like, do you remember you might be a bit young, Max, but you got to remember Lemmings. So Sunlight were just like Lemmings there, one after the other, just walking into sure oblivion versus that Gragas. I mean, I love the setup from Babe. Just sits or Babe just sat there at the bot lane, waiting for the bait from the Jinx back to sort of bring Mads into the fight, and then one by one, people just walked into him. And kind of let him pick up these kills. He's now 3-1 on Tank Gragas. I think one of the saving graces for Sunlight is that it is Tank Gragas, and obviously will not be playing down the AP Gragas build path, which can give you a lot of one-shot potential. So not exactly the hugest threat to have built a significant gold lead on, but you don't really want to be bolstering that front line significantly, especially with a Jinx, because it makes it a little harder for you to kind of get to that back line and put pressure on the only carry that matters.
Yeah, you also want to try and get that get excited passive proc after you get an assist or a kill to try and especially create distance away from Leto. We talked about this Leona actually being really valuable potentially in this composition, and she just got buffed up in patch 2.3a, where they increased her range. I think it's from 7.5 to 8 on the Zenith Blade, so it's even easier for her to get access to the likes of Joe, 6ix9ine, also Teemos, if that's going to be a focus depending on the situation. It's working really well, and the setups from Sunlight are already strong, though top side only have a mini 1v1 I currently think happening. Undertow gets the slow. Pantheon ready to join the party. It's going to be a 2-on-1. Explosive card to create that distance, as he did lose his tower earlier. And also the teleport forward from Waleed. Now they're going to hammer down all of their damage onto Baby, and he will be eventually taken down in that fight. Joe's trying his best to move away. And this is actually a really good initiation. Just the entirety of Sunlight wrapping around and finding that opportunity once again, showing how aware of the map they currently are.
Yeah, and this game Sunlight has done a much better job at trying to convert these engages. That's the extended range on the kite. Oh my god, it goes straight in there. That was a risky engage from Leona.
Yeah, the range is so big. I'm really surprised after that buff how big it makes it at the end. Gonna go for another Golden Guard to get the CC. Zenith Blade plus the extra basic attack. That's so much CC, you just can't escape that fight. The Baby did teleport in once more. Got himself the body slam potentially up. He's just gonna need the empowered basic attack. I would leave if I were you, Apollo. That is not a fight you want to take.
No, and they actually have created enough of a distraction for this second dragon to be soloed out by Boss, and it doesn't really feel like Sunlight have got this in their view window right now. It looks like it's going to go down. Cloud Dragon's picked up. Apollo does get a kill at the... Oh, he goes back in here.
Oh my god!
Word, Apollo! What a beast!
He gets away with murder right there. Double murder to be exact. Apollo gets away. Be careful. Oh no, he gets taken down. 2 ultimates for the price of 1, and that's going to be 1 extra kill going the way of Cut. But that asks for a lot of resources for them to get just 1 single kill. 2 ultimates and 2 players dying. Not really a worthy trade.
I mean, it really depends when you're expecting to next use those ultimates, realistically. I think, we've just seen Dragon go down. I'm not expecting a big Clown Fiesta fight over anything else other than a neutral objective. I know Baron's spawning in 60 seconds, but let's be real. Who's going to go for a 10-minute Baron unless you're significantly far ahead? Yeah. Looks like Cut are keeping themselves in the race right now, though. They've kind of narrowed that gold lead down to about 2,000. They are scaling up. I mean, you do have to worry about the Jinx. She's 2, 3, and 6 right now. She has got a decent chunk of gold in her back pocket. If you can get that Jinx to the late game, doesn't matter how good your single target dive and single target CC is, she might just be able to straight up carry, especially because you don't have a traditional tank on the front line. One of the things that Jinx can be a little weak to is just like things like the tank Gragas and the tank Garen, because it's so difficult for her to cut through a very beefy boy on the front line. Take a look at that again. Lovely damage reduction coming out, and that execute potential that your first ability allows really makes up for a lot. Nice stun, brings him in, gets another cut down. A lovely play from the Pantheon.
I'm really surprised too, because they actually had vision in that bush. There was a ward in there, and I thought that maybe would be a little bit aware of there was a potential re-engage to happen, but didn't quite work out at the end. Explosive Cast, I think was expecting a little bit of a follow-up, but this is the very clear difference, I would say, between these two teams. Explosive Cast there was no intention to follow up. It seemed like the communication was lacking in those few seconds. and it didn't quite help out. So one ultimate back on cooldown, already a quarter ready back up, so ready potentially for Baron fight later on down the line if they're ready. But as you said, with 10 minutes in, wouldn't make a lot of sense for that to happen at this stage. That really led to us hitting so many good Zenith Blades and Solar Flares on the back line, and 6ix9ine, despite potentially getting to a stage where he's going to become very scarier, he's struggling to weave out of those engages.
Yeah, I think 6ix9ine is definitely obviously a threat right now, but obviously you do have the Lulu to back you up at this point in time. Maybe trying to catch out a boss here. Single target threat coming down.
Yeah, gonna get himself the Solar Flare, not really doing too much at the very end, though backline engaged from Apollo, and he's getting chunked down so severely, having to flash away, but will still lose his life at the end. Super Mega Death Rocket gonna get himself a little bit of extra damage on top of it, and Cut actually turning this game back in their favor. It really seemed like Jinx is getting herself back in a really strong position, but Sniper was not in that fight whatsoever. It was a proper pick, good map awareness from Cut, and now the Baron being up, but you're low. I would not recommend it. Don't go for it just yet.
No, I think you have to be a little careful, especially versus the Olaf, who is ridiculously fed. And I think that's one of the main problems that we just saw. I mean, Olaf, come on. Yeah, you got a flash here. You have to go for it. I think one of the main problems that we did just see there from Sunlight is that they made the engage onto the Lee Sin, and they burned all of their single target lockdown for the Lee Sin specifically, and that meant that Jinx was able to roam free realistically at the end of the day. You need to save all of that lockdown for the Jinx. The Pantheon!
Oh no! He ults it away, gets it stolen in the last second. Nicely done, Apollo, though, gonna go extremely low. Kirk gonna try and get away from that fight, but the Baron was still secure. Don't go any further. Keep the Baron buff for later use and push it down in the mid lane. You need to get those towers. What? We have so many steal this series. This is nutty. I'm loving it.
And the Rift Herald's just been slowly hard chilling in the bot lane as well. Like just saying, you know what, lads? I've been here the whole time, just doing my work, getting onto these towers. And with that Baron buff, they're going to be able to take loads of resources off the map. I mean, again, with this comp, okay, I'm going to spell it out really, really simply.
Okay.
Save your CC for Jinx. Going all in on the Lee Sin. Yes, if you can burst him instantly, but they did not have the setup. It was very disjointed the way that they approached that team fight. Leona was in a couple of seconds before anybody else had to follow up. And you need Olaf to be in these fights at the very start as well. He's got loads of single target burst potential. So I really want to see Olaf at the start of the fight to follow up on Lito, who is making good engages. Like, Lito is making these solid engages. Yes, okay, maybe not on the right target last time, but the team just needs to be a little more coordinated on their dive. They were very disjointed in the way that they played this originally.
Looking for the golden card. Lee Sin going to move away. That's going to be some nice extra CC. Forces the Dragon Range away. They get one ultimate taken down. Super Mega Death Rocket. Nice attempt, a little bit late on the timing. And that's the extra Drake. Their second Drake. It's actually two Drakes, actually, should I say, over to the side of Cut, and only one in favor of them. But that means the next here is going to be Elder Infernal Drake, and that buff is going to be pretty insane if you can secure it. So that might be the game-closing opportunity for the likes of Sunlight if they can get it later on. But though, top side, Boss taking himself a one-on-one. Has to go golden, but your team is not there to back you up, homie, and that's going to be the end of his life, as now they're looking to capture even more turrets off the back of that Baron buff.
Yeah, and taking out Boss. Boss has been making these weird split push plays all game, especially as the jungler. That's one of those things that you, as the jungler, your job really is to control the map, like control where the vision is, control when your setups for objectives. Like, you need to be the one that drives your team, like herds the sheep to the right locations. And Boss has just been like casually split pushing most of the game on the Lee Sin, which has meant that his team has really been at a loss in terms of having this good setups on objectives. I think both teams have had poor setups for objectives realistically. Let's have a look back at this. This was that Pantheon ult into the pit. I wonder if he went for the smite. Doesn't even smite it. He doesn't even smite the Baron. He gets it with the second part of his ultimate damage. That is pretty disgusting, dude. Like that's just a bit of a fail from Boss, unfortunately. Not able to secure the obviously, look, it can be high pressure situations, but you gotta be smiting those objectives, especially versus a low damage output that the Pantheon has versus things like the Baron.
Yeah, I was questioning myself. I was like, did he actually get it with the ult? I'm like, I didn't see the animation, so I just expected it to be the ultimate, and it was actually at the end. So great play coming up on Apollo. Perfect time to get himself the Baron at the end, but Apollo topside in a 1v2, having to move away. You can't die in those situations like that because now they got the man advantage. Baron is about to respawn in 30. He will be there a little bit late for sure, but you got to be careful when you have these big objectives on the map.
Yeah, I think just if Mads were to show himself bot lane, this might just be a free Baron for Sunlight. Got to be a little careful. Mads now actually backing here. Now, the good thing that Sunlight in their favor is this tier 1 in the mid lane is still up. Like, this tier 1 tower in the mid lane is still providing a huge amount of map control in their own jungle, making it much more difficult. Now, a Boss has found an engage on the top side. You got to use stasis. Have you got stasis? Oh my gosh.
They're losing everyone one by one, then a death rotation. Not going to be full team anytime soon. Apollo will have the Grand Starfall available to join up on the Baron fight. Can he contest it? Can he get the steal twice in a row? The odds say that is not very likely. Will give it their best shot for sure. Get himself a nade. Solar Flare on a very valuable target. That's going to be on Teemos especially. And he does stop it again. You must be kidding me. Apollo, how do you do this? You must play the lottery after today. Though, Boss going to go very deep once more. Extremely low. Will get sniped out at the closed off by Mad. And that is going to be Sunlight. Once again, stealing that game out of the grasp of Cup. Baby just gives up. He's like, hey, man, I'm done. How do we get the Baron stolen twice in the same game?
Twice? And they get the push down mid lane. They have the minion wave to work with because of the value of that tier 1 turret in the mid, providing them with constant minion pressure and constant defense against the enemy waves. And this should be the 2-0 game here for Sunlight.
That's going to be taking a GG, and they shall continue their adventure because Group C has less players. That means they make it straight into the grand finals. They're done. They know they're at the very last stage of Group C had to offer, and they make it straight to the grand finals. Our very first grand finalist team that secures their spot in the Origin series. What a good showcase of what Sunlight can do. Still a few things that I think could be worked on, but in general, they showed some really solid performances through and through throughout these 2 matches. And the team they're going to encounter in the grand finals better be prepared because this was some top tier gameplay we saw from these guys.
Yeah, honestly, really, really solid play. I think that their reactive decision making in team fights is super good. Love the way that they play their team fights out. Clearly, a major strength of their team is that ability to play the team fights well. But I think that in future, just think about your objective setups a bit better. Make sure you're there for dragons without having to, instinctually react. Some of these, for instance, in the last game, we just saw Twisted Fate overextending top lane when he knew the rest of the enemy team was around that Baron area. You just got to be a little bit more mindful of the map, increase your vision control, and have better setups around these objectives. And I think it's a team that has a lot of potential coming out from this group.
You know what? That double Baron still got my blood pumping. So myself and Scoundrel, we're going to go for a very short break, and I'm sure Trid will want to break those down a little bit later on. So we'll be back after the break with Trid on the desk to break down this first series of the day.
Welcome back to the Origin series. We just saw a nice 2-0 victory there for Cut East. Well, no, not Cut Esports, actually. I was going to say the other thing around. Sunlight team. They got themselves a spot in the grand final. But what I was going to say was Cut Esports are not out of the tournament yet. They get to go down to the lower bracket. They will have another attempt to climb back. What can I say about that game? Other than it was a bit of a fiesta at times. But one thing was quite a constant. Apollo seemed to be a bit of the man of the hour, if you would.
Pretty insane. He was just consistently performing really well, despite actually him getting invaded really early on by the Lee Sin, by Boss, which was very interesting. He actually did fall behind pretty severely. He got back into that game really well and playing more of a... I thought he was going to play more of a utility kind of position to set up his team, get those stuns, and put them in good positions for fights. But he just started carrying so heavily. He picked up a great 5-1 point take in a 1v2. The double Baron steal, by the way. I mean, very clearly, that is the decisive moments of that game, the double Baron steal. He literally just put his team in the position to win, and then the team played really well around him. So it's just great execution once again by not only Apollo, but the entire team that was there to follow him when needed.
Yeah, and I want to highlight something that Apollo did earlier on in the fight, Max. I think you're going to pull up a replay for us and have a little bit of a scribble, aren't you? So this was a fight actually near the Baron pit. There was actually a bit of a 2v1 for Apollo. So let's pull up the drawing board and see if we can get that clip up for you any second. There we go.
There you go. Yeah, right, so we're going to go back.
Take us away, Max, because I feel like this might be your first time, so let's have a little bit of a fiddle. Let's see if we get this right.
Okay, so typically the reason why I don't do these is because I'm really bad at drawing, but I'll give it my best shot, guys. Please do believe in me. So we're back at the 8-minute, 30-second mark of this second game of the series. Currently, it was pretty close between these two teams. There was a chance for Cut to make this game happen, but this is the fight where you already lost yourself Mads. Mads was taken off the board, so he just got completely crossed out of this game. And they knew they had the man advantage, and I think that because of that, both Teemos and also Joe felt very confident in pushing this fight a little bit further. As you might speculate of what happened after that fight, it didn't quite go their way. So we're going to go for the push here. And right off the bat, you can see how strong that counteract coming out from Apollo actually was. He timed it perfectly to make sure that while Joe popped the ball, he was actually going to be negating 100% of the damage of that ability, thanks to him timing that so well. And also got some damage output on both Teemo and Joe, because he also angled it extremely well. Instantly, because of that, you're going to continue the fight to see how it went. I'm going to clear it out to make it a little bit better for you guys. Puts the focus strong to Teemo, as he knows that he is a very squishy target as a support. Gets rid of him instantly. and instantly Apollo turns his focus on the Ahri once more, which I'm very surprised by because they had vision in this bush, and I thought he would knew that this would be a situation where he could very easily get collapsed upon. Still gave it a shot, and I think his cooldowns were maybe trying to tempt him to go any further. But you should know one thing is when you're dealing with Pantheon, his ability cooldowns are extremely short, and you get a little bit too close, he's gonna jump on you instantly, and your reaction time on an Ahri might be a little bit too slow. So yeah, that's just one of the strong plays Apollo was able to perform this game, and I would love to see him do something very similar heading into the grand finals, because Trid, they're already in the grand finals right off the bat in Group C, so we already got our first grand finalist here in the Origin series.
So yeah, that's one of 3, as we know, because we've got 3 groups coming along. Apollo wasn't just a bit of a skirmish warrior, though, was he, Kiernan? Because he also happened to get 2 Baron steals in one game, which is a bit of an achievement. We want to take a look at that second Baron steal around about the 15-minute mark. So see, we can also spot the replay, spot the smite that may come in here as we pull up another drawing board just for you to go ahead and have a little bit of a scribble for us.
Yeah, let's take a look. The first one we kind of talked about on the cast is the second part of his ultimate. But first of all, this felt like even though you take out the Twisted Fate, it still felt like a relatively risky Baron to go for. Even when you pick off one member, 4v5s in the Baron pit can very, very, very quickly go south in Wild Rift. The Baron does do quite a lot of damage. You don't exactly have, well, you do have your frontliner, but apart from that, there's still a lot of ways to get to the backline and threaten the Jinx. Now remember, #1 target is right here. This is your #1 target. This is the only person that you care about in this fight. So let's take a look and see how it goes. He gets into the pit much earlier. 2,000 HP is when he's getting into the pit, right? So way, way earlier than he did last time. So he's going to have a little bit of time before he can think about smiting it. He has got the smite available, just so you can see. He didn't smite last time. He stole it with the Pantheon ultimate. Baron goes down, and he smites. You can see the smite went on cooldown. Just a really classic smite steal coming out from Apollo here. Now, let's take a look at what the rest of the team fight. We have, I think, Jinx is... Where is Jinx? Where the hell is Jinx gone? I think she might be over here. She kind of put herself in the middle of the pit, it looks like. So again, boxed herself in with very little escape without flash, and we can see that Cut does not have flash available right now. So yeah, unfortunately, as you can see, Cut again, 6ix9ine made the wrong decision again on the Jinx. Didn't kite away, didn't kind of get behind his front line. He unfortunately put himself in the pit with no flash, and that resulted in the ace. Put himself right next to the Pantheon as well. Pantheon immediately able to stun him, get a huge amount of damage down as well. Just again, 2 times in this game, 6ix9ine put himself in a situation where he was up with his back literally up against the wall, and unfortunately, with no flash, had nowhere to go. Very easy for Sunlight to collapse in and kill the only target that mattered, which was the Jinx.
Definitely some things for them to learn from this series. Like we said, they're going down to the lower brackets, so Cut Esports have another opportunity to come back. We're going to close this game, and we're going to look towards the next one because, oh boys, we got one we're excited for. We got Tribe versus Team Queso coming up. Yep. So I know that there's been a lot of talk around Tribe in particular. These are one of the teams that are expected to do really well in the monthly final, potentially win it all. And Team Queso, we had a little bit of a light debate. Are they inconsistent? Are they consistent? It doesn't matter. They're at this stage right now. They're in the Group A upper bracket finals against Tribe Gaming. Max, I'm coming to you first for this one.
Yeah, of course, it's a very hype matchup, but the one matchup, especially in this game, that I'm going to be looking forward to see is Leon versus Acolyte. Both extremely known as extremely talented Baron laners, and also they're split push gods. Acolyte, from time to time, will be the one to actually backdoor your entire Nexus if he has the opportunity to do so. So I'm really hyped to see who will be the better Baron laner in this one, because before this tournament, it's only been community-run tournaments. Now they got everything on the table. They need to show what they're made of, so the stakes are at their highest, which I'm expecting big trial sessions from both Acolyte and Leon in this game.
All right, then. Well, I'm going to disappear, let you guys get into it. So Pickman is ready to go. Kiernan, I know you're chomping at the bits to get into this one as well.
Absolutely am, Trid. And again, I think Max has highlighted a couple of really important matchups here. The Acolyte versus Leon matchup is insane. I think that the whole top side, like Doom Leon versus Acolyte Andre, really, really strong top side matchup that we want to keep our eyes on. The thoughts about the weak side for Team Queso has always been their bot lane. I think there has been questions raised of how good their bot lane is, and I think Tribe are running with a very solid bot lane right now. And that mid lane matchup does feel relatively even, but I think it is going to be decided a lot about especially Andre and Doom. Both of their influences on the map will be extremely important here. And these are some more standard bans that we're seeing coming through from Tribe and Team Queso. The Garen ban, very, very consistent in the top lane. I know Acolyte is relatively practiced on that, as most top laners are, and Leon is not the kind of guy that likes to play tanks. So you ban it away if you're Tribe. Like, Tribe will not likely ever play Garen for Leon. Kai'Sa, the S tier AD carry in the meta right now, wouldn't be surprised to see something like the Ziggs, maybe something like the Seraphine as well for Team Queso, which they know we have Tribe run over that Seraphine Stoner bot lane a little bit, and it is going to be the Seraphine.
Yeah, okay, that's a pretty nice pickup to go for. Also, Tribe, they like to play potentially around that champion from time to time. But Tribe here, especially getting yourself rid of the Xayah, I think that this is a matchup where you talked about the Ezreal not getting played a lot. I think this could be one where there's a very clear opportunity to see the Ezreal come through. But first pick, normally if you don't see a ban and you're on the blue side, you like to go for the likes of the Ziggs. So that's going to be what Tribe go towards for their very first pick in this first game of the series. And especially when you're going to have in the hands of Snitch, you know that this is a champion that he likes to play from time to time, and he's pretty comfortable in the champion, I would very clearly say. As Team Queso, their first pick is going to be for the Xayah. Do they want to pair it up with the Zakan? I would maybe recommend no, because if you go Rakan now, Braum, Alistar, they're open, and as Xcandal said at the start of the show, you don't want to pick in those kind of champions, so I would pick the support a little bit later on down the line.
I did mention, though, that the Team Queso bot lane is kind of known for Xayah Rakan. Like, it's just that is their pick. You see it, like, they play it all the time in solo queue. They played it a lot across a lot of their competitive games. I think in almost all the Origin series games they've played Xayah Rakan. So regardless of the matchup, I think they feel relatively confident. Plus, you know that Leon is not a tank player. So you know that Leon's not going to likely be building big, beefy frontline picks. With the Gragas, is getting locked in, but I think that's very unlikely going to be for Leon, because clearly we see the Fiora locked in. So you know you're not going to be playing into a ridiculous number of tanks. However, Gragas support as an option into Rakan, because you know that the Xayah is picked up, is a good flex option here. You have a great counter engage when Rakan looks for the knockups. So I wouldn't be surprised to see that the Gragas be flexed into bot lane right now for Tribe.
Yeah, I'm just happy that Team Queso didn't try and rush towards the Rakan, but as you said, they're very known for this duo matchup into the Dragon lane, so they're going to go for that pick regardless. Yeah, I mean, okay, Lee Sin on top of it. I like this one. There's some really clear, strong engage potential. You pair up the Rakan, the Galio, and also the Lee Sin. They are looking to get access to your backline, especially it's going to be the Ziggs, and whatever ADC you decide to go towards, that should be also the next focus for Team Queso. Seeing what the ADC is actually going to be. Xing Zhao, and I think you make a video on this champion just recently, I think today. Hey, pretty decent champion that I think is very clearly underrated in the current landscape of the game.
Well, the reason I made the video is because Doom has been spamming it, and I think every game that he's played in Origins 2 so far has been on Xin Zhao. I love the Ezreal pickup here. It gives you extra mobility. You're going into the taunt from the Galio, the knockup from the Rakan, the charm, the Lee Sin mobility. Like, just having an AD carry with an extra element of mobility is going to be crucial for your chances of survival in these team fights. And the final pickup is the Darius. And I'm guessing that's for Acolyte in the top lane into the Fiora. It is a tough matchup for Darius. I mean, Fiora is the queen of the top lane, or the queen of the Baron lane right now. And she has very few poor matchups. Darius is not one of them. So this is going to be an interesting sort of dynamic now between Acolyte and Leon. But the thing that you know that when you get a Fiora max, you know that Fiora is going to be pretty much 100% split push for the majority of the game. May join fights if she's feeling confident. So we'll have to see if that's the style of play that Leon is looking for.
Yeah, Darius not all in that split push kind of game. Could do it from time to time if he wants to, but will not recommend it. And a good thing too, especially looking in this matchup, is the mobility of a Fiora with that dash. If you get apprehended by Acolyte, then you can very easily create that distance and be in a very safe territory once again. But here we go, back into the Rift once again for our second series of the day. It's Tribe versus Team Queso. I would have to say, Xcandal, that this is potentially the hypest series we had so far throughout all of the games yesterday and today. These are two favorite teams entering into this one. Team Queso representing the Spanish community of Wild Rift in the esports scene, and then you got a side of Tribe, which just I called them an Avenger level threat team yesterday, and I'm going to call them that again because they got so much experience on other games before heading into Wild Rift, and as a team, they are deadly given the right circumstance, but it's a little bit emotional from time to time. Leon and Snitch especially, I'm going to have to call you out, guys. If they lose the game, they tend to lose their cool, so I'm hoping to not see that happen in the Origin series.
Ooh, Leon. Oh, that's a very big early play here.
Yeah, I guess the Ignite 2, the Burrow will be popped away. That's going to be 2 summoners already down the drain. But yeah, he tried Leon and Acolyte, we said it right, really aggressive. They'll go for the fight if they can take it.
Oh yeah, and again, Leon just baiting out the pull from Acolyte. Dives in, with the lunge, then looks to use the riposte immediately when a good apprehend opportunity presents itself. And Leon now is going to crash a pretty solid wave early on into the tower here. And that's a good start. It's also allowed clear priority for Doom to go for an invade onto the Krugs. They're actually maybe looking to bait out Acolyte. He's level 2. This is going to be really hard for him.
Maybe he might hit level 3 during that fight. Apprehend does connect to get some extra bit of CC on the slow, but he's going to be actually given the first blow potentially over. Doesn't have the flash. He burnt it earlier, and that's Tribe. Kill number 1 in 1 minute 49 seconds is going to be gone on over to Tribe. I'm not sure if it was Doom or Leon, but they got it regardless, and that's a great start of this game.
That is textbook Leon and Doom, though. This is exactly the play that they make almost every game. Because Leon has so many carry-oriented champions in his pool, Doom does like to invest resources into him early, and you'll often see Doom, as soon as he hits level 3, look to make a play on the top side of the map. He either can make the play, or he can go for the Krug invade and steal away some camps from the enemy jungle. And again, they just caught Acolyte. I mean, it was Leon did the setup before we even got here, right? Leon forced Acolyte down away from the tower very early on. He was only level 2, and they caught him before he head back towards that tower. They're putting pressure on the right side of the map here to put the thumb on Queso. Queso's top laner is a very strong player. If you put him under early, you tilt him a little bit, you put him behind in gold, especially as a Darius, it can feel a little awkward to try and get back into the game. And I'm really loving this pressure. And Doom is back up there again, going for a lane gank.
Is that how you feel, Xscandral, in your games when you're playing with Doom? He's always on your lane helping you out.
I mean, I don't play Baron lane with Doom very often, so no, he never comes to my lane. He just always permanently goes top.
Wow, that's kind of sad, man. I'll have to press F in the chat for that one and get the violins out. But Leon going for a little bit of an engage on Acolyte. Doom not going to find the opportunity just yet. He's got to clear the bottom side jungle. The red buff and the Krugs are open for himself. You know, the thing is with Leon, which is very scary, is if he gets the lead, he will 1v1 duel or even 1v2, because Leon, he does that. He do be doing that from time to time. He's going to continuously split push, and there's no way for you to stop that unless you send 3, potentially even 4 players to actually take care of him. So he's going to request a lot of resources from Team Queso to make sure those split pushes don't happen. So they need to make sure that Leon does not get that far ahead, because if he does, he's going to be, I would say, the start of the end for Team Queso. Get himself a nice apprehend, actually procs his passive down. He could almost go for the ultimate, barely gets it in time. Actually, oh no, he's already level 5, just hit level 6. But still going to force Leon to dash away from that fight, get himself a true shot barrage from downtown, but will nowhere be close to that kill.
Yeah, a little bit of an awkward apprehend, a little bit awkward riposte location for Leon here. Apprehendable right under the tower. Doom is in the vicinity, but Ruiz has come to essentially stop Doom from going for the tower dive, or at least make it awkward to do so. That is a little bit of a pain right now, but look at this. I mean, Friend, they're just like going straight in on this dragon.
Yeah, Evu getting some significant damage in that fight. Gonna have to move away from that at the very end. There is entrance. There you go. Ruiz will be able to join the fight, and Tribe now not looking too healthy. Was a Rith, especially being full HP, serving as that front line, going to reduce a lot of that AP damage output. Has to be cautious of how he positions at the end, though. There you go. The root is going to be there. The taunt is going to be strong onto Doom. They do lose himself the Rakan. Ebu already going to be there on the back line, trying to get some damage onto Snitch, but Snitch able to just barely eke his way out of range. True shot barrage from a distance will not be able to have that impact he was hoping for. Team Queso cleared themselves that slate clean, but Doom is still there to make sure he can contest that dragon. He also got Friend still around the corner trying to contest it. Wall jump on over with the explosive seed. Doom does avoid himself at that taunt last second. And Shazette almost going down. He's solo. The smite is very early. He could get it stolen. And yet the smite is too early. Leon joins the party late, but it doesn't matter. You get the kill, you get the dragon, and now the fight goes back in favor of Tribe at the end.
How on earth did Leon get the steal with what was just a basic attack from Lunge?
He smited too early. It was like down to 30. Ah, that's the F, man. Come on.
You hate to see it. You hate to see it. Triforce picked up now for Leon as well. This is the thing. You give Leon resources, he will carry the game. He can be a little coin flip at times. He can be a little coin flip at times. We know he can. Let's take a look at this. Okay, I thought this was a suicide play from Doom. Honestly, I really didn't think that this was like a decision that was going to work out well for him. And in isolation, it didn't. He didn't have. He just didn't have smite available. Yeah,
he did. He smited at 400 HP. He smited it way too early, and it went down to 30. And Leon just perfectly timed. I do agree with what you said, especially about Doom maybe going for a little bit of a suicide mission there. Though it worked out at the end because he was just buying time for Leon, and I think they communicated.
Exactly.
So that's the play.
That was the play. I was about to get to it. It was clearly a communication setup between them. Doom, and this is why I think Xin Zhao is actually pretty underrated right now. you can use his second ability to mark an opponent and then immediately dive to them from what is ridiculous range. And that's part of the reason why I think, that in PC, we are seeing Xin Zhao played a lot in the meta right now. And I think Wild Rift does mirror PC a little bit and then kind of catches up slowly. So I'm loving seeing that now. It looks like Leon is a little bit caught out here. I would have actually liked to have seen him dived across the wall in this scenario, but regardless, It looks like he's a little too strong for both these guys to kind of match up. He's going for the 2v2 right now.
He didn't proc the Grand Challenge, and now he's going to be burning out, and it could have been a kill actually over to Acolyte, but it's going to be secure by Andres Dead, trying to poke it from a distance. Ziggs joins the party. Yeah, that's definitely Leon. It was a close attempt, but the fact he didn't proc the Grand Challenge ultimate, that heal could have been enough to take a 1v2, but a little bit too close at the end.
I think he was looking to proc the Grand Challenge, clearly. Honestly, that was class. That was Leon in a nutshell right there. That play kind of embodies Leon in a nutshell, like always thinks he can outplay, always looks for the angle to kind of go for what was the small percentage play. Gets punished for it, though, in this scenario. Like, he would have been able to get back to tower very easily, and they would have really, nothing else would have happened. Looks like we're going to see an anti-dive come through with the Galio ultimate. The hero's entrance buys a bit of time for this bot lane to survive a little longer. Still waiting. I think the first tower of the game has gone down. Leon again finds another kill here, drops the Rift Herald mid with Doom, and they may be able to open up that tier 1 as he does get taunted up, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's the quickness, plus also the Grand Entrance that will not make matters easy for them, though the Herald used pretty early, actually, before the Infernal Drake. I thought because the Infernal Drake was going to be up, they might decide to go that way, but they not only gave himself a play, almost 2 plates in mid, they also gave himself the tower down in bot lane, so they increased that gold once more, but Leon dying, that gives some bounty gold over to Team Kesto's side, so if the gold is positioned properly, it could kind of give a nil of a lead in the next skirmish for Team Kesto, but regardless now, Infernal is going to be spawning in 50 seconds. Both teams need to be fully prepared for this fight, because if Tribe take it, they're going to start building a lead that's really hard to come back from.
If Tribe take it, this will be almost like a game-ending play. Let's have a look here. Leon just looking for the 1v1 versus Andre, has that Grand Challenge. Comes back in, stops the second part of the Sonic Wave damage, which is the execute damage coming through, and Leon very happily finds that 1v1. I think they dropped the Rift Herald mid because they assumed that Leon wasn't going to get killed, and they were trying to go for that mid lane tier 1 take with the Fiora. Unfortunately, it didn't play out that way. Got some nice setup, though, for Tribe here on this Infernal, but Leon is kind of pathing over towards the top side of the map. He does not have teleport. He's gone for Proto Belt, which A, is classic Leon, and B, if you don't know, you can actually proc Grand Challenge marks with Proto Belt. Not a lot of people know that about Fiora, but it is another way to try and proc Grand Challenge marks. So it looks like we're going to go into a strict 4v4 with I think Leon is just the strongest member. Nice cask, though.
Yeah, going to have to use the ultimate, the Feather Storm, to move away. The Blade Cooler will not do anything when he scratched the surface of Tribe. And now, once again, they used a lot of resources away from the side of Team Kesto, instantly put the focus back on the objective, while Leon is just trying to, Leon clearly doing Leon things, trying to be a pain onto the Baron side lane. And they're trying to push mid. But unfortunately, Team Kesto, a little bit too slow on that one, as that's going to force the response instantly. Mega Inferno Bomb going to be soaked up by Ruiz on that shield. And Leon once again getting a few pokes here, left, right, and center, but they will not push any further. But they got so much damage earlier with the Herald, and Ziggs, there you go. Ziggs doing what Ziggs does best, and now he's tearing down your towers in a matter of seconds.
I mean, this is why Ziggs is picked so often in competitive, right? Like, you don't even need the wave sometimes to be able to take that tower. And that tier 1 mid has now opened up the map hugely for Tribe. Like, they are now going to be able to start putting aggressive vision down in blue or red side jungle. They're going to start to be setting up picks more often with Leon. He's going to have much more information to execute on the split push now, because that vision line can be pushed more aggressively into the Team Queso jungle. And especially with Baron on the cards, this is something that clearly Tribe are going to want to try and leverage to their advantage.
Yeah, also got himself a second item now, Manamune with also the Triforce, so he's going to start to be an even bigger threat coming into the next engage. So I want to say, one player that we've been overlooking a little bit has been Friend. He's been doing some big damage, especially with those True Shot barrages, and the setup for the likes of Leon and then Doom to follow up on those engages has been really strong, but Friend, I think, has been a really good creative opportunities for Tribe very clearly in some of these fights.
I think Friend clearly on the Ezreal 201 has had a pretty solid game, but realistically the game has been driven through Doom and Leon for the most part. Queso have struggled to cope with the power of that top. We even highlighted it before the game. The winning side is going to come from the better top jungle, I think, in this matchup. And right now, the better top jungle, especially the better top, and I really didn't know why this Darius was picked, by the way. It's a really bad matchup into Fiora. There aren't many good matchups into Fiora, to be completely fair to Team Queso. But yeah, it just feels like the better top jungle right now has been Tribe, and especially Leon, strutting his stuff. And I do genuinely believe if Leon put the work and time in, he will be the best player in Wild Rift.
4-man taunt from Mariz. He's going straight for the back line. Gets a really good amount of initiation. Going to try and always wait. It's stolen out by Team Queso once again. Against so many Baron steals today. I'm loving every single second of it. Memorize going to hit either Repost and Leon. He's going so deep in a 1v4 currently. Maybe a little bit overzealous, and that will cause his demise. Makes it a decent trade, but they still got himself the Baron buff. That's a big win over to Team Queso to weather the storm versus Tribe.
Weather the storm is the perfect way to describe this, because it will purely be stopping Tribe from ending. It was actually a really intelligent play from Ruiz. He essentially jumped into the pit, used his taunt to zone. He bought space for his team to come over the wall, and that allowed. So we're actually going to look at it now. This is the kill from Leon as he goes on to Acolyte. Actually uses the Protobelt away, and the True Shot Barrage gets the kill, which is really nice, really lovely placed. Don't know if we've got the Baron fight. Okay, we don't have the Baron fight, but essentially the Ruiz went in. He bought space with his taunt to allow both Andre and I believe Mesmerize to get over the wall, and then all that was needed was the space to allow Lee to get a smite uncontested, and that was a relatively uncontested smite coming out from Andre there. He was able to get it for free essentially.
Yeah, nice explosive cast. I feel like in an episode of Spectrum Cup Man there. Get off my tower. It's now in mid. That's going to be the engage. Dragon's Rage coming on through to make sure he can create that distance once more. But Leon, yeah, he's like, we don't need to fight. Going to go straight for the top side of the map and try and create just once again a little bit more discrepancy versus Team Queso. He's just trying to be an annoyance in their side. Thorn in the side of Team Queso as for the time being. Dragon about to respawn in 20 seconds. So we're going to see a lot of the players currently on the Rift ready to go for those resets, get some extra items up their sleeve, and get prepared for another 5-on-5 that should be happening fairly soon. Oh, there we go.
Ruiz, look at he's basically bought loads of space. The Galio ultimate buys even more space, so it was taunt to push back Tribe. Galio ultimate to again push them out of the pit, and you could see that Doom was nowhere near to smite. It was just really intelligent play from Team Queso to give them the opportunity for the steal there. Obviously, they haven't even converted it into a tower. It was, as you said, a Weather the Storm pickup for them. But with the next dragon spawning, there may be another opportunity to look for a team fight. You obviously have the Elder going to be spawning after this. I mean, I'm not sure about that one that engage, honestly.
Yeah, not looking too good. Doom pops the ulti also. They're trying their best to get himself the kills confirmed in the mid lane position. That's going to be the double over to Doom. He will be taken down at the very end, but it doesn't matter though. Got to be careful, friend. A little bit too close from Ebu. He does some severe amount of damage, and he's going to be dashing his way forward there thanks to the Protobelt. Also, Andrew Zed just completely cornered by foes, and there's no escape on this one because Tribe are clearly taking no prisoners in this game. Acolyte going to try and take the fight once again. Grand challenge. He wants to go for the turret dive, and the body slam makes it oh so much easier as Tribe gets the ace, remain as a 3-man, and are tearing down the mid lane towers.
They should, with Leon, be able to pick up an inhibitor tower here, which is a huge win. They now should be able to reset, set up for that first that dragon fight around the Cloud Dragon, and that is a massive win for Tribe off the back of a very scrappy team fight. Honestly, it was a terrible engage by Memorized. I don't know why he went for it in the first place, but he got punished aptly. Yeah. And then just Leon again finding these last-minute rotates. Let's take a look here. Doom, obviously on the front line, very squishy Xin Zhao build, so he's not exactly tanking. And Andre just able to really pop off on Lee Sin. You can see why Lee Sin is such a higher priority pick. He still has a lot of execute potential, but this is what we're seeing Leon do over and over again. He's rotating once the fight is kind of already underway. He comes in relatively unnoticed and just starts picking people off from the sidelines.
And this is what we've clearly seen from Tribe in the past few months in community-run tournaments, if they be C-tier or B-tier events. They are a team that very clearly, when they win a fight or they get themselves a skirmish that goes their way in any shape or form, they'll be turning it into objectives. Like that one fight that they won there, they got themselves an ace. That's 2 towers in mid, one of those being inhib and 1 tower in bot. The amount of gold influx they get every fight that they win is absolutely mental. Now standing strong at just about a 10,000 gold lead, but the Drake is going to be focused and it will not be stolen away as Tribe will smite it just in time thanks to Doom. He does get the ulti, but Leon, once again, doing Leon things, going straight for the backline. The Mega Inferno Bomb does make things so much easier for them. They do not show their face versus Tribe anymore as Team Queso moving away in fear as a 4-man crew.
My goodness. I think Tribe just completely running this game over from the top side of the map. I think obviously Friends had a good game. I think Doom's clearly had a good game. Snitch hasn't really had to do anything. This game hasn't really been about the bottom side of the map, though. This game has been about Leon. Look at the amount of resources that they are expending to just try and kill him, and he's still getting away time and time again. A free Baron through split push pressure. Team Queso knew they couldn't contest it because Acolyte had already died, and Leon is making their life a living hell. He is showing you how to split push effectively in Wild Rift. It's not about winning the game. It's not about even taking towers half the time. It's about creating enough pressure, finding the 1v1s, and making it so difficult for the enemy team to actually respond to neutral objectives on the map, or really anything on the map.
Yeah, and now that Baron buff for Leon is going to make it so much easier. Oh, one basic tackle to even if it's down to 50% HP. You must be kidding. That's too good. And just said a little bit too far in this fight, and instantly going to be taken down by Friend because he can create that distance, that gap between his foes very easily with that Arcane Shift. And I think they're looking to find closure very soon here. If they get one more Inib Tower after Sex Scandal, this is clearly looking like a GG.
Yeah, I think this has been GG for a while. I think because you can't contain Leon in the side lane, like as you can see, committing 4 people to him is still not working out. I think realistically, you are just it's time until the game's over at this point for Team Queso. And I think you don't exactly have the scaling in your favor either. In fact, the scaling is heavily in favor of Tribe. So the longer this game goes, regardless of how these team fights and how these skirmishes are going, the better it is for Tribe overall. And they should now be able to take the win.
Yeah, this is maybe one of the games where it's better to go for the FF button, as that's going to be game absolutely shredding the competition in their first series versus Team Queso on stream itself. And we expected Tribe to be really strong. They were clearly one of the favorites coming into the Origin series, and they take it by a very clear landslide. They got themselves the early lead thanks to Leon getting that kill into the top side, assisted by Doom. Leon must know how it feels to get carried just like Excounder and Ranked a little bit there. So I'm going to come after you a few times there. I feel bad, man. But
go to break, mate. Just get to break.
Go to break. We'll go to break. Okay, we'll keep roasting Excounder on the backside. So we'll see you guys back on the desk with Trid to break this one down.
Welcome back to the Origin series. That was pretty much what we expected to see from Tribe Gaming in that past series. They're definitely coming into this upper bracket final as the favorite. And Team Queso, I think they were trying to get into this, but towards the end, I think it just all fell apart, didn't it, Max?
They gave it their best shot, and even though we talked about it all about the start, the thing is with Team Queso, I think that they have some really big highs and some really low lows, and I think this is one of the games where they just had already the draft of Darius, and Excandal touched upon it. I think they clearly didn't work out. We knew the game plan that Leon and especially the entire team of Tribe were going to go towards. They gave it their best shot, and for the Darius did not work out at all. Allowed to get some very early advantage and lead in favor of Leon, and off the back of that, they just started building this huge empire in this game that was just almost impossible for Team Queso to come back from. They had a few opportunities left, right, and center to kind of, as we said, weather the storm, but it was just clearly not going to be enough to really stop that pressurous game coming out from Tribe.
Yeah, the early game was really important for Tribe, Max. I agree with that one, to be able to set up the advantage. One of the things they were able to set up was they sent Doom into the top lane to try and help out Leon early. Kin's got a replay for us. He's going to go ahead and take us through that.
Yeah, I got a couple of clips that I'm going to show you here, actually, Trid. The first of which is this you probably recognize it if you're watching the game. First of all, I want to set context for what you're looking at. Acolyte is level 2 right now. So Acolyte is level 2. And Doom and Leon are level 3. Leon is about to ding level 4 as well. So why has this happened? Well, the matchup is very bad for Darius early on, and Leon was able to punish Darius, force him back to base super early at the 1 minute 30 mark, and you can see Darius heading back to lane. Doom had just gone red into Raptors, into Wolves, and then walked all the way up, just skipped his blue, skipped the River Scuttler straight towards the Krug area. So he's looking for Acolyte coming back into lane. Acolyte has already lost quite a lot to tower. He has a big wave. What's more importantly is just here, you can't see, there is a huge wave crashed into tower. That is gold and experience, and they have another wave coming up, as you can see on the minimap. So he is going to lose a lot if he dies in this situation. And lo and behold, he kind of knew. You could see that he kind of knew from his body language what was going on, which feels even worse. He knew what was up. But this is devastating in this matchup. Not only is it a bad matchup to begin with, but now you've lost a ridiculous amount of experience in gold to the tower, and you've given Leon more of a platform for success.
And, this was an early setup for Tribe Gaming, and it was going really well for them towards the end of this entire series. But then we cut across to the Baron. This was the semblance of hope that Team Queso had, and I'm going to steal your phrase once more. They weathered the storm. Can you take us through this one again, Kiernan?
Yes, can take you through very quickly. This was a good play, right? You see the AD carry pushing Leon on the bot side. They had vision, I think, with this ward here and where Lee Sin was. They knew exactly where Andre was, so it was a relatively good call. But I want to praise Queso, especially Ruiz, for how he played this, right? Ruiz on the Galio jumps in, and immediately, this is great, right? What this does is it forces Tribe out of the pit. All of them have to respect the Galio Taunt. Memorized and Andre are going to come in very shortly and get over the wall. And then watch this again. Big circle of exclusion. You can't get in. Doom is already over. I think Doom's here, but he's obviously wanting to get out of the pit because of the Galio knockup, and he's like about to be jumped on by Andre. So Doom has to get out, and then as you see, he was a little bit too out of range for the smite on Baron, and Andre managed to secure it. So I just want to praise Ruiz for the zoning that he created here. Of course, it didn't help them win the game, and as Max said, it was weathering the storm, but it was a really nice play around Baron to give Andre the opportunity to steal it with the smite.
And Andre's smite steal was just a kind of just slowed down the momentum of Tribe, but it ultimately wasn't going to change the outcome of the game. When we look at the two junglers head to head, and we're going to pull up some stats for you as well to kind of tell the story that's happening here, Doom has definitely been the better of the two when it comes around to the matchup. Gold, assist, like KD level-wise, that's absolutely fine, but it's the gold difference where they really pull ahead, Max.
Yeah, really going to be getting himself a really big lead in that one. And Doom has really been the one to create that early advantage for Leon that we talked about earlier. And then Leon could continuously split push, create points of pressure around the map to force Team Queso further away from those global objectives. And it just made things a lot easier, not only for the likes of Leon, but for the entirety of Tribe. See it mainly by that 7 assists coming his way. He's been continuously present on most of those kills in this game that we're really enjoying. Andrew Zed, unfortunate, don't get me wrong, he has a very strong Lee Sin, but when I think of Andrew Zed, I think especially of Jarvan the Fourth. I think that is by far one of his best champions to play, and I would like to see him go back to his roots, back in the community run tournaments that he's played in for the last 3 to 4, potentially even 5-6 months. It's been quite a while now, and I think that would be his key champion that I would like to see him back onto, because I think he really shines a lot more on the likes of a Jarvan. His Lee Sin was good, don't get me wrong, but I think Jarvan is definitely what makes him seem a little bit more threatening to the likes of Tribe.
And for Tribe Gaming, they played through the top side of the map absolutely on this one. And you kind of said it a little bit in the game, Kiernan. You said that, well, Stitch doesn't really have to do anything really in this match. It didn't, like, the bottom side wasn't really a massive factor for Tribe Gaming. Is that out of the ordinary for this team? Do they typically play through the top side, or are we seeing something that's different from the norm?
No, this is very normal. Leon has strengths and weaknesses, okay? Clearly what you're seeing here is one of his major strengths. He's excellent at carry champions like the Camille, like the Fiora. The weaknesses that Leon has is he's not as adaptable as some of the other Baron laners. He's not exactly a great tank player. He doesn't really understand how to frontline properly. However, when he's playing things like the Fiora, it's clear that Doom likes to invest resources in him because he can just do this. Like, Leon solo won the game through side lane pressure. Like, Acolyte was constantly dying in the 1v1 because Leon just is so good at forcing the issue. As Max will know from Leon's previous MOBA days, he is an extremely aggressive player that will take what looks like on paper to be coin flip plays, but they're plays that Leon feels super comfortable that he can mechanically outplay in. And as I said, I do believe if Leon expands his champion pool, learns to play some other styles, I think he will be one of the best European players, if not the best European player that we have in Wild Rift. And just this Fiora game kind of shows you a little element of why we believe that.
This is a great entry point then to jump into the Origin series. You're seeing the start of the rise of Leon to become that best European player. So it's kind of what the tournament is about. Yeah, Tribe had a bit of legacy beforehand, but, you know, we're still watching the rise of these players. So I'm going to use that as the official mark of game 1. We're going to close that one and move on to game 2. Just going to piggyback off of what Kiernan said at the end of that one. Leon on a comfort pick on a champion like Fiora. Max, do you think it's worth potentially throwing some bans in the way of Leon's pool to kind of put him on those uncomfortable tank champions potentially in the top lane? It might be a way Team Queso would get into this one, right?
I would very clearly say if you want to ban away the Fiora, I think by far it is his best champion for Leon, so I would take that one away if possible. He can also play champions like Camille, so you're not going to be able to ban the entire roster of all the Baron laners available because we got 4 bans right now. But I would say, again, ban rid of the Fiora is a good way to make sure you don't have to take care of those split pushes that much, because compared to Camille, that can split push pretty well, but Fiora can also 1v2, 1v3 like we saw Leon do, so I would definitely go for a ban this game.
I like the flavor. Let's see if I will get my wish of a Leon target ban as we head into pick and ban.
Thank you very much, Trid. We'll see if that one is going to come to fruition for the second game of the series for Team Kesso versus Tribe. As now you know it, Team Kesso, they're going to go for the blue side, and Tribe will be on the red side, meaning that first pick will go the way of Team Kesso. I'm intrigued to see what they're going to go towards. I mean, Acolyte, we talked about him being an extremely talented Baron laner too. I want to know, especially if they're going to try and get a priority pickup for him, knowing he's on the blue side this time around.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm interested to see where these bans go. The ban strategy, I think, for Tribe will change. I think they will end up banning Ziggs, and because I know that is a relatively common first pick. We're gonna see a Tribe Garen ban here. I don't know if we've just missed a ban from Team Queso or whether we're waiting to see that come through. I do have a separate list of bans, so I do know what they intended on banning. I believe they have banned the Fiora away from Leon. So I think that first ban on Team Queso, even though it got missed on the graphic, it should be a Fiora, and I think Tribe are going to end up going for, I assume, is going to be the Ziggs. So I think it has to be the Ziggs here, which limits a first pick. But now, if you're a competitive pick or a competitive team, you've seen a lot of teams go for the Camille first picks, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Camille come through as the first pick for Team Queso.
Yeah, I think Acolyte would like to go towards that one if possible. Also, you could go for Gragas. I mean, we saw that one coming on through very often. You want to go for flex champions early on that can play different roles. Camille does exactly that. You want to play it jungle, you want to play it Baron lane. It works just fine in both of those roles, even though I do tend to prefer it a little bit more in the jungle as of recent times. Now, Tribe, they got their 2 next picks. And okay, I wanted to potentially see the likes of a Lee Sin coming on through. It's a very strong jungler also. That's going to be for Tribe. And now Team Kesso, I said it, I want to see Androzet potentially in the Jarvan in the 4th. Because the Lee Sin's not up anymore, that might be the champion he decides at the end to go towards.
Don't be baited by Lee Sin jungle, because I think there is a good chance this is Lee Sin Baron lane. The reason being is have you been watching Leon streams recently? He has played a ridiculous amount of Lee Sin Baron lane. I think this could be their own Tribe's pocket pick. Like, you assume it goes to the jungle here if you're Team Queso. I think you assume it goes into the jungle if you're Team Queso. But this is just keeping the options open for Tribe. Like, you could very easily, like, Doom's got a great Lee Sin. You could very easily put this in the Baron lane, but I know that Doom has been really hyped on Xin Zhao, and I would not be surprised to see him just continue to default to that. And then you give Leon the Lee Sin on the top side of the map, because it's something that, if you follow PC League of Legends, it has become meta. Like, Lee Sin top lane has become meta, and the Xin Zhao comes through. I'm expecting this to be Leon's Lee Sin Baron lane.
Okay, we got so many predictions to go for on Tribe. I mean, we'll have to wait and see how it's going to be once we go actually towards the game itself. But yeah, Lee Sin might be actually picked up by Leon, so I'm intrigued to see how they're going to turn it out. That's a big front line. The engage potential of Tribe is through the roof currently. They're living in CC heaven, as they're going to be able to make those initiations very easy to deal with. Of course, you're still going to have Galio serving as that front line, but the thing is, you also have yourself then this Rakan, and I think he's going to struggle pretty severely into this one. That front line is going to take you down so quickly. They got the Xayah. I like that. I think against the composition set up by Tribe is really good. You got the peeling. You can escape with that Feather Storm, and also you got the Blade Caller to add some extra peeling to your kit to assist your team to move away. And then another champion that can just get rid of CC entirely. That's Olaf to add to the mix. So I like the Olaf and also the Xayah pick together here, and especially Xayah Rakan's very popular, as you know, probably in the current meta of Wild Rift. But last pick up for Tribe, I want to know what they're going to go towards here, and it's going to be then the Corki, which I believe is going to go then in mid lane position. So yeah, I'm liking it. I dig it coming out from both teams, but I do have to say, I do really enjoy the composition of Team Kesso, because I think it makes sense, and I think I might go towards their comp a little bit more in this game.
I think the Team Queso comp is pretty standard for Queso. Like, the Xayah Rakan, as we said before, has been essentially their go-to bot lane almost every single game in the Origin series that they've played. So they go for that Xayah Rakan pickup, and that gives them the opportunity to kind of have a strong team fight with the Rakan. And then obviously then coming in later on, you're going to have the Olaf and the Galio to follow up on it. So I think that they've got a very strong team fight comp here, like very good skirmish comp, and the flexibility of the Camille. What Camille offers more so than the Fiora is, yes, she can split push, but she's also a strong team fighter, strong isolator, and you're also running the very tried and tested Camille Galio combo coming out. The Camille Galio combo, if none of you have seen it, is rather dirty. You just throw the Hextech Ultimatum on the target that you want to lock down, and then you just Galio Ultimate on top of the Camille, which means that no one can escape the knockup. You can get immediately taunted following. It's a very difficult combo to play into. But it looks like Clue flashing Gage.
Oh, Flash gone. They're going to go for the full initiation. Doom will be at the tower, and the minions actually take the aggro at the Anasa First Blood very early, going away of Doom. And Doom is always there for those First Bloods, it seemed. Gave it to Leon in game 1. This time around is going to be for himself. And not going to get the double Scudder control, but yeah, it shows that Doom, no matter what time of the day it is, he's always going to look for those early fights.
Yeah, Doom is, again, a super aggressive jungler. He always looks for these little edges. He'll always really go very aggressive as well. I love this too. He's come in to protect his own Krugs. So he's come to protect his own Krugs on the top side of the map to stop the invade coming new from Andre. Genuinely feel like Doom has had the edge versus Andre in this jungle matchup so far. Just has constantly applied pressure to his lanes. Has given a little bit of a snowball over to Snitch as well. Let's take a look at that once more. I want to see, like, this is a great flash engage from Clue. I love where he body slams as well, because it kind of knocks Ruiz a little bit further away from the tower. You can see that Doom was as confused as anybody why he didn't take tower aggro there. He was like, "What? Wait, why is the tower not hitting me?"
I know, right? Yeah.
But I think it's because he cast the ability when he was outside of tower range. And then, yeah, the nice kick from Leon, though.
Yeah, Dragon's Rage moves him away. Hextech Ultimatum, it's dropping a 1v2 now, but it's not going to be working out at all. It does become a one-on-one trade at the very end. 1 kill going away, of Andres said, but yeah, I mean, giving it a shot, and Doom continuously going to be present in that Baron lane, and Andres Zed just can't really do too much into this one. He's going to go for just a few little pokes left and right, but nothing will come of it as Snitch is trying to assist it and get that damage. He is level 6, got himself the ultimate, going to try and package his way forward. Well, not package, sorry, he's going to use himself the Valkyrie. He gets the snipe, he's going to take the turret aggro, and also with the Hero's Descent. Snitch, you went too far, homie. The CC runs on down from the heavens, and that's going to be kill number 2 going to Team Kesso.
I actually don't mind that 1-for-1 trade, though, overall. Though it looks like something went horribly wrong in the bot lane. Leon here to back it up.
Yeah, Evu going to try and move away. He's got himself potentially the Blade Caller to play around, but not in time. As Leon, then he said he's been playing it a lot on stream recently, and it really shows that he's been training that champion, as he's just completely dominating it when he joins the fight.
Yeah, I don't mind the 1-for-1 trade that Snitch put through there, because it's actually put Ruiz's ultimate on cooldown. So you trade 1-for-1 with the jungler, but you actually burn the Galio ultimate, which means you're not going to have the Galio ultimate for the next Dragon team fight if that is a fight that you're intending on taking. Let's take a little look. Yeah, I was going to take a little look back here. That was a 1-for-1 in the top lane. Doom can't quite find the engage onto Andre. Here comes Snitch. Just misses the Phosphorus bomb. If that Phosphorus bomb hit, it would have been GG. Just manages to trade 1-for-1 overall, but you have burnt the Galio ultimate. And I think that's a huge deal here, because now we're at this fight, although it looks like Tribe did not get the setup correctly and we're into a team fight.
Yeah, very early Dragon's Rage actually also coming out from Leon, very surprisingly so, though he's going for the full initiation. They got himself the Drake, but can you survive the fight that follows up? Apparently that is going to be a no, as Team Kessler lose himself 3 Acolyte, and just said, and Memorize chucked right into the bin by Tribe themselves, and now they're going to turn it into another tower and even maybe a kill to Evu. Doesn't have himself anything to really move away from this fight. The Featherstorm is just not going to come on through. Ruiz also just a little bit too deep in his engage, and he's also going to be an extra pickup. They get himself an unofficial ace into this fight, and they're also going to get himself a tower. This is Tribe once again off the back of one good fight, taking so many objectives.
Yeah, loads of key ultimates not available. And again, Doom just, oh my god, that was a beautiful engage.
That was such a nice play coming out from the Memorize, though, going to get himself the CC with a quickness. Hextech Ultimatum to follow up from Acolyte and get himself actually 2 kills into that one. But he's traded off back and forth. Doom and Leon never giving up on these fights, and will be able to bring it back from the brink of death.
Yeah, but I would say that's advantage to Team Queso. I think a little overstay from Tribe. They clearly wanted to utilize that strong Dragon team fight that they got to go for that first tower of the game on the bottom side of the map, but they were not able to do so. And now Team Queso have been able to batter down 2 of these plates on the middle tier 1, which has allowed them to potentially come back to that later, maybe with the Rift Herald, and get a free tower in the middle side of the map. Sorry, Max, I got so hyped about that little setup from Clue, but actually when you look at it, HP bars weren't really good enough to go for this. And I think realistically, while I think it was an even trade overall, at the end of the day, Team Queso will be very happy recouping some of the gold and protecting that first tower from going down.
I find it very interesting you're talking about Clue, as I do believe Doom is going to take himself a fight towards the bottom side next to the Dragon Pit. He's going to get chased on down currently, as Snitch getting some decent poke on the likes of Memorize. They're going to be conversion in this position, but Clue, just a few months ago, he was the sub, surprisingly so, for Tribe, and he was the support sub for normally Friend. If Friend was not playing support, that was how things were going to go. Clue would be the one to jump in, and now he went from being a sub to being such a talented individual in the support position, I really like the rise to fame from Cloyolone, and I think he's really just fully adapted to this full-part role in the support position for the team. I'm loving it, but no! The Grand Entrance is going to be completely cancelled out by the Dragon's Rage of Leon, and the Explosive Cask is there. Not even necessary because the damage of Leon was just too high for him to bear with. You re-engage, Hextech Ultimatum locks Leon down, making it really hard for him to escape from that fight entirely. Team Kesso will have to take the fight from their tower. They will not go any further, and now the Herald is up. That's instantly going to take the focus off Tribe.
Yeah, Tribe taking a couple of coin flip fights here, though. I mean, at the end of the day, Snitch was not in position to kind of engage that fight, and this is a little awkward because you can see Team Queso trying to get mid lane prio. They're trying to go for the mid lane tier 1 take as that Rift Herald's been focused down. Engage from True.
Yeah, Clue, big body slam once again onto Andrew's dead. Doesn't have himself the ultimate, currently on 50% cooldown. Grand Entrance, that's the kill going away of Memorize, though. You need to give those over to the ADC if possible, but there was not quite given the opportunity to do so. Double kill, actually. Okay, Memorize, might have to try and build some AP or AD damage output. You start to carry this game. 14 Kesso, that will be great to see. Great knock-up. Riz able to just barely survive at the very end. And Team Kesso actually putting on a way better fight compared to what we saw in game 1. Leo Leon, maybe going for the re-engage. Great Dragon's Rage, gets himself the CC plus a kill. That's a double to Leon. Memorize Ibu, they don't want to try Leon out because he knows that they have a chance of losing it.
Yeah, I tried just walking in one by one off the edge of that there. I think Leon playing very aggressively, has to be super careful. As you can see, Ibu super good at knowing when to use that Blade Cooler, get that root off. But Leon scrapes back some gold from a fight that went so badly wrong for Tribe. And again, they were running in one by one into that engage. Unfortunately, Snitch caught out very early on. I think they were obviously committing him a lot of resources to protect that mid lane tier 1 from going down. However, Doom, off the back of that fight, did just go drop the Rift Herald top, which has allowed them to pick up that first tower of the game on that top side of the map. So that's going to give a slight gold advantage to Tribe. It's not a huge gold advantage. It is very slight, but it's enough to potentially work with as we've got some big item spikes picked up for this first fight. You can see Leon is at GA, Youmuu's Ghostblade. He is a big threat to the backline. Looks like they're going to go for it, though.
Yeah, Valkyrie package, going to move on forward, trying to split away the rest of the team of Team Kesso, but it doesn't matter because Snitch is just completely out of the fight, trying to get access to the backline, but it doesn't really help. Snitch, where are you? Because Tribe are struggling when you're not there, mate. Acolyte goes for it once more, connects the kill onto the likes of Doom. Friend, you have to be careful going back to the tower. Yeah, I think Snitch just a little bit too far from the rest of his team to actually back them up in that engage.
But I think you're also seeing some of the weaknesses of the Tribe comp right now. Like, this is not a team fighting comp, realistically. You don't have a lot of CC. You can't really contend with the layering of CC that Team Queso have got with the Rakan, with the Galio, the combo between the Galio and the Olaf, the combo between the Galio and the Camille. Like, take a look here. I get what Snitch is trying to do. He's trying to make it difficult for them to walk through the package, but they don't care. Look at the rest of Tribe around the Dragon Pit, taunted up, knocked up, charmed, and they just can't respond to the back of that team fight. And one of their major sources of damage, Snitch, is not able to re-enter the fight from the other side because he's being zoned away by the rest of Team Queso.
Yeah, Memorize too. You've got himself so many strong knockups with a Grand Entrance. Typically, he was an old Brawn player. I mean, not an old Brawn player because he can still play it, even though he does get banned a lot of times in the Origin series. But yeah, he's able to really find himself super comfortably on this new champion that he plays quite a bit now, which is this Rakan. And he's been able to set up too because you go for the Grand Entrance, followed up with a quickness. You're going to charm multiple targets. They were also well stacked up too on top of each other. And then you have, of course, Riz with a Hero's Entrance. He's going to get also that potential taunt on his ability. The combos, you talked about it, right? The fact that Tribe do not have a clear cut when it comes to a team fighting composition compared to Team Kesso. Not only is the composition strong for those 5-on-5 engages, but they played it just so damn well. It's like a knife through butter. It worked out perfectly as planned. And now Tribe come into the next fight. They need to find a plan to deal with that, or otherwise Team Kesso might start to build somewhat of a decent advantage.
The smaller skirmishes are definitely in favor of Tribe. You've got a lot of really strong skirmishing champions. Lee Sin, Xin Zhao, even the Kai'Sa on the smaller skirmishes works really well. Straight up 5v5s, you do not have any crowd control to speak of. You've got the Gragas barrel and you've got the Gragas body slam. Realistically, you're kind of lacking some hard CC. Obviously, we have the Xin Zhao ult and the Dragon's Rage kick as well, which can be useful in certain circumstances. But when you're looking at team-wide lockup, you know, I'm talking things like the big taunt from Ruiz. I'm talking about the knockup and the charm from Memorized. You even got the Hextech Ultimatum, which kind of push people away and isolate a target from Acolyte. I don't think that you have the tools to go into a strict 5v5 versus this Team Queso composition. I think you have to utilize side lane pressure. You have to try and sort of play away from the strict 5v5 fights. Maybe look to try and scale up because you do have some incredibly strong scaling carries in the form of the Corki and the Kai'Sa. However, The drawback is, I get why this Lee Sin was picked, but the drawback is that you have a Lee Sin. He's not exactly super strong in the side lane. He's not exactly like a Fiora who's just going to straight up win as this game progresses. So you have to be a little careful, I think, with your Leon in this situation where you're not actually going to get that same level of side lane pressure as the game goes on.
Yeah, Snitch has to go back to base. Got to be careful. Leon does have GA, so he feels like he can be a little bit more adventurous in his kind of positions. But I agree overall, it's interesting. And we did see Leon try his best to get a little bit of a sneaky split push into the bottom side. Did they get one tower a little bit earlier in this game? There's an attempt that they know that these 5-on-5 are not going to go their way. But another split push comes out from Acolyte. Definitely a lot more enabled thanks to that one. Triple knockup from the Dragon's Rage of Leon. They don't want to take it any further for now, at least. The thing is, you're very clearly seeing there's a lot of fights happening in mid lane. Whichever team, and it seemed like Team Kesso might be the first team to do so, whichever team takes that first mid lane tower is going to create a significant map advantage in terms of where and when you decide to take those fights. You can also clear out a little bit of the enemy jungle if possible. So Team Kesso is clearly their next objective that they're going to try and aim for.
I think one of the other problems that we've got as well is that the dragon is just about to start spawning, which is obviously another big 5v5 objective that Tribe are grouping up around. There is a top lane wave that is pushing. It's slow pushing in favor of Tribe, but you can see that Acolyte has made his way up there to threaten that tier 1. But again, Tribe, the question is going to be asked, does Tribe want to team fight? And they don't really have a strong team fight team. We are going to see the Ocean Drake started up here, but this may just be a complete deja vu of that previous fight. And I do actually think Tribe have learned because they are giving space over to Team Queso.
Comes up the slow on the sweep. Nicely done. Ebu going to get so much damage actually from the backline, and he's just so comfortable. Killer Instinct from Friend trying to make it through, but Ebu is just so well protected. They're all around him. Gets himself the Blade Caller, some extra root damage onto Friend, trying to go golden last second. Acolyte, you better get away from there. He's got the shield to back him up. Snitch trying his best to escape that entire situation, but you know he can't do so. This is too sticky of a place to be in, and now they get himself the pick, they get himself the fight, and now they're going to get himself the mid lane tower.
And this is now where you're starting to see some of the weaknesses of that potential champ pool on the top side of the map. This is not a strong team fight comp, and Tribe are being baked into team fighting. The Lee Sin pick definitely made sense in the context of a flex in draft, but in the context of what it plays towards in terms of Leon's strength, he's not found the 1v1s. He's not found the side lane pressure. But watch this, right? What are you doing as Tribe here? Like, how can you react to this? You don't have the tools. As soon as you see that engage coming through, you maybe have to just like instantly throw down the explosive barrel from Gragas. But at the end of the day, your comp does not have the peel required. It doesn't have the front line required to facilitate a front-to-back style team fight with the Kai'Sa and the Corki. And honestly, Queso are lavishing that. They are loving just going straight into these fights, knowing that they have the CC advantage. The 5v5s are in their favor, and Tribe, unfortunately, are not at the stage in the game where their carries are strong enough to instantaneously burst that front line.
Yeah, and Mirage just keeps hitting the best quickness I've seen in a long while on this Rakan. He just disabled the entire front line. Doom can't do anything. Leon just can't move around the map too quickly. Acolyte is once again going to get those split pushes. He's given, it seemed like Tribe a shot of their own medicine almost after that first game, and Leon just continuously split pushing around the map with that Fiora. The fact that they banned it away is definitely a good improvement and learning curve for them. So big wave push once again with the Baron buff. Going to be really hard to clear away. Those goes for the Ragnarok. And trying to give himself some decent damage. That shield, by the way, is nutty. 50% of his health bar was just absolute shield. Clue just way too deep in that one. Will regret that decision later on down the line. And that's going to be one extra kill, get himself the tower, and looking for the Inib tower to follow it up.
Yeah, it's only shield for magic damage, though. So there is still obviously like physical damage areas that you can move. But that's, again, what are you going to do there as Friend? You get caught out. Doom's desperately going for the last-ditch play. Does finally get a kill. But at the end of the day, I think Team Queso are on the verge of taking this second one away. And honestly, I'm going to point back towards the draft. You ban the Fiora, you first pick the Camille. I think you're putting pressure on Leon's champion pool. I think you're putting pressure on Leon's playstyle as well. And you can see when you don't build the significant advantage for Leon on the top side of the map and you haven't drafted a strong team fight, Queso look a lot better.
Yeah, Leon, I don't know what he tried that one. Corgi about to close off, of course, coming out for Team Queso. Leon tried to take that little final skirmish there to try and keep them around because they were low. Maybe saw that as an opportunity, but they just saw that they killed him. Like, okay, well, we can very quickly turn it again. Now we can actually close off the game, and that's Team Queso pushing it to a game 3 in this series.
I think that was inconsequential what Leon was doing there. They'd lost the game at that point. I think at the end of the day, he could do whatever he wanted. He knew whatever he was doing was just a pure meme at that point because they'd lost the game. I think that is a clear example of how drafting against Tribe can get a bit muddy, especially when you've got a very carry-orientated top laner. The Fiora goes, the Camille gets picked. Those are Leon's 2 biggest split push threats taken off the board. He goes onto the Lee Sin, get the value of it, but the team fight comp, you could not deal with a 5v5 as Tribe. And unfortunately, Leon wasn't able to put as much side lane pressure out. He did not have the same kind of edge versus Acolyte this game. And that, I think, kind of undid what Tribe were trying to do this game. And when they came to 5v5s, they didn't have the peel. They didn't have the execution to stop the engage coming through and stop that layering of CC. And unfortunately, the carries were too exposed.
Yeah, I think we got a lot of things to say on this game. They're just unfolding here. But we know what? We still got a third game for this series between Team Queso and Tribe. So we'll head on over to a break before we break it all down with Trid back on the desk.
I'm feeling pretty big-brained because the very thing I tried to set up before the game actually happened. I love it when that happens, but it's not about me. It's about Team Queso equalizing the series, going 1 apiece, and that was one of the avenues for success for them. They ultimately targeted out Leon's champion pool. They made it quite difficult for him to play in the playstyle he wanted, and it made fights pretty much impossible for them throughout the game, didn't it, Scoundrel?
Yeah, it really did. There is, I think there's a fight that we've got on the drawing board. I don't know if it's ready to go, but there is a fight that we've got around the dragon fight, which kind of it perfectly illustrates what you were just highlighting here. This is okay. The Infernal Drake, really important. It's the second Drake of the game. It's an incredibly important Drake that you often see a lot of teams fight for. The idea for Tribe is that you make Olaf completely useless, right? You try and make it so that he cannot run at your team. The problem was they didn't set up for it. So they just decided to commit to the Drake. They gave way too much space to Olaf over here. He was able to make this full walk round the pit, taking almost 0 damage. So once Olaf was able to Ragnarok in here, he sets up for Memorized, and he also sets up for the Galio. So we're going to watch it in just a moment. Right. They commit very heavily to the Drake. Watch Ragnarok. He walks all the way round. Like, he just walks all the way round for free. No one does anything. And he just takes no damage. I actually think this was a good package from Snitch. Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah.
But then he Valkyries away.
That's the
he
one.
Packages then Valkyries away towards the mid lane. I think if he just packaged and looked, I get it because Acolyte's here, right? But if you're distracting Acolyte and if you're distracting eBay by staying in this vicinity, you might be able to force a 4 versus 3 around the dragon and end up winning. But at the end of the day, it was I think it was a good placed package because you can see it zoned out Ebu completely over on this side. But Olaf was able to walk in for free. You get the Galio Grand Entrance, which knocks up these two here. Friend is just doing his best. Ruiz is over on this side as well. Like, they set up so perfectly for their CC in the middle of the fight, and you can see Ruiz lands a huge taunt onto 3. These 3 people just instantly taunted up, and then you saw, unfortunately, that CC chain from Team Queso was too difficult for Tribe to deal with. And at the end of the day, even though the team fight wasn't a massive victory, it wasn't a clean ace, it was a team fight win for Queso when they were behind and they secured the all-important Infernal Drake.
That damage obviously going to give them a huge boom for the rest of the match, gives them a definitive lead, and enables them to tie up the series. So let's put a bookend on game 2, look towards game number 3. Right, we're going the distance. A spot in the grand final on the line right here. A guaranteed position where you don't have to fight through the lower bracket or any of the other teams down there as well. Pretty sure both teams want to avoid that. It typically is for the best. So we know that a way in which we can target Tribe Gaming is to hit the champion pool. Let's spin it around though, Max. How can Tribe defend against that and get an ideal thing in pick and ban?
Oh, Tribe, we're going to go towards... I mean, to be honest, they should be switching back sides, so they're going to be onto the blue, back against it. That means that first pickup is going to be coming their way. By default, that can help because they typically are a team that when they get one strong pick, they build a composition around it really strongly. We saw the Fiora back in the first game. We saw this time around too, but that was a time on the side of Team Queso. I think that the bans are still going to cause them a few issues. I do understand the play that Lee Sin, they tried to do around the Lee Sin for Leon. I would like to maybe go towards a team that has more team fight potential because that's something that Team Queso, and this is one thing I love about them, they're so good at learning over time and evolving every single match that they play and are involved in. now Team Kesso, they know what to do versus Tribe. If they split push, they know what to do with Tribe if they don't have a good teamfight composition, and it worked out great in the second game. So if I were them now, I would be very careful that you do not give another opportunity to Team Kesso to retaliate and go for a composition that's really good in team fighting for Tribe to try and push it into 2-1 in their favor.
Right then, well, it sounds like you've got the read on this one, lads. I'm going to leave you to it. Game number 3, winner takes it all and gets the spot in the grand final.
Trid, spot in the grand finals. What a spot to take indeed. Let's see if they can potentially make it work out. But here you go, Xscandral back in the draft for the final time for the series, and we got a lot of expectations set for this match.
I was smiling because we get given the bans ahead of time, and I know what case to have banned. I know what case to have banned, and it's making me smile because it's like we talked about it in the last game. It's anti-Leon, right? They banned Fiora first pick Camille on the previous game. What do you think they're going to do this game? They're on red. They can't first pick. Yeah, they're going to ban Camille and they're going to ban Fiora. Okay, so like I think this is clear what their game plan is. It's clear because it's also what we were believing from that previous game as well. They seem to be resonating on that same level. Get rid of Leon's 2 best split pushing champions, and then you put him in an awkward scenario because Leon doesn't play frontline. He doesn't play tanks, and that is, as much as you may want to say it's not, a weakness of a Baron laner in the current meta. If you don't play frontline well, if you don't play tanks well, you are limiting the style of compositions that you can play as a team, and that is one of the things I think. The ban phase right now is clearly, I think, cutting some of Tribe's power away, but they do get the Ziggs first pick, a very strong competitive pick in the meta, something that Snitch is very cold and calculated with, and that may allow them to have an edge versus Queso coming through.
Yeah, you just can't go wrong with overall this pick of Ziggs. Reason why, because it plays with basically anything, so you can still build something very strong around it. Seraphine going to be the first pick up for Team Kesso. It can be played in mid, technically, but you typically like to see in the support position, so that's why I'm expecting it to get actually played by them, and Memorize can give it a fair shot from time to time, though Gragas being taken away. Gragas, actually, I would say here, Xscandral being very clearly one of the best tank champions that Leon typically plays in the Baron lane, if that's something he's going to go towards, but Darius is still up, and that is a champion that I even saw him play sometimes in a jungle position, so you might give that one a shot. Or Wukong, we saw it did get buffed up on the Golden Staff, where you get extra healing. I think is now 80% on minions in the laning phase, so you can get that done. Maybe that's going to be the attempt, but it's a flex champion to try and hide away from Team Kesso what the true strategy actually is to back it up.
Yeah, and they're going for a Lulu Wukong combo as well, which is really nice. I think you've probably seen that before, like the Wukong ult, and then you just use the Lulu ult on top of it as well. So you have like a double knock-up into a triple knock-up with the second activation of the Cyclones. So, you know, I think that's nice. I think most people believe that Wukong's still better in the jungle. Even with the buffs to his laning phase, I think most people believe that Wukong is better in the jungle. So I'm assuming this is going to be Doom in the jungle. No surprises. No points for anyone that guesses the Team Queso bot lane, by the way. I will give you nil points for going for the Xayah Rakan, because that has been their go-to pretty much every single game, and it will continue to be so. But the Seraphine Gragas, that does make me feel like Gragas will be a top lane tank Gragas into Leon. We're going to see a Jinx coming through. Jinx Lulu into Xayah Rakan. This does give a very late game weighted edge here through the Tribe roster. I'm interested to see what their final pickup might be, though. Lee Sin. Okay. I mean, that is flexible. Doom can play Lee Sin. I haven't seen Leon play a huge amount of Wukong Baron lane, but that may be the case that we see a bit of flexibility between the two of them. But if it's Lee Sin top lane into Gragas, like Gragas is considered a counter into Lee Sin. Gragas is considered a counter into Lee Sin because you can body slam the Sonic Wave, and it is a Olaf picked up at the end here for Team Queso.
Yeah, so it's going to be then Lee Sin onto the Baron lane, and jungle Wukong going to be starting to the red side. So interesting run of events for them. We'll see how things are going to run out. But here we go, ladies and gents, our third and final game of this series between both Tribe and Team Kesso. Don't have the overlay up there, but that's fine. I can tell you, take my word for it. It's 1-1 so far in the series. As we'll see, this is, as Trid said on the desk, the spot for the grand finals for Group A. And to set the scene a little bit, I find this very interesting, Xscandral. Just a month ago, 2 months ago, we had this team that was called Na'Vi, Natus Vincere, a big org in the scene with the old team that was just dominating. And I would say at the time, they were the best team in Europe at that moment. And now the team has changed, completely disbanded, and now it's a completely different Na'Vi team. And we have now that throne at the very top of the European region. And we need a king on that throne. And I think these two teams of Team Queso and Tribe could definitely fill in that spot that Na'Vi has left open and left vacant. I still want to see a little bit more from these guys, but we are looking with this Origin Series to see which is the new best team in Europe, and Tribe and Team Queso are definitely looking like two of the favorites to take that spot.
Yeah, Tribe actually lost in that final to Na'Vi, so Tribe were the second. Actually, Queso in that particular tournament that you're talking about had an awful time of it. Actually, they went out very early on in that particular phase. Memorize taking a ridiculous amount of damage, but does trade back with Aibo able to land a Blade Caller nicely onto the Jinx. Going to be an interesting game. Going to be a really interesting game. You have a very strong team fight again from Team Queso. They do draft towards this 5v5 potential, although Doom has head down towards this bot lane. A lot of damage onto Aibo.
Yeah, nice knock up there. Memorize will be able to assist the likes of EB to move away. No first blood this time. Very surprising for these two teams taking it head to head. Normally you'll see a first blood in less than 2 minutes, but it seemed like a little bit of a slower time this time around. But yeah, Doom on the Wukong, I mean, he's really good at creating those initiations for his team, and the Wukong does exactly that. You jump on forward, you regen with a Golden Staff, you get the Cyclone knock up CC twice, by the way. Looking definitely a lot better of a team composition than what we saw in the first game, so I'm already a little bit more down the line of Tribe having a fair shot at taking those 5-on-5, but when you look at the team fight potential on the other side, I'm still a big fan of, the Gragas, the also Encore coming out from Riz on the Seraphine that then played in mid position, and the CC of Memorize. I still think that when you're looking at a 5-on-5 setup, Team Queso take it by a pretty significant margin.
I think the 5v5 from Team Queso is better overall. I think Wukong remedies a lot of the problems that Tribe were having with their kind of comps, but I still think that if you get into a 5v5 brawl when everybody is of equal HP with all their cooldowns up, it is a Team Queso win almost all the time in that scenario. Now, I've said with all of their HP up because there is clearly a Ziggs that you have to deal with, and Ziggs has got excellent poke and can definitely win a team fight before it even begins. But we have to kind of get to the stage where Ziggs is threatening enough for that to be the case. But yes, I agree. If you go into a full-on fist fight for the first dragon or whatever, you go into just when everybody has their ultimates up and ready to go, Team Queso win that almost all the time. But with the Ziggs, you can do a lot of work before these team fights even begin. You can look to isolate people with the Lee Sim. And you also have the backup, a strong team fight tool of Jinx Lulu, which is a very, very good combo to work with when you're in these early fights. So it's not completely out of it for Tribe. I don't think Tribe's team fight is bad, but I do think Team Queso's does trump it ever so slightly.
Yeah, I do want to say be careful. Doom has not gone for the reset, and you had already a very early reset that happened about 15-20 seconds ago for Andrew Z, so he's got himself a little bit of an advantage when it comes down to pure items. You already got yourself the Luden's Echo purchase for Snitch on the Ziggs, and already got yourself the Yumus for the likes of Lee Sin played by Leon. So already some big item spikes being hit for them. Sunfire Aegis already coming on through for Acolyte. So already got 2 tier 3 items being purchased for both teams. So it should be a very interesting run of events, but it seems like none of them is ready for the fight for the time being. They're not going to go and be too adventurous because there's no big lead that's been created right now, unlike the 2 last series where you had those very, very early kills come through. So yeah, a lot of respect coming out in this last series, and they know this is a golden ticket to the grand final spot. So you want to make sure you put everything you can in this game and not take too many risks, which is why you're not seeing these big early kills, or at least early kill attempts coming out from both Team Queso and Tribe, because they know that this has some really big risk and repercussions if you lose this game.
I mean, Doom doesn't really have a jungler that can have that same kind of impact this time round. He is also, isolated a little bit in this river right now. You can see that Queso are poised. Massive level advantage for Andre. I don't know if you've clocked it, but Andre is actually almost level 8 heading into this potential dragon fight. Doom is a little further behind. I think it's because he hasn't cleared his topside jungle, so he still has his blue buff up and available. And Andre now will be starting up this dragon. Lee is, you can see Leon is making his way down. Nice bomb. I mean, that's a good start.
Yeah, going to put them a little bit further down. Also, True Death Rocket is going to get a lot of damage added up. The dragon did get secured away actually by the side of Team Queso, but now unfortunately they can't escape from this fight. True, you get the damage buff, but nothing's going to be following up on that one. Andrew Zed's going to be burning on down thanks to the ignited damage, and that's going to be almost the ace. I mean, Andrew Zed trying to play a little bit hide and seek in that position. You got to be careful, move away from that fight entirely, Acolyte, as Leon, he's just thirsty for blood right now. Doesn't have the ultimate anymore in that fight. Tries to zap him down and move away from that tower. They're not going to get the ace. The players are currently respawning, and I think they paid attention to that, so they moved the focus from Acolyte over to the tower.
Yeah, it's going... Oh, you can see Acolyte tried to clear the wave out, but it is the first tower of the game. And, okay, I'm going to loop back to a couple of things that we said just in anticipation of this fight. Lovely play, by the way, from Team Queso to go for this mid lane tier 1 because they've got Prio in the mid lane, and obviously all of Tribe have had to back here. I don't know if Tribe get back in time to stop this mid lane tier 1 dropping. That is a beautiful response from Team K2. It's the best response that you could physically ask for from this team, and getting that mid lane tier 1 is big. But if we were to look back at that team fight, obviously there is potentially a fight going on, or as you can see in the lower screen right now, look at their HP bars. We talked about it. If they are full HP, which they are not, and Doom finds the big engage, they whiff the Seraphine ultimate, Leon joins the fight way before Andre and forces a 4v5. The work done before the team fight opened up was important there, but I can see there's another team fight taking place around the Rift Herald in that lower screen, so we'll have to jump back to it right now.
Oh, well, Tribe, we arrive a little bit late, but that doesn't matter because they still win it. Take down Acolyte, take down Andres Zed. Nice bouncing ball coming out from Snitch. And you said it right, despite him not being really there for those big on 5-on-5s, he can set up the rest of his team so amazingly well by getting the damage of the bouncing bomb, also the minefield, and especially that Mega Inferno bomb that was the reason why I would say that they very clearly won that fight versus Team Kesso by a landslide. And now they're trying to add a little bit more cross-mapping, get more towers to try and reduce the goal lead that was trying to be built by Team Kesso, but it's clearly not there yet.
No, I think also one of the major things that led to Tribe getting that victory was that Acolyte was way too slow. Like, Leon was just a massive step ahead of Acolyte in the rotation down to that team fight. And by the time that he joined, he was able to instantly blow up Memorized in the back line. Just that rotation, that heads up from Leon, much more a sort of head in the game style of play from him that allowed him to have a huge influence in turning that team fight around. Well, wasn't even turning around. I think Tribe were on the end, but it was a really like a win more addition to the team fight there for Leon. And honestly, really well executed. Doom found a beautiful engage once that Seraphine ultimate had gone wide, and a very impressive stuff from Tribe, who now sit at 6-0 in kill score. So haven't even given up a death to Team Kesso right now.
Yeah, just for Brand West getting purchased by Acolyte also to try and make sure he can reduce a little bit of the healing from the likes of Doom. But I'm especially intrigued after this series, no matter who takes the win, if it's Tribe or Team Kesso, we're going to have an interview. I want some personal insight on how the series is coming out. Leon looking for the engaged body slam away for Acolyte. Pretty good mobility, should be fine. But yeah, Acolyte, typically, this is a Gragas into a Lee Sin, which is typically a really good counter pick. You mentioned it early in the draft, and seemed like he is getting pushed back a little bit heavily by Leon just now. But big focus in mid. Tribe there's the 3-man crew, as the next Drake is going to be Infernal. So then we can truly expect a proper 5-on-5 to happen.
Yeah, of course, we want to be looking for where Doom chooses to set up the Rift Herald, as it will be looking to create some natural priority in the lane around either away or around the Infernal Drake. You could drop it bot and maybe go for a tier 2 play. You could drop it mid for some instant priority around. We have an engage, though. Again, Memorized going way too deep here.
Yeah, that's a Dragon's range actually from Leon. I thought it was not going to be worth it, but you know what? Seemed like they got himself an Ignite and got himself the kill last second. Trying to get himself the tower to add on top of it. I mean, the Dragon's not hit just yet, so I will say, hell yeah, you do you, my friend. That's completely okay for you guys to do. Yeah, as you said, an overstep very clearly coming up from Memorized after an amazing game 2 of this series. A little bit surprised, but it seemed like the wave is not there. The clear's a little bit too fast, especially thanks to the Seraphine, so the turret is not threatened just yet. But now the Herald is here. Now that's the true threat coming on board, as not only do they get priority in mid, they're going to create priority into the jungle side to get potentially that Infernal Drake. But no, that's going to be actually Doom looking for the initiation potential here. Gets the first set of knockups with the ultimate and instantly into the Encore. A single target Encore, very surprising coming out from Riz. Now the team has to backtrack. They're taking too much damage, especially you see in the side of Tribe and Snitch doing way too much damage to keep them away. And that's almost 2 plates coming their way and forcing Team Kesso back to base for a few of them.
I mean, Snitch is going to constantly push that in because it is within that execute range. It was getting towards that execute range. As, oh my word, Leon again looks to find Andre, who has to, for Memorized, who has to back out of that fight almost instantaneously. But you can see Andre has made his way over. How long until Snitch has that Mega Inferno bomb up and available again? Obviously, Doom not yet on the map. They're trying to use that advantage of having no jungler to go for this Infernal Drake, and Tribe look a little desperate here, but they are doing enough to force Team Kesso away.
Yeah, a little bit sandwiched up. Team Kesso got to be careful. They're going to build a focus on one player so far. Body slam into the quickness. Friend will be able to move away, but he's got no mana. You've got to be careful. Can't peel away with those nades if possible. The Seraphine is still continuously keeping them away, but the ultimate's got such a big cooldown. You don't have the Encore. You don't have that extra charm to get that big team CC. Once again, Memorized, losing his life along the way. The Dragon's still up. Nice Mega Death Rocket onto Ruiz. Will not get taken down by that one just yet, but these fights are a lot closer, and it shows how important these fights are, but Tribe just clearly coming up ahead.
I don't know, though, because Doom has been making a couple of awkward plays in these team fights. Yeah. Honestly, like, he's been going in, looking for the executes on the fight. Oh, my God, Leon again. Just when you need this guy to smurf. Just when you need this guy to smurf. He bloody smurfs. What an absolute beast he has been this game for Tribe. I mean, he had a relatively good game in the Lee Sin last time round, but again, finding a crucial pick just before a game-changing team fight, although that is a little bit too far.
I like the explosive cast there, able to split away. Leon, he knows he's just a little bit too far in no man's land, and he will cause himself to go and get picked up by Team Kesso. Infernal Drake still up, but no one's able to go for the Infernal Drake for the longest time. This might be a game where we just have, 3 or even potentially 2 Drakes at the end. We'll get to Infernal pretty quickly. The Elder form, should I say.
Ibu literally bought teleport to come and join the fight, but look how low they are.
Doom, you don't have your team. What are you doing, mate? You got to get away. Wild Growth to try and potentially back him up a little bit more. Goes for the re-engage CC onto Risk. Gets nothing. What's going on? What's happening here? This is so weird for a final game for spot in the grand finals, by the way. And this is happening. What?
They're trying to buy time, okay? Snitch has just gone back to base. Leon's coming back in. They are again looking for the engage. Memorized for the knock-up.
No, he doesn't get picked away. He's taking a little bit more damage, but will not burn to his death. So, especially Leon, he's ready to jump on over, and he loves to go for these fights when they're all so low. Gets himself the Proto Belt forward to get some extra bit of damage added on top of it and close the gap.
That's it.
He got rid of the jungler. There you go. Got no more smite, and Leon, he's ready to potentially snatch it away, but they all moved up so far, and there's no steal opportunity for him, and it will be secured and going in favor, I believe, there of Team Kesso. And actually, yes, it will be Ruiz getting it last second. Doesn't have the ultimate back up, but the Mega Inferno Bomb doesn't matter if you have the ult or not. If you're dead, and you go straight back and get condemned back to the fountain.
What? An absolute fiesta. The last 5 minutes of this game has been, Max. What have I been watching? It's just been like a conveyor belt of players into the Infernal Drake. And whoever comes out on top, a little bit unlucky there for Tribe. Leon did have the Sonic Wave. I think he could have committed and executed the Infernal Drake there, but it would have been close. Either way, Tribe edge it out slightly because they have taken that mid lane tier 1. But what on earth was that just constant? I mean, that was a team fight that lasted maybe 5 minutes because people were going in and in and in again. Let's take a look. This was the fight. Okay. Leon's dead for 20 seconds at this point in time. Doom finds a nice engage. He's trying to push them out of the Dragon Pit. All Doom's trying to do here is stop them taking Infernal. He doesn't really care about the fight. Leon comes in here, doesn't actually find the best kick in the world because Andre somehow gets away with it, but he does take out the jungler. But Doom is on about 2 HP and dies instantaneously as a double kill. Really good play from Acolyte there. And at the end, Leon comes through the side lane, doesn't quite find the execute on it, but they do pick up mid lane tier 1, which is going to give them a bit more control over this area of the map. Interestingly enough, that fight took so long that the 3rd dragon of the game is going to be the Elder, not the 4th, because that fight took so long. The mechanics in Wild Rift. Wait a second.
Oh, there you go. Wait a second. The quickness wants to get into also some nice damage. Ruiz did get himself some good CC onto the Encore. It's re-engage time. And Doom is so damn beefy. Look at that freaking health bar. It's just way too big. And those chinking down pretty heavily. Still got the GA have to move away. Weather the storm. That is the time for Tribe in that fight to move and exclude himself from that fight because they're way too low. But no, memorized. What is going on? You can't afford to go that far. You know they got too much damage. Tribe sure don't get too much, but that's 1 kill. They're going to go back to base to get some extra items. Whew. This is a game and a half.
Friend is playing this game so safe, by the way. Like every fight, Friend, I swear, he's like so scared to step up to the team fights. He's almost full HP. I mean, a Ziggs is face tanking more of these fights than Friend is with the support of his Lulu right now. Goodness gracious, what is going on here? Great punish on the knock-up here. Doom's ultimate might have looked a bit funny, but it was zoning away the Seraphine and the Xayah at the start of this fight. And he's super tanky with the Stone Plate enchant, so it bought a lot of time. Nice flash away to ensure that the Blade Caller doesn't kill him. Then Memorized, what are you even looking for there, Memorized? Ends up dying at the end of that team fight, and it's another single pick. But I want to reiterate, it was a single kill as a result of that team fight. Nothing else actually went in favor of either team. Just a single kill picked up for Tribe.
Yeah, got to be careful. Memorize also on this Rakan, one of the squishiest support champions in melee form, at least in the game currently. So you will get taken down really quickly by Tribe if you do that again. So hopefully he's going to learn from that prospect and get himself a little bit better. But objective for these two teams currently is curate and create. You want to create yourself a lead after 1 good fight. And because you've got so many big objectives and you're so far ahead in the game, I'm mainly thinking at Tribe right here, Scoundrel. If Tribe win a big fight, having that Ziggs on your side, you're going to clear towers like it's absolute nothing. And you should very easily and quickly get access to those inhib towers. And the inhib towers most of the time is what tips the advantage in your favor a lot of the time. So Tribe, if they win the next fight, they could literally find almost closer to the game after one significant engage. So it's that close, and you can see the Team Kesso by their body language, how they're playing around the map. They feel the pressure, they feel the heat, and they want to be very cautious. And when they take a fight, they want it to be the best fight opportunity they had in this game so far.
I do want to point out that there is a key item that I think is still missing for Friend right now, and that's the Runen's Hurricane. I really think Friend needs to get that item for the next team fight. Otherwise, he is kind of limiting that power of Jinx, despite actually having more gold than Ivu on this Xayah, who has got 3 completed items. Just want to see, that would have been a nice item to have in his back pocket in the wind up to this Elder. Look at the zoning coming out, though. There is a lot of zoning. I mean, this is how you deal with an Olaf. It's big.
Yeah, Doom, be careful there, a little bit too fast. We've got the GA. Doom goes in once again for the backline. The knockup's not big. He's going to get himself memorized. Seems like that will be happening. The Blade Caller not going to be connected on anything of value just now. Team Kesso, a lot of players extremely low. Lose himself now, 3 players. Anjustead also will be the next one to follow up. Acolyte, the last player currently standing, trying to move away from that fight. Re-engage with the body slam to try and get as much as possible. But that's the ace, and Tribe surviving as a 4-man team. And with that Ziggs, they should get the Inib Tower.
They should get they might even get the game. I'm not going to call it just yet, but they might even get the game at this point in time. Because you have a Jinx and you have a Ziggs. Like, this is a straight push. They're looking for the end right now, Max.
Oh, yeah, they got himself the Sacral Charge. That's going to be the passive of Snitch working and paying dividends in this game. And that's going to be set, game, and match. As Tribe takes himself game 1 and also game 3, secure himself the series and secure their golden ticket to move into the grand finals of the Origin Series for Group A. What a series, Xscandral. Clearly the best game I've seen in a long while between these 2 teams of Kesso and Tribe. But you have to have a champion. That's how it goes. And Tribe was just the better team in this series.
Yeah, just that crazy infernal fight. Like, that was nutty from both sides, realistically. But I do believe the Wukong was the nice little addition that kind of made that Lee Sin feel a little more viable. Just the CC that the Cyclone provides is enough to facilitate the movement of Leon around these team fights, and it provides enough space for that Jinx Lulu to really pop off as well. It was a beautiful play, and right at the end there as well, massive credit to Doom. He's so tanky on the Wukong, had that Stoneplate enchant, was able to single-handedly separate and zone that team fight out to allow his team the space. And finally, when the item spikes were there, Friend steps up with the Jinx and does what Jinx does at that 3-item spike, almost 3-item spike, but does what that Jinx is supposed to do and really pops off.
Yeah, the dive forward, the Wild Growth paired up into the Cyclone onto Doom was just amazing. The knockout, it was just bouncy Castle City on this one, and it really paid dividends for the entirety of Tribe. But you know what? My forehead is shiny because I'm sweating because that game was too good, okay? We need to have a little bit of a breather here. We're going to head on over to a break, and after that, we'll be back with Trid, and I believe maybe an interview with one of the players of Tribe. So we'll be back after this break.
Well, there you have it. Grand final secured for Tribe Gaming. They had to go the distance, though, and it was looking pretty shaky at times there in game number 3. Looking back at the draft, the game plan was exactly the same as last time. Target out Leon, but this game, it didn't seem to matter so much because Leon was coming in clutch with a couple of these plays, Max.
Yeah, it worked out really good. I think that the main thing that Leon clearly had the opportunity of doing with the Lee Sin, and that's what Lee Sin does best, is you punish someone overstepping. Most of the time, unfortunately, and I said so many good things of Memorize, it would just go too far, a little bit too adventurous, and check out positions where he should not be in the first place. And Leon just, well, I'm sorry, mate, but Omai wa Mushinderu goes for the backline and he goes for the Dragon's Rage. Nothing he can do. So yeah, just those small little mistakes are clearly enough in matchups of this skill level to build a lead and get an advantage. And this time around, Leon was the one to initiate some of those fights and create a man advantage in the skirmishes.
I just want to say really quick, like, Leon actually had an insane Lee Sin game, and apparently, I didn't even know this, he hit a 5-man Dragon Rage kick at the Elder Dragon. I just want to put that out there. Apparently, there was a 5-man Dragon's Rage kick we didn't catch on camera. But apparently,
we didn't catch on camera.
That must have been the culmination of his play that game, because I think he had an insane Lee Sin game. Frankly, really popped off.
All right, then. Well, we're going to speak to one of his teammates. I'll see you lads in a second, because I've got Stitch on the line for an interview. Snitch, hello.
Hello.
I bet you're feeling good after that, right? Grand final secured, first monthly final. Sends a bit of a message for Tribe, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we're definitely, I don't know what's happened to my voice. I guess I was yelling too much. We're definitely super happy with how we performed. Speaking of yelling, you know, this may be a surprise to the general community, but I've never heard Leon as loud as I just heard him in the last 5 minutes. So yeah, the attitude's definitely great. We're super happy that we managed to win the series.
Well, comms is a good place where I'd like to start, actually, because I'm not going to lie to you, the Infernal Drake fight or the sequence of events around that was a bit fiesta. I want to know what the comms were like trying to orchestrate keeping Queso away from that Infernal Drake for the longest period of time.
I don't know, I think we're actually surprisingly calm, but yeah, I guess at some point I looked at the clock and I realized like 5 minutes had passed, but it felt like it was probably like 100 years. So, I mean, it was probably the longest dragon fight in the history of mankind. Yeah, I think actually we were surprisingly calm about it. It was like, okay, I've got to reset, I'm out of mana, you know, then friend is like, okay, I've got to reset, I'm low on HP, and we kept like cycling who could actually fight. And it was always like, just space them out, play around Ziggs, get a reset for Jinx, you know. I think we were actually quite controlled about it, but they just kept coming back, man. It's like solo queue. It's like, we keep killing them, but they just, suddenly there's 3 more of them back again. And I guess they were feeling the same way about us. But yeah, I guess eventually, you know, we managed to edge them out with enough poke and get a reset going.
One of the players we were talking a lot about, actually, because the draft was kind of tailored around Leon, I feel. He's getting targets out in game 2 and game 3. How easy was it for you guys to kind of react to that? Do you have the strats in place if Leon gets targeted like that? Because game 2 didn't really work out for you. We felt like in the draft, but game 3, you were able to come out and win. So I just want to know, you've got the support system in place there if Leon gets targeted like that, right? Because your teams are probably going to do that again.
Yeah, I mean, certainly. I mean, we used to have a lot more issues, I guess, when Leon hadn't expanded his champion pool quite as much. He commonly has a thing where he says he needs like 50 games on a champ to be able to play it. So we had to wait for him to get like 50 games on Lee Sin, and then suddenly we could draft again. Basically, I don't know, Leon tries to add a new champion to his pool every month so we can stay ahead of the enemy teams in draft, because he is often targeted, and I mean, it's very warranted. I mean, you saw what he did in game 1.
Yeah.
I mean, even in game 2, he was having a great game. I think we just like had some misplays in the early game that gave him a bit too much gold. Like, honestly, I think our draft was pretty fine in that game, but we just ended up like giving them a lot of gold, and they kind of ended up outscaling us. But even still, he still had like a great game, great scoreline. Like, he's always star player, always performing well, like regardless of matchup, regardless of game state, he's always bringing something, even in like just communication. You know, I was talking about him screaming, but you know, he's always calling the next thing to do, talking about where we should plan, you know, the next setup. Like, he's a great asset, and yeah, I think that's why teams like to focus him so much in the draft phase.
All right, well, you're in the grand finals already. There's still, I think, games going on in the lower brackets where we're not even sure like who's going to be joining you there. Are you aware of the 4 teams in the lower bracket, or do you need a reminder right now?
I'll take a reminder, yeah.
Okay, so you got 7 free agents, Crane Real Betis, Team Future, and Game Lord. Now, out of those 4 teams, if you had to guess right now, who would you say is joining you in the grand finals? Oh, also Team Queso as well, you have to think about.
I mean, I've heard of that Game Lord team. I thought they were really good, but for some reason they dropped from the upper bracket, so maybe I was mistaken.
Who knows why? A mystery.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I thought Random was the GOAT, but I don't know. Genuinely, Game Lord are an excellent team, and I think it's, even though they have fallen, I think they are probably the toughest match that we'll face. I guess we were kind of hoping that Queso might beat them again for us, because they always bring a really, I mean, Queso was a really hard match today, don't get me wrong, but Game Lord is always just like, always pushing us to our limits and testing us in draft, and they're so creative with their compositions that it's always a bit of a toss-up, like depending on what they choose to pick and what we have to like deal with. And I think they're a really scary team to face, you know, especially because they do have Random, you know, easily the best Baron in Europe. Even Leon would admit it, I think, that he thinks Random's a better player, so we're always super scared of him. But so yeah, I would imagine Game Lord is probably the favorite, but Queso have looked great. I think even Future brought some really interesting ideas. I don't know much about 7 free agents, but I know some of their players, so I really think it could be anybody, but I think I'm expecting it to be Game Lord.
All right, Snitch, thank you so much. You get a day off tomorrow, so you get to watch the games instead, and then we'll see you again for the grand final on Thursday.
Great. Can't wait.
All right. Thank you very much. Let's bring Maxman and Scoundrel back into the room. Right then, lads. Nice little talk with Snitch.
Yeah, it's great. Great to hear from Snitch, and I think I want to just say that I think Random probably. I don't think it's unwarranted to say that Random's the best Baron laner in Europe, but maybe not for the mechanical side of things. I think Random has more breadth. He can play more champions. He has more play styles than Leon. As I love that little. Leon doesn't want to add a champion until he's played 50 games of it in solo queue. That is like the most Leon thing I've ever heard in my life. But yeah, it's great to hear from Snitch, and the boys are clearly in a good mood. They're in that grand final, and you know, I would not be surprised to see Game Lord kind of fight back against Queso and potentially find their way into that grand final, but lots of work still to do.
All right, well, that is the Group A upper bracket final. We've had Group C as well. That leaves us with only Group B. So let's get into our final match of the night. It is, of course, going to be Unicorns of Love versus Trovo Nova in the Group B upper bracket final. These are two teams we've been hearing a lot about, not only in our content, but also when we've been looking at the brackets, we've been constantly highlighting them. It feels fitting that they've both made it to this point in the tournament, Max, right?
Yeah, it's some of the two biggest orgs coming into this Group B, of course, and two teams that have been participating in so many tournaments. We especially talked about Nova, Trovo Nova, that has been clearly seen at the very start of the year, I would say, when the game just released, as one of the best teams, if not the best team. Then you have the very clear rise of the likes of Tribe, also the old Na'Vi roster to contest that kind of position that Trovo Nova has hold. But it's been very clear improvements, and I think we saw that on their match of yesterday, and hopefully they can continue on that launch. But here's going to be Unicorns of Love to try and contest their spot to make it into the grand finals.
Right, I'm getting word from production. I can see the hook in the corner of the stage pulling me off of it. I'm going to disappear and let you guys right back into pick and ban.
We'll see you later, Trid. Thank you so much, as always. Good job on the desk, but we're going to get right into the jar phase once again for our third and final series of the day here. Scoundrel Trovo Nova versus Unicorns of Love. And I'm especially hyped to see how Unicorns of Love has improved, because we saw it also on that little video segment where Coldstar said it felt very shaky at the very start, but now they're feeling extremely confident. So I'm intrigued to see how far that confidence can actually push them in a match versus Trovo Nova.
I think Trovo Nova are the toughest. I think these are the two best teams in their respective group, and I think a lot of people have kind of pegged Trovo Nova as the best team and potentially the favorites coming into this matchup. But having talked to a lot of pro players, talked to a lot of teams, a lot of them do believe that it is going to be a tough competition between these two, and Unicorns of Love certainly are not going to get 2-0'd as easily as some people may be thinking from the outside. So I'm expecting a close series. Of course, it's Wild Rift, anything can happen. We could just see a stomp either way, realistically. But at the end of the day, Unicorns of Love are a good team. They're good enough to fight Trovo Nova on even ground. But Trovo Nova, I do think, come in as the slight favorites in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you make it to the semifinals, you're definitely good enough to give it a fair shot. Ari being banned away. A little bit of a surprise onto that one. I think there's a lot of champions that could have been taken off the board. Maybe likes of a Gragas, also Camille. Known you are on the red side, you want to get rid of those. As I mentioned, a Camille, I would have maybe liked to see that one then taken away. But Trovo Nova will take that one first. Is it going to be jungle? Is it going to be Baron lane? We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, the flexibility is what it offers, right? So that's the point of the first pick. Camille can't really say either way at this point which one it is going to be. The Ari feels like whenever you see an Ari on red side, it's usually like a target ban. There are a lot of like high tier Ari players on Europe, and so therefore like a target ban towards Ari might be the case if you just don't feel comfortable playing into it. Wukong Kai'Sa, very strong rotation here from Unicorns of Love. We've just seen what Wukong can do from Tribe in that last game, and now the Kai'Sa coming through as well, super strong, probably the best. I think she had like a 70% win rate before we came in today. In the Origin series, the highest win rate I believe of any champion that has been played at or at least at a relatively good level, like 5 or 6 games or above. And so I think she has got one of the highest win rates over like 20 something games played. So she's got a lot of win rates to back up how powerful she is. But the Olaf Lulu coming through does suggest this will be a Camille in the Baron lane. We are going to get a Lulu Olaf combination. Obviously, there is always the option for a Jinx, but into a Kai'Sa Wukong, I find that Jinx can be a little bit iffy. So you have to maybe think about maybe having something like the Xayah, which combos pretty well with the Lulu, and you have the self peel of the Featherstorm to protect yourself from that CC application. But look at this from Unicorns of Love. The Orianna getting drafted in, the Braum coming through, straight up powerful teamfight stuff. Very classic ball delivery system from the Wukong to set team fights up, get the good shockwaves off. Unicorns of Love playing a very strict and safe rule book here in way of drafting.
We saw something pretty similar from Tribe last game, where it was actually the Wukong paired up with also the Wild Growth from Lulu. This time around is going to be then, as you said, that ball delivery service. Wukong is purely going to serve as UPS in his game for the Orianna to set it up. Twisted Fate, of course, great strong map pressure. Of course, you want to try and have those ultimates come out as not as a reactive manner, but more as a creative manner to try and create opportunities for your team. Hopefully, that's the way things are going to go. And they're going to go for the Xayah. They have no support. Actually, sorry, they do have a support one percent. They still got themselves the Lulu. So Lulu, Xayah into this one. They can play off of each other pretty decently from time to time. It's not going to be as strong as, for example, the Jinx Lulu, but that's fine. And now they're going for the very strong Baron laner, and that's going to be the Fiora. Maybe they were watching the stream, checking out Leon, like, okay, that's a good champion. If played correctly, he might be good. So we'll give it a fair shot and see how it fights up against the likes of Trovo Nova.
Well, it's a tough matchup for Camille. I think Camille can do fine as the levels progress, but early on in the laning phase, again, Camille can't really trade versus the range of that Fiora lunge, which is difficult for any Baron laner to trade into specifically. The Fiora is the kind of like the ugly duckling of the Unicorns of Love composition. It doesn't exactly fit into the rest of their comp they've drafted, but it gives them another string to their bow. They have another option for a win condition, which is that split push side lane pressure that we saw that Leon exerted, and you can see most Fioras will be able to do the same thing. You look at the comp for Trovo Nova, it's just classic Olaf Lulu. Like, you're just setting up the Olaf Lulu with the Hextech ultimatum from Clemares. Clemares is a very good Camille player, by the way, which is why we're going to see it translated over into the Baron lane. And you do have a pretty strong scaling AD carry and a strong scaling mid lane that can influence the map.
Yeah, it's just a strong combo in general, which is very interesting, actually, you mention it, because in Group A, before the games of Day 2 of the Origin Series, Olaf in Group A had 60% win rate out of 15 games, which I find very surprising for a champion that maybe wasn't as popular just a few weeks ago, but it seemed like in a competitive aspect of the game, especially in Europe compared to the Icon Series Summer Cup, is a lot more popular. But Group B hasn't been played with that much, the Olaf, so maybe something that these teams, and especially Unicorns of Love, will not be fully prepared for coming into this one, so we'll see if they can try to deal with that pick pretty decently for themselves. But this is another series here, our third series and last series of the day between Trovo Nova and Unicorns of Love, which we must not forget, and we must mention this is another ticket to the grand finals. Whichever team between Trovo Nova and Unicorns of Love takes this one, they're straight in that position and avoid completely the loser bracket. So, of course, this means a lot for these two teams, and even though Trovo Nova seem like the favorite into this one, as you mentioned, Xscandrel, if Unicorns of Love can get there, they secure the spot in the grand finals and secure a second position minimum, where Trovo Nova could try and come back in the loser bracket, as nice damage actually going to be coming on through on Snail and Ned, but Pose will not be able to confirm it just yet.
Yeah, that was a solid early trade there from Pose, just able to kind of negate a lot of the pressure that the Orianna can put down in the early laning phase. And you kind of see in Clemares how he's going to have to play this top lane. The waves crashing very early on. It is a super tough matchup for a Camille into a Fiora. Fiora can just constantly lunge at you from range. You really can't trade. You have to look for the all-in, and even then, she can just riposte when you go for the hook shot, so you just get stunned as you're trying to stun her. It is almost impossible. Plus, at level 5, when you have your ultimate, guess what she can do? She can riposte your Hextech ultimatum, which completely negates it and makes it impossible for you to play. It is a tough, almost impossible matchup for the Camille, but you just have to survive. You have to survive, get towards late game, try and win through scaling or try and win through influencing the team. And especially as we had that first dragon being the Infernal Max, that team fight where Clemares can potentially rotate down and have an impact could be all the more important.
Yeah, exactly, because that you're of course going to be seeing this Camille be a lot more impactful in this team fight. That's going to be the TP coming on forth on Pose. Instantly wants to go for the flash into the golden card, but has the repost, as you mentioned, which is so detrimental when you are at a man disadvantage, and gets self the command protect of the Orianna. Snail and Ned rotating just in time. There was an attempt for the first blood, but doesn't come to fruition just yet.
It was a good attempt. It's done two things here. It's burnt some summoners from Coldstar, but also it has relieved pressure on Clemares, which is now going to allow Clemares to pick up a couple of items, get himself feeling more comfortable in this laning phase. Coldstar, now without flash, might feel a little less impactful at that first dragon fight if he chooses to come and join it at the 4-minute mark. But it was an okay play from Pose. Obviously, your ideal scenario as a Twisted Fate is to use that ultimate and pick up a kill. But using it that early on is not the worst thing in the world. And just relieving some pressure in a lane matchup that is very difficult for Clemares is probably going to make him feel a little happier heading back up towards that lane.
Yeah, I do see sometimes those some matchups where Camille would come out on top, and typically you got two things you want to do. You want to be able to burn that riposte in an efficient way. So there's one way to do so. You just try and get a big damage output and try and win it with a minion wave. Not the easiest thing to do, but if you can burn it, then you can play around the Hextech ultimatum. And this is so important. If you win a one-on-one between Camille and also the Fiora, if you get the Hextech ultimatum and you get hit by the grand challenge of the Fiora, you can actually move onto the side of your Hextech ultimatum, so the Fiora can actually proc all the stacks of the grand challenge to get access to that heal. It is something that's very small and it's pretty hard to play around, but if you do it correctly, that is that one small, slim opportunity that you can come ahead in that fight between these two teams. But as we're going to have a quick replay of that fight, the TP, and once again, that riposte was everything to not only avoid the stun of the golden card of Pose, but also make sure that Clemares gets stunned away and can't close that gap any closure, buying a little bit more time for the mid lane to back it up, get the command protect, and move away safely from that spot.
Yeah, no, perfectly good play from Coldstar and buys him that much needed time. Now it looks like Vex are going to start up this Infernal Dragon. They're actually going to go straight for it instantaneously, and Coldstar has not rotated down. So Coldstar choosing to go for a cross map play. This is what we traditionally see from Fioras that don't feel confident in that first Dragonflight, but it is an Infernal at the end of the day, and they are going to get it for free with Unicorns of Love not confident in that team fight this early on. They should be able to trade for the tier 1 on the top side of the map, although I say that might be, I mean, we might see the ultimate come up from Pose. We are going to see the ultimate come up from Pose. This is a huge win for Trovo Nova.
Yeah, they get himself 2 plays. Clamaris, though, that's not going to be a W. That's going to be a big fat L, actually, to be honest, as Clamaris does lose his life in the process, trying to move away. Vex, you've got to be careful. Still has his ultimate currently ready to go, and he will have to go for the Ragnarok. Blade Caller, nice CC on both the likes of Blastara and also Kalisto. So Zach here's got to be careful, trying to get himself a little bit more poke on the likes of Hydra to deny him away from that tower. They're going to keep on roaming as the 3-man crew. As mid is also crashing forward. Unicorns of Love really focused on these tower advantages.
Yeah, they're just trying to find any edge that they can to take down these towers. You can see they are threatening Hydro here, who has to use the Featherstorm instantaneously and the Flash into the Blade Caller.
Yeah, nice CC, though unfortunately not going to get himself the root just yet. Egg Tech Ultimatum, and that's the one thing. Single out the target is out of position. This time, it was Bistara, completely further away from both Zaku and also Kalisto. Nothing can do. That's a great kill pickup for them.
Yeah, and I think just an overstep from Unicorns of Love. They were super keen to try and punish and go for the dive on the Xayah, but she still had that Featherstorm available. It's the reason that we've seen the Xayah picked in this instance. However, that Clamaris kill has allowed, or that Clamaris roam has allowed Coldstar the opportunity to go for the first tower of the game, and that will give a nice gold injection over to Unicorns of Love, who now have a kind of like a 1,300, 1,400 edge over Trovo Nova.
A nice little bit of a gold advantage coming their way. Could be pretty impactful if you turn it into items before this first Elder fight. Well, first and last, because only one Elder, as we know, there's only one Shelly. I think 2 Shellys would be too powerful currently on the Wild Rift. But Unicorns of Love get himself the team. The resets have been coming on through. Clamaris did go for a little bit of a later reset, so he might be joining the party a little bit late. But of course, what does that mean? Trovo Nova will not have priority in the river, and you see that Unicorns of Love will occupy a big portion of the river so far. Going to put the vision down. They do have the Scuttle also coming their way. They can very easily clear everything thanks to the sweeper of Kalisto. And now just a little bit of blank of a question mark from Trovo Nova on this position as to what is happening. Unfortunately for them, they do not know. So that's an Herald for free going the way of Unicorns of Love.
Now, in Trovo Nova, clearly we're not playing towards the Herald anyway, but looking like Pose tried to commit to this bottom side of the map. Has to be super careful because he's going to drop the Rift Herald mid. It looks like they are letting Clamaris go for the tower take by himself, while they try to go for a mid lane tier 1 push, and it's going to actually force Pose to come through with the ultimate. But I think this is going to be a free tower take because of that early advantage that Unicorns of Love had by controlling the wave mid lane and getting a bit of damage down. They were able to convert it into a mid lane tier 1 for free. That's going to accelerate that gold lead even further, and yet to see a tower taken by Trovo Nova because their minion wave control, their rotations have been a little behind the tempo that Unicorns of Love have been setting.
Yeah, that's a very big dub for Unicorns of Love. They use himself Shelly really well in the mid lane, get himself the tower. That's going to also facilitate rotations when it comes down to potentially gain priority in the river, also gain some deeper jungle vision. If you've got a few wards, you want to try and proc into the enemy jungle of Trovo Nova, and also make your fights a lot easier later on down the line for the first the second dragon, should I say. The first was Elder, Infernal, so for the side of Trovo Nova, and there's going to be Cloud. So definitely a little bit easier for them. I like this setup for Unicorns of Love, and they even didn't lose the bottom lane tower, as there was a clear attempt on Clamaris to make that happen, but not quite going to be coming to fruition in the grand scheme of things. As now, there you go, 25 seconds before the Drake spawns. There's still the 2 Baron lanes up top, but you got a very clear intention that they do not want the Fiora to join up, as they're going to continuously try and split push, as Clamaris, he's just chilling into the top side and trying to maybe look for one-on-one.
He's going to go for the engage.
Yeah, nice knock up at the end for the Wild Growth. They're going straight for the back line, and Zaku, I mean, you just can't move away. If you go for the Killer Instinct, you're not going to be able to really create that huge gap you're hoping to go for. Beck's going to try and move out of that position. Doesn't have the GH just yet, so he will have to get taken down later on. Whereas Lee going to get for the poke continuously. A little bit of a back and forth trade there, but they might be trying to get the tower off the back of that.
They're just attempting to push down the tower. It's 1-for-1 overall. You have taken down the AD carry, but the Orianna's still there for wave clear purposes. One Twisted Fate card might be enough, but he actually lands it on the Orianna, so they aren't yet able to take that tier 1. Let's take a look back at the replay. Dives in. Obviously, we see a big engage coming through. Has to go under the tower at this point. Yeah, Olaf is, I think, kind of aware that he's on the on his deathbed in the middle of this fight, and the rest of his team kind of back off and sort of pull back. It is, I think, a team fight win for Trovo Nova overall. See if they can get that tier 1 tower. Looks like the minions should be able to do the dirty work for Pose and should pick up a tier 1, the first of the game here for Trovo Nova.
Yeah, finally going to get himself an extra little tower here. The Baron's about to spawn, and also the second dragon. I keep saying second dragon. I mean, the first dragon came on through very early and get himself some nice damage. Will not have the riposte. That's it. If you force the riposte, that's big. But the rest of the team is there to back you up. ZachQ's joined the party. Kalisto also, he's got the GA now ready to go on the Monkey Boys. So he's going to be doing some pretty severe impact with those knockups on the Cyclone. And in a way, Unicorns of Love not being too greedy, not being too overzealous. I like that respect they give in Trovo Nova in that fight.
I think you have to give respect to Trovo Nova in a fight. I think you have to. I think at the end of the day, they have a very strong combination of Lulu Olaf. If you give any kind of edge to that, they will just run you down in a team fight situation. So just trying to play a bit range. I mean, obviously, at some point, Unicorns of Love have to decide how they want to play this comp. Like, are you going to rely on the side lane split push pressure? And if you're relying on the side lane split push pressure, you're obviously not going to be going for a straight team fight because you'll be playing 4v5 a lot of the time. So are you going to rely on the Fiora to be your win condition here, or are you going to try and go for the are you trying to go for the straight up like 5v5 Wukong Orianna combo that we see from Unicorns of Love, and I guess the way they were intending on playing this fight out?
Ooh, that scared me a little bit. The Dragon HP went actually down to 10. I don't know if you spotted that for a second. The smite a little bit early. There could have been a lucky steal from maybe, I'm thinking back on Hydra or even Grizzly Cute, but didn't happen at the end. So they should be completely A-okay. Now just about to hit the 11-minute mark, 2-2, so definitely a little bit slower paced game compared to what we saw our last first games of last series between Tribe and also the likes of Team Kesso. But it's fine. This is okay. But that means that, of course, the very first fight going to be happening between these two teams is where very clear margin is going to be created above the other team. So you're looking to see those fights, which is why you got that respect between these two teams that I just mentioned. The Team Kesso, the Unicorns of Love is given to Trovo Nova, but it's very clear the other way also, as Trovo Nova do not want to do a major mistake. But though bottom side, that's going to be the engage coming on through. Himself some CC. Monkey Kalisto is going to get himself so much knockups on that fight with that Cyclone. He can't get himself the kills just yet. Blake Waller not going to be connecting just on time. Going to try and reposition, especially your Fiora. Holdstar going to try and get back to the safety of his team, but can you do so in time? Sadly, no. That's a great shockwave from the Orianna. The follow-up once again is not there. It's so unfortunate. Trovo Nova just continuously are looking in a really strong position, and now they close the gap. Kalisto gives the double kill over to the likes of Vex, and now that's the one fight that's starting to set them apart a little bit more in the future engages to come.
I think it's still a bit of a dicey team fight there. Obviously, if Pose had been in a closer scenario or closer area for that ultimate, it might have been a lot different. He was a little late to join the fight here. But you are seeing kind of why the Fiora not particularly strong in a team fight situation. Let's take a look back at this here. Good engage by Clamares. You're putting pressure onto Zach. You force him straight out of the team fight, but then you follow him up with both the Camille and the Olaf, taking out the Kai'Sa. If that Kai'Sa goes down, you are massively neutering a lot of the damage output, the consistent damage output in these fights. Again, Fiora oversteps here. She's really not that strong in straight up 5v5 situations, and eventually once Pose joins the fight, he's able to turn the tides and put way too much pressure with those individual stun cards. But I think realistically it was just a good immediate burst onto ZachQ. He did nothing in that fight, and Clamares timed that hook shot perfectly, got a 3-man stun out of the back of the stasis that ZachQ threw down at the end of that fight. So they just somehow came away. But you can see Clamares still not confident in the 1v1 versus Coldstar. That might be the area that you need to look for Unicorns of Love to try and activate a win condition, because it's the area that you're getting the most success with right now.
I mean, we touched upon this a few times already. Reason why Fiora does potentially so well in the matchup versus the Camille, so I understand where they might feel a little bit threatened. But though Vex a little bit too far, going to go for the Ragnarok instantly. But unfortunately, you lose the passive of the ability, you lose the armor and the magic resist, and that forces you to get burst down even faster than what you initially expected. Stara taken down really quickly. Clamares doing actually a lot of work onto the backline, but definitely overstepping his welcome at the end. Pose getting himself some nice damage with those cards, but he's also going to be just tickled down so quickly and shortly, and the entirety of now Trovo Nova are going to be losing their life down to only Hydro. He doesn't have the Blade Call anymore. If he had it, this would be huge, but it's not enough time to pull it off as Unicorns of Love win himself the fight, get himself the ace, and the Baron is up on the menu.
I just don't know how that happened. Like, that is insane to come out with such a dominant team fight. Going to get a teleport straight back into the Baron pit. Obviously, low HP bars here. You're going to have to be a little careful. But I mean, unless the teleport's coming through, we're actually seeing multiple teleports towards the Baron pit right now. Vex is running his way into this pit.
Oh! No way, Vex gets it done. They're all solo, maybe able to get a clutch opportunity, but he used his ult earlier. Doesn't have he gets the double kill. Doesn't even have the Ragnarok because he doesn't need it if the backup was there. Oh, there you go. That's backup. The cavalry joins the party as Unicorns of Love, Kalisto, and also ZachU have to move away. He gets the Baron steal and a double kill. That's a great package. That's the deal of the century here, Scoundrel. What?
Oh my god! Look, end of the day, Baron is always risky. Baron is always risky, especially if you don't have the opportunity to take it super quickly. And they weren't taking it super quickly. The HP bars were low. It was prime opportunity to see some teleports come through from Trovo Nova. You do see this a lot in Wild Rift. People will sell their boots, buy teleport, and just teleport back to an objective if they want to fight for it. Big play, huge play from Vex. Absolute MVP of the moment. And Trovo Nova are still behind in gold off the back of that play, by the way. Still behind compared to Unicorns of Love. And what did we talk about? We knew this series was going to be close. Unicorns of Love could not be counted out. And they aren't. They are absolutely fighting Trovo Nova at every stage.
Yeah, worthy of respect for sure coming into this matchup. Though, one thing that I think Clemaris has been doing extremely well is getting those Hectic Ultimatums. In a proper fight, if you have a proper 5-on-5, you always get the Hectic Ultimatum on ZachU. That is the main target that we touched upon a few times already in the draft itself and also this game. As we're going to have a quick replay, and that smite was just perfectly timed, and the health bars were just so low. If you had a Ragnarok, potentially that could have gone a little bit further, but the teleport's a little bit late. It would have came in earlier. I think that could have been him actually surviving the entire skirmish, but they move away from that fight, and yeah, that's the game that keeps Trovo Nova back in the race, but they're clearly looking for that mid lane turret opportunity to pick it up, and it's not going to happen just yet, but they're still going to give it a fair shot later on.
I think you do have to be a little worried if you're Trovo Nova, though. You've got to always consider the scaling in Wild Rift, and we are heading to that stage of the game where scaling is mattering.
Yeah.
Orianna, one of the most disgusting scaling champions in the game. She has got ridiculous damage that she can just pump out on like a 3-second cooldown, 4-second cooldown. So he's already picked up his Ludens, his Rabadon's Death Cap. He's got his Archangel staff. This is a Orianna that is going to hurt. Really, really, really hurt. And so I think like you have to be a little bit concerned about how you're going to deal with the Orianna. Plus the fact that we've got stasis across the board is starting to make Clemaris feel a little less threatening in these team fights. Like that Hextech Ultimatum can very easily be countered by having a good stasis coming through. So we are starting to see Trovo Nova just trying to exert that Twisted Fate side lane pressure a bit more. There is a big, what we call Fnatic Death Brush group here. Oh my word.
Are they going to be... Oh, the health of Trovo Nova, they just got melted down so quickly, and now they've got to be careful because the re-engage is going to be coming out from Unicorns of Love. Straight engage. Grizzly's going to be on the menu on this one. Will get himself a little bit of a polymorph down onto the Fiora, but oh my god, Coldstar is doing so much work onto that backline given the opportunity. ZachU can't jump away, doesn't have himself that killer instinct, so you are pinned down in the river. Now it's time for the re-engage. Unicorns of Love might regret that decision later on though, because Bistara takes a lot of damage, but he tanked it. He tanked it at the end for Coldstar. He's still looking really healthy. Oh, you know what? Maybe I jinxed a little bit there because he's actually taken a lot of damage. Now it's down to one. It's Pose. They're all so low. The passive is about to proc off the Braum, and he gets himself that concussive blow passive. They're one low. One ability, and that's good, but no, he gets himself the double kill.
Way.
That could have been so clutch. They were all on top of each other, but unfortunately he does die, and that's the ace to Unicorns of Love.
Oh, so insane, dude. Like, it could have been a 1v3 moment for Pose on that Twisted Fate. He just wasn't able to lock in that red card quick enough. The red card would have been the best option there. You'd have got a couple of kills for your money. But that was essentially, if you look at the replay, backline being chased down by enemy frontline on both sides. Like, there was the Vex Clemaris hype train running at the back line of Unicorns of Love, and it was obviously, as you saw, Coldstar running it down towards the back line of Trovo Nova. It was just about which backline got melted quicker, and it was the Unicorns of Love team that were able to just take out Trovo Nova much more readily. Oh my goodness, are you just dead here, Hydro?
Yeah, I'll take that as an answer. Yes, he is going to be instantly taken on down. Unicorns of Love going to have to move away. I mean, Baron's up. Threaten it. You got 5v4 currently coming your way. That should be the play, and they are instantly going to put the focus on that Baron here, Scoundrel.
Yeah, and I think this is the right decision this time. However, you've always got to be a little concerned. You've always got to be a little concerned about a potential Baron engagement. I love the zoning coming out. Clemaris straight into the pit here.
Yeah, got himself the Unbreakable. Oh, the knockup! The 5-man knockup! You must be kidding me. What a wild growth onto the likes of Vex. Though the damage is not going to be sufficient to actually turn those into kills just yet. Clemaris a little overzealous, a little bit too adventurous on that adventure into the jungle, and he will lose his life along the way. Though another teleport to come on through, and this is the jungler back on board once more. Kalisto joins the party, joins the fray as they're looking for another time to push it. But now, knowing that Vex is not there, this is looking like a very clear opportunity for Unicorns of Love.
I really felt like there was half commit from Trovo there and half of them peeling away. I honestly felt that you could have just gone for it. Like, Vex, how often do you see a 5-man Lulu knockup? Just get in the fight pose, run at their team. Like, who cares? Go for it. Like, they both ran away. Like, both the Lulu, like Grizzly and Pose ran away. Like, just get in there. Slap them in the head. Like, it's a 5-man Lulu knockup. Oh my goodness gracious.
Yeah, clearly miscoordination happening on Trovo Nova's side of things. Hopefully they can try and fix that one on the go as this game goes on. So that's going to be it. Elder, I keep wanting to say Infernal. I think that every Drake is going to be Infernal, but no, it's going to be Elder Mountain Drake here, up and available. That's going to be a big beefy shield, and it's exceptionally well for the likes of this Braum Bastara, serving even more that purpose of that front line, making it harder for Vex or even potentially Clemaris to find those kills because of that shield that's going to be very bothersome for them. Trying to unleash that dragon will be pulled out of the Drake, of the pit exactly. There you go. It's going to get reset currently, so the fight might not happen just yet. And definitely Trovo Nova, they know they can't go for it. They took too much damage. That poking of Unicorns of Love is just too good. And he talked about it, right? That command attack off Snail and Edge, just keeping him at arm's length continuously. Another one, and he just chunks down the health of Grizzly and Hydro. He's going to jump it. Can he make it happen once again in this game? Tries to smite it out, but no, this time it's secured by Monkey. Kalisto gets it done. Going to move away. Backline going to be now focused on by the Furoi. Still got the GA also available for Kalisto, but now you got those kills. That's the double coming on through from Zach, and Unicorns of Love looking absolute control once again. As Kalisto wants to play spoiler on Grizzly, Q, and Pose. It's going to be taking a 1v2 with the GA. Might feel confident, but I would not recommend it. It doesn't matter, Scoundrel, because the mid lane is getting pushed, and they're looking for the inhib tower.
They're going to get the game, mate. Not just the inhib tower. They are straight up ending the game off the back of that fight. And as you correctly said, it got too late game. Orianna had too much zoning potential, too much damage output. Nothing that you can do versus a team that has an Orianna at that stage of the game. And honestly, Unicorns of Love, we mentioned it. It's not 100% won here for Trovo Nova. They definitely have the potential to knock this heavyweight down into the lower bracket. A good team in their own right. And they absolutely come out swinging in the first game of this series.
Yeah, Coldstar said in that little video we had at the start of the show today, and he felt very shaky at the start, man. He was making Trovo Nova shake in that one, that's for sure. There was a real slapper, like real bang of a game in general, I'm going to have to say. But there you go. That's going to be done for our first game of our series between Trovo Nova and Unicorns of Love. We're going to go to a break. We'll be back with Shred to break this one down because we're getting ready for what might be the last game of Day 2 of the Origin series. So don't go anywhere.
And the Unicorns of Love go trotting on to victory as they go ahead and claim game number 1 against Trovo Nova. And there were some valiant efforts on the side of Trovo. I think Vex became a bit of a raid boss in that last game, didn't he, Max?
Yeah, it was a really good attempt. I mean, we got to talk mainly back to that 5-man knockup, especially it was so well played. Coming out from the support Grizzly Q, we talked about this guy being one of the potentially best supports currently in the region. He's got a really strong hero pool, and I'm really happy to see him perform this time. But as Xandral touched upon, this is a team that you cannot count out of the competition. And I think that Trovo Nova maybe rested on their laurels a little bit before coming into this one. But next 2 games, they got to get the reverse sweep under play. Otherwise, this might just be a T0 coming away of Unicorns of Love, and they'll send Trovo Nova right into the losers bracket, which I'm pretty sure that they want to avoid.
Okay, Keenan, I'm going to give you a chance to kind of figure out something you wasn't able to work out in the game, right? There was a fight in the blue side jungle. It ended up with Trovo Nova getting aced, and we're not quite sure how that happened, but we're going to get that clip pulled up. I believe we got it in clip number 1 for you to be able to take a look at it again and see if we can spot where it all went wrong for Trovo Nova.
This is a little bit after where it seems to have gone wrong for Trovo Nova, but I think one of the things that you have to do when you're dealing with an Olaf composition is you do this to Olaf before he actually wants to fight. So, I mean, I'm putting a big arrow. You can kind of see what's going on.
Yeah.
If you can force Olaf into low HP and he's having to, go defensive from the very outset. I mean, Grizzly Q's all the way over here, so he's nowhere near the Olaf to form the combo. They just seem to have caught Olaf out, but this should be the end of the fight. Mm-hmm. Like, you should be able to just say, cool, I'm trying to press play here, everyone. Just so you know. Give me a second. All right, okay, so there, Vex gets caught out. Vex gets caught out. I mean, at this point, Hydro and Grizzly, you run away. Pose, you run away. It's a really nice re-engage going Kalisto, but Grizzly's trying to play off Clemares at this point. Clemares instantly dies, and again, like, without the Olaf, you're really limiting some of your mid-game power here. It was close, realistically. There was maybe a way that you could have made this work for you, but honestly, Unicorns of Love are very good at managing their effective HP pools at the front line. And Kalisto on that Wukong, very impressive stuff from him. So yeah, that was a play where it just shows you when you're playing up against an Olaf comp, if you can catch the Olaf out before the fight starts, or you do enough damage to him so that he becomes irrelevant when he pops Ragnarok anyway, then clearly you're going to have an edge versus the Olaf comps. And that's exactly what Unicorns Love did there.
But even when Vex found the right time, and Vex appeared to have the support, I mean, I don't think we have the clip for it, but that Baron Nashor fight, or the fight around the Baron pit, where Vex goes in, lands the 5-man wild growth.
Oh, just why did Pose and Grizzly run away?
Like, we have missing pings in Wild Rift. Why aren't we spamming them at this point? Missing pings would be going massively off there. That happens, Max.
Yeah.
He just got abandoned by his team. I fully agree with Xcounter on that one. It's so weird. It was such a good engage. You literally got him in Ragnarok form. He's literally chunking down the entirety of the backline. He's going Super Saiyan mode that entire time, even Ultra Instinct, you could say. And then the team just leaves him. And I think Clamaris understood midway, oh, that was a good opportunity. Let's give it another fair shot. And then the team just clearly not there because they very clearly have different mindsets and different ideas of what should happen that fight. It didn't work out. It was a golden opportunity that they just chucked in the bin when it could have been an amazing fight and maybe the comeback opportunity for Trevor Nova, but just a little bit short at the end. Nice try, but felt very short.
Yeah, I think I've got another clip, by the way. We can kind of have a look at another team fight if you guys want to just break this down a little further. As you can see, this is an example of a team fight that actually could have been really good for Trevor Nova, despite being about 2k gold behind. You can see the gold scores right now is about 2k in favor of Unicorns of Love. Unfortunately, Pose is all the way up here. So Pose is like really far away. I think the Twisted Fate ult range is something like that, right? So you probably have something like that to work with. So he's going to have to cover the effective distance towards this fight before he's actually able to use the Twisted Fate ult range. So he's a little bit out of joining this fight right now. So let's take a look at this. This is really good from Clamaris, by the way. You're forcing ZachQ into an awkward spot. You're trying to take him down. ZachQ immediately ults away. You can then just see that Vex and Clamaris chase him down. By the way, Pose is still not here. So he's used the ultimate, but he's still not here. Orianna is on her way down as well. This would have been really, really effective if Pose got here in time, because you'd have basically forced a 4 versus 5. And that would have been essentially almost a game-winning team fight for you, because you probably could have converted that into a Baron if you were quick enough. But either way, chase ZachQ down. Watch Clamaris' hookshot, by the way. So good. Gets a double stun out of it, and obviously ZachQ goes down. But by the time that Orianna rejoins the fight, like really lovely shockwave, you can already start to see the damage that Orianna's putting out at this stage in the game. Although Trevor Nova do eventually take a relatively solid team fight end, they get the double kill here and actually get a 3-for-1 overall, which is a good result. It's not really able to convert to anything, so they're not able to use that and convert it into the Baron, or they really can't even get over to the mid lane tier 1 and take it either, which would have been a really nice prize for them to take.
Well, thank you very much, Professor Lowe, for the double dose of information and match highlights. That's all she wrote for game number 1, but there's still potentially game 2 and game 3 on the way. But I'm getting word that we're almost ready to jump into game 2, so I'm going to hand it off to you guys now, and we'll start it off now.
Thank you very much, Trid. Now, okay, we're going in now. Okay, we're getting ready for the games onto this one. Checking out once again the roster for both Unicorns of Love and Trevor Nova. But man, this is potentially another great series between these two teams. Unicorns of Love might go the entire way and upset the favorite in Group B. And if it becomes reality, that could be one of the big upsets. As he's back. Trid is back. He's trying to hide. But no, we can't see you, Trid. Hello. Hello again. He's gone.
No, you're not. Bye. See ya.
Bye. We don't want to see you, Trey. We're just trolling you right there. But no, we'll see you later on the desk after this game. But yeah, great matchup here. And I'm intrigued to see what's going to be the attempt of these two teams, and especially of of Trevor Nova, to try and fix the issues that we saw that last game, which I think were mainly down to communication issues. So let's see what they're going to try and work on in the draft phase for this next game. And Trey is back with us. You really want to be a part of the broadcast, don't you? Leave! We said this already twice, Trid, okay? We don't want you back. We'll have you after the game, okay? Not now. This is not your time to shine.
Trid just really wants to get in on the pick and ban phase this time round. He just really wants to be... let me... He's like, let me in! Oh, gosh. There we go. All right, Seraphine ban. I think Unicorns of Love are going to ban the Ahri again. I think Pose is in a bit of a notorious Ahri one-trick, so... The Ahri one-trick ban is trying to put him on an awkward scenario. I don't think he looked awful on the Twisted Fate. I just think there were some clutch moments where you clearly would see that a bit of higher mastery may have led to them really clutching out some important team fights. I'm thinking about the time where he was like 3 versus 1 but had full HP versus some like 5% HP targets. there was in the potential there. Zig's ban on red side is very good. I expect the next ban to be Ahri, and that will then limit Pose again.
Yeah, I do believe, I'm not sure, I think Trevor Nova should be red side this time around, so maybe that's why the bans are coming down this way.
I think loser gets to choose.
Did they choose blue side again here?
I think loser technically gets to choose which side they want to be on. Either way, it is what it is.
Yeah, it's been back and forth quite some time, so I'm just a little bit used to that like, you know, you're A, then you're B, then you're A, then you're B. But Ahri, as you rightly mentioned, right, is going to be taken down later on down the line as the final ban for this second game. And Kai'Sa back at it once again, and this is going to be for Trevor Nova this time around. Not the Xayah in their hands, but the Xayah. Sorry, the Kai, should I say. I like this one. It's a good first pick. It can play in a lot of compositions. It can play as a more peeling play style if you want to try and just keep on getting that damage. And once they're low, you go for the Killer Instinct and get access to those low HP targets. Or otherwise, you just go with a good initiation type of team to get straight up access to those squishy backline targets of the side of Unicorns of Love. And then you go with the Killer Instinct. So I'm okay with it. I think it's a strong pick. And especially we talked about it. I think it was, 70-something win rate in Group A at some point at the start of the day. So it's still a very strong champion. There's no issue to go for that very early on the blue side pick.
Yeah, but we're going to see a classic for Unicorns of Love again, the Orianna Wukong combo coming through. Garen left open and available, though, for Clemaris. A difficult matchup for pretty much anybody right now, though Fiora would be the optimal pick. So if Unicorns of Love wanted to run the Fiora into the Garen again, it is a tough matchup for Garen in the laning phase, and that is something that I would lean towards. Jarvan does come through. A bit more team fight presence here for Trovo Nova this time round. They are maybe looking to build some kind of wombo combo style team fight, essentially just loads and loads of CC to provide a solid front to back, which I imagine Pose goes for the Twisted Fate again. I think I've seen him default onto the Twisted Fate almost any time, but it is going to be the Lulu. So similar comp being built out by Unicorns of Love here. And so they're feeling confident with what they drafted previously. So why change it?
Yeah, I would clearly say, though, for Trovo Nova, for Vex especially, this is very clearly a response to the Wukong. He wanted to go for the Wukong. It's something Vex is very renowned for. Also, the Olaf, we saw it in that last game. Not going to have the opportunity to do so, so he's going to go for the typical Androzed pick, which is going to be on this Jarvan. The combo is going to be very strong. It could set up this Darius really well. We haven't seen too many strong Darius throughout the Icon series so far. So the Origin series so far. So I would like to see maybe this Darius get himself in a good position, and then they're going to join it up with Twisted Fate once again. Trevor Nova going to go towards it once more. We'll see if that's going to work out. You mentioned why it didn't work out as strongly, so we're hoping to see some very clear improvements after game one in the second game.
Well, I think you've got a relatively good front to back here from Trovo Nova. Like, you have really strong teamfight control. The Jarvan Galio combo is a little like the Camille Galio combo, where you're just able to just throw someone into the death bowl and then throw the Galio on top of that. So strong front to back, lots of peel, lots of spacing, created for the Kai'Sa and the Twisted Fate. So it makes a little more sense in that sense. I don't like the Darius into Garen. Garen should win that matchup really easily. Although if the Garen makes any kind of mistake, it can be difficult, especially post 5. Darius might find the edge. And then the Vayne. Now, Vayne is a pick that you do see into Garen relatively often, because Garen does have to chase you down. There's a lot of static model bugs. Oh wait, they're there. It's fine. We're back in. I was like, why is everyone floating? They're not even walking. I think a lot of people do like to pick Vayne into Garen specifically because he just runs at you, and Vayne is very good at kiting people who just run at her. You can also just condemn the Jarvan. You can condemn the Galio out of their engages, but it is a lot of user reliance for ZachQ here. So you have to be very, very careful as ZachQ in this matchup, and you have to kind of really time that condemn to ensure you're getting the best value out of it.
Also, Zach can very clearly take care of himself. I would say this situation compared to the last game, he's the Kai'Sa. He needs a little bit more backing of his team, and especially that's why he was seeing a little bit more assistance around that kind of pick. But you know what, should be working out just fine this time around. And I like also the final hour. You can take care of yourself very easily onto this fair. And you got a lot of health pools to really try and peak from with that passive. On that third ability, you got yourself the Garen, that's pretty tanky, and also got the Jarvan the fourth, which should be going for a more tanky route, and also Grizzly Q that I expect to not go for the AP route. He should be going for the tank route. So I like it. I think the Vayne, I'm not always a fan of the pickup itself, but if not only he gets in a strong position, but also gets very late into the game, that's where Vayne really shines, and we could expect really big things from that kind of pickup. So already rotations coming out in the mid lane from Vex, looking for an opportunity. He's only level 3, doesn't have that Cataclysm to potentially burn a flash, so he'll take the slow approach and go back to the Scuttle to get some early vision coming his way.
So you're going to see standard jungle pathing early on here. Vex obviously just going straight for the scuttle over the blue buff. He'll eventually then transition back into the blue buff, probably clear out his blue side jungle. Might see an invade come through from Kalisto if he wants to go for it. He can maybe look for a push onto the Krugs, but that will not be the case. He'll mirror exactly what Vex is doing, although Vex has taken an extra camp. Oh no, actually, wait, we see Kalisto actually started over on his Krugs and cleared those out. So essentially seeing a similar clear speed and clear path for both junglers between Trovo Nova and Unicorns of Love. Just does mean that we're probably not going to get any crazy early action on the Rift as it stands, although Kalisto may be looking for that invade onto the Krugs and is going to steal away a little camp from Vex, which is going to give him a slight edge in experience.
There's a little bit of oppression into the bottom side. They did try and go for a flash. Zac actually flash from ZaCu did come on through. TP forward from Post and give himself the golden card onto ZaCu, and he's going to be taken down instantly. Hydras want to get himself that kill, and they're going to get the taunt on top of it. Vistar, no way, actually survives, and the turret. Whoa. Double kill over to Vistar. Okay, you're going AP. You're going AP Lulu, I don't care.
That's literally a triple kill. The Lulu just basically triple killed under tower, right?
Go AP. Wait,
who picked up the kills? I'd love to see the scoreboard because I want to see who picked up the kills. I think obviously Lulu got 2. I don't know whether... let's take a look back at this again. Pose comes in, nice barrier and shield onto ZaCu to buy him a bit of space. Nice condemned, but again, stop the Kai'Sa doing a huge amount of damage. Yeah, it must be Lulu that's picked up all these kills. I mean, that is absolutely ludicrous. How do you botch a tower dive that bad?
Oh, I think one of the kills actually maybe wasn't picked up. Actually, yeah, okay. One of the kills went over to the Vayne to ZaCu, so he's going to get that one for himself. Yeah, that's actually good to get the kill position on him. Yeah, interesting one. They gave it a shot. It was a little bit too close for comfort, and they didn't go the end. They did go in the tower. They re-engage once more. Dragon flag and drag from Vex going for the opportunity. The knockup of the Cyclone is going to be strong for Kalisto on the Monkey Man again. They're trying to move out, though the second Cyclone wave is going to be striking down Vex, looking for the re-engage as the team is coming on through, but that's the 2 mid laners that are going to be roamed. And the Kaz actually get himself the kill onto the Wukong right after. What a good strike from Pose. And he's getting himself the golden card once again. The flash is going to be up and ready to roll. The Void Seeker will not connect just yet and seek nothing else but air, as the Dragon is now up and seem like they're going to take that instantly as it spawns.
Yeah, you've already seen Clammaras rotate his way down here. It doesn't look like Unicorns of Love are in a strong enough position to contest this, although Vex has just picked up the Honey Fruit, so he's now a relatively respectable HP. Don't really think that Unicorns of Love can actually fight for this, and you can see Clamara is actually going to go in, maybe look for the kill here.
Yeah, get himself the Wild Growth from the Lulu, so that's not going to be able to connect it with the Demacian Justice. Nice Shockwave, buys a little bit more time, but it doesn't matter. The main objective there was to get the Drake. They get it done, but there's going to be some cross-mapping happening from Kalisto and Coldstar to get themselves a tower to try and reduce that loss, but still Infernal, so it will hurt later on down the lane.
Yeah, no, I think the Infernal... I think leaving the Infernal was the right idea. It doesn't look like the majority of Unicorns of Love got the memo, though. I guess they were trying to distract them as long as possible. Nice pickup onto the Lulu, just oversteps versus the Galio, doesn't really respect the engage. I think at this point, if you're Unicorns of Love, you leave it here. You're too close to the tower. There's no real need. You're a Vayne in the early game. You can see both Twisted Fate and Orianna roaming down at the same time, and you're way too close to the safety area for Trovo Nova, which is that tower. I think you just leave it. Leave it at the kill at the 1-for-1, back out and drag them back down towards. We have more action on this bottom side of the map. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, Costa wants to actually get engaged, does go for the Noxing Guillotine. Unfortunately, does not get the kill, and also because of that, does not get the preset. Also, TP. Pose trying to assist his team of Trovo Nova a little bit more, but that tower stands no chance, it seems. The wave is pretty small. Clamara going to try and clear it away. Spin to win, apparently, but he's going to get apprehended out of that one. Doesn't have the ultimate, though, so Coldstar doesn't have that chance to just dunk him down and get that kill. So still good pressure. An extra plate worth of gold, but they can't go the extra mile. They're going to go for the extra mile, though, with that extra wave.
I mean, I think Darius, the Stoneplate enchant, which you're seeing coming out from, I think, both Grizzly Q and Clammaras, it kind of makes Darius a little harder to play because it also reduces the stacks damage that you're dealing as well. So it's more difficult to find, and also you get the HP increase, and flat HP is the best thing you can get for Darius. Did you just smite that away? Oh my god, he just walked in and smite that away. Flat HP is the best defense that you can get against Darius' ultimate, so the flat HP bonus that you get from the Stoneplate enchant is going to make it more difficult for you to get the execute damage with Darius. So yeah, that Stoneplate enchant proving an issue for Darius looking to get those reset dunks.
Yeah, could cause him a few more issues in the fights to come. Oh, Elder... Sorry, I keep getting these wrong into the jungle position. No, it's going to be Sully, going to be secured away, and Trovo Nova going to have to move away from this one. Shelly will be coming up. They could try and use it later on for the next Drake. Is going to be Mountain, so you don't really have to try and play around that one too much, can create opportunities as early as you want. And they're going to do it right now, actually, in the mid lane, because the tower's already so low. They didn't even need Shelly right now. They popped it a little bit early. They could give themselves an extra ram forward, but I think with the CC they have, it might not have the opportunity to get a ram forward. I think it will. Down 50%. And gets himself not quite the plate, but still, that's going to be big. That's some good damage that later on down the line could help a lot. The taunt coming out, actually, from Grizzly Q. So Coldstar knows he's just way too deep in this one. Does get the Wild Growth to try and potentially assist him in that fight, and gets the dunk. He gets the reset, moves away. But Trovenova definitely regretting that decision. They give it a shot, and it didn't work out at all. Though, Kalisto looking for a chance once more. The TP comes out from post. Be sure the team can move away. Seems like that will assist and scare Unicorns of Love away.
Again, the Stoneplate enchant ruining Darius' day by giving him the little burst of HP towards the end. Wasn't able to get the dunk reset. However, they are going to use this opportunity to try and push in on this mid lane tier 1, trade back another tower in favor, but Poe's able to clear the wave out with that red card. And still, Unicorns of Love struggling to get any headway in these fights. I really do think that, take a look in here. So he builds up stacks, really nice HP gain. He gets a load of shielding from both the Orianna and there, the Stoneplate enchant, right at the end, stops Vex from dropping down and stops that reset coming through from Darius. And once honestly, at the end of this, without the Vayne, you really can't get through that front line. You really can't get through that front line without the Vayne. A lot of this comp is relying on the Vayne to kind of shred through that big, beefy front line of Vex, Clemares, and Grizzly Q. And with Vayne not being there at the start of the fight, didn't really work out. I think a lot of this game is now relying on Zach Q to kind of step up to that carry plate and be the person that's going to kind of drive his team over the line here.
Yeah, Trovenova very clearly here looking for an opportunity to push this one to a game 3. Otherwise, they might be losing their ticket to the grand finals. They want to join up, obviously, with the likes of Sunlight and also Tribe. They're going to give it their best shot on this one. See how far they can go. Clearing out Vision, of course, as Drake is going to be up. That's going to be the next point of contention between these two teams. Coldstar remaining into the top lane. Going to try and move his way forward. I'm not sure if he has a TP already purchased, but I think not, as he's just going to be walking down the jungle path and make it through the mid lane very soon. And this could give a very clear advantage to Trovenova if they play around it properly, because they've got a 5v4. But no, they're going to go move away from that turret, go for the dragon. Probably, but Grizzly is still looking for a few pokes, and seem like they're not fully ready to take that fight versus Unicorns of Love just yet.
I'm actually really liking that Trovenova are kind of prioritizing gold advantage. They're going for that mid lane tier 2 right now as well, because I think that they have to worry about scaling at the end of the day. You have to worry about the scaling element of the Unicorns of Love composition. You have the Vayne and the Orianna. You give way too much time to this team, and they will do the same thing to you again.
Oh, Kalisto took so much damage, and the fight just barely begun. Has to move away. GA will be procced, and now that's going to be the dunk reset on to the Darius. Now they're going to go for the re-engage. This is looking good. The double kill coming on this way. He gives himself so many dunks forward, but it's clearly going to be making matters so much easier, as Trovenova losing almost every single player. The Lulu will be there to back it up and get himself the 4th kill of that game. Only Grizzly Q will remain. That's the fight the Unicorns need to get back into the game and secure themselves potentially a 2-0 lead.
Finally, Coldstar gets given the opportunity to start that dunk train going, and that's really how you need to kind of like facilitate yourself with the Vayne. Look, no one's on the Vayne right now. No one is on the Vayne. That is not a particularly well-timed catechism coming out from the Jarvan, because no one can really capitalize. And obviously, we just saw Hydro ult the backline to try and capitalize, but he completely isolated himself. And in the meantime, Coldstar was able to just constantly build up stacks, constantly look for a big ultimate and dunk train, which we saw going on there. And finally, Zach Q got a fight where he was not being threatened. And now you've given a lot of gold over to Unicorns of Love. You've allowed them to kind of build themselves back into this game. The only downside of that last fight was that, again, Unicorns of Love can't really convert it into anything. However, it was off the back of a Mountain Dragon take, and you'll take any kind of defenses that you can get versus this type of team. More shielding, more sort of base shielding for all of your team versus, especially with the Vayne in your squad, is going to be more than happy to have in your back pocket, and they'll be happy with the result of that.
Yeah, it's still pretty much a rough going of things for Unicorns of Love. The gold lead is not helping them out too much, despite that first dragon that happened earlier. It's pretty interesting to see how they can play around that. Though Vayne going to try and rotate, as you said, Zaku, given the right circumstance, the right situation, can play it correctly. Though Clemaris way too far, going to have to proc himself that extra move speed and move away. Did have the flash, it's needed, but you want to hold on to that as much as possible. So you will be okay for now, at least, moving away from that spot. I'm liking it, though. I do want to say, Kalisto, that last fight scared me a little bit. He went really low, really quickly, focusing down 2 targets. I think it's mainly Pose that did a big portion of that damage. Luckily enough, Kalisto did have that GA. But it was a really good play afterwards, followed up by Unicorns of Love. Reason why is Trovenova were very spread, and they just focused the entirety of their team. I think it was on Clemaris at that point in time. I might be wrong, but I think that was Clemaris. and get the man advantage off the back of that and get the dunk reset. So I'm really enjoying how they played around that fight, especially though fight back again onto the top side. Coldstar TPs, not going to go any further, but at least the team is now present fully into the top lane.
Trying to find ZachQ, I think, trying to pick that kill off, and then maybe convert it into the Baron. That was the play. Like, I think they were just looking to say, okay, take out ZachQ really quickly with Pose's ultimate, and then we try and go for a Baron play. Obviously, when the Twisted Fate ultimate is active, even if ZachQ was to use his ultimate and try and gain the invisibility, he will still be seen for a short period of time while that Twisted Fate active or Twisted Fate ultimate is available. So it was a good opportunity for the team to collapse. Just wasn't quite timed correctly here for the side of Trovo Nova.
Oh, Coldstar, your team's not there. He gets taunted out by Grizzly Q, surrounded by not only Grizzly Q, Vex, and also Hydro. Killer Instinct forward. Trying his best to buy as much time as possible with that heal, but it will definitely not go the entire way. Clamar's going to be actually condemned next to the wall. Will he die in time, though? He's going to get the knockup to survive. No, Grizzly Q a little bit late on that proc. Nice taunt once more from the Galio. Unicorns of Love, they have to move away from that fight. You got to be very careful. Sure, you're getting a few more kills, but the damage is ramping up heavily for Trovo Nova. The flash is coming out. The golden card will connect potentially, but no, he doesn't get it. Trying to go for the AoE on the red card. They're just too far away from each other, and he will not get the kills. A nice turnaround from Trovo Nova, but it could have potentially went a little bit further given the chance.
I mean, Vayne's starting to scale up now. It is dangerous. It is a good pick into the Garen. There aren't many good answers into Garen, but Garen is a tank that stacks this huge amount of HP, and Vayne gives you percentage true damage scaling. So you're going to get that percentage true damage chunking of these tanks, and that is where the Vayne pick comes in handy versus a Garen in the top lane, still taken down pretty quickly. Let's take a look at it again. A lot of credit has to go to both Orianna and to the Lulu for providing a lot of shielding, a lot of support for ZachQ in this fight. He gets an Orianna shield, has to flash away, has the Lulu shield, gets a huge amount of HP back from the Honey Fruit there as well, which allows them to effectively trade 2 for 2 overall. But imagine if Coldstar hadn't died at the start of that fight. You really feel like Unicorns of Love would have just run away with it.
Yeah, the further this game goes on, ZachQ is going to become more and more of a threat by the minute. So you've got to be careful. You've got to keep track of what's going on. I'm going to get himself the extra red buffs to get himself some extra stats on those basic attacks to follow it up. As Hydro going to be initiating on the Dragon. This is another situation where Unicorns of Love can't really contest it, so they're not going to go for that fight whatsoever. They're just going to remain in the jungle, continuously bring some more gold to their kit. But Trovo Nova, still 40 minutes into this game, the goalie coming their way as teleport comes out from Pose into the golden card. They want to get all that CC into the taunt and seem like that might just do what they were supposed to get. Coldstar trying to move away, and there you go. That's Trovo Nova, an extra kill now. They got the man advantage once more. Unicorns of Love trying to collapse, though. The health bars are looking pretty good for Unicorns if they want to re-engage this fight, but it seemed like the move speed of Trovo Nova is a little bit too good, especially off the back of that Cloud Drake, just making that disengage a little bit easier. ZachQ, there you go, goes to the final hour, going to get potentially that condemned onto Pose, and that's exactly what he was aiming for. Retribution for the loss of Coldstar, and now they could look for another objective potentially in mid. That would be great to see.
Yeah, need to get some towers here for Unicorns of Love. They are dropping behind on the standing gold on the map. It was a nice little collapse. Use the ward to isolate Pose and condemns him against the wall. Don't think you'll be able to easily convert this into anything meaningful. What I will say about Trovo Nova is they are managing waves really well this game. They're constantly having waves shoved into the enemy. You can see that in both bot lane and in mid lane, there are waves that are crashing towards the tier 2s, or where the tier 2 would have been in the mid lane. And so clearly, I think Unicorns of Love have got to do a better job of setting their waves up for success, because as soon as you get a team fight win, you want to convert it immediately. And if you have the waves pushing into the towers, you can do that.
Yeah, doesn't really matter if you get kills and everything. You need to get those objectives, right?
Yeah, a pretty simple catch here onto the Darius, but enough damage went down. We have another engage coming through on the top lane tier 1.
Yeah, great taunt to Kalisto. Still got the GA, but it doesn't matter if you knock him down and you can't go for the engage onto the Cyclone. Well, that's going to be rendered basically useless on the engage of Unicorns of Love. Trying to go for the full-on fight. Unicorns of Love, they're going pretty deep into their own jungle. They got some good damage, especially Clamaris extremely low. But they don't get the damage output from the likes of ZachQ, and he's really low. He's scared to go a little bit further potentially in this fight. He's also self-regen. Grizzly going for the dive. That's damage scaling up really nicely for Unicorns of Love. Vex making it straight onto Slime Lead and also Bastara. Maybe overstepping his welcome for sure. As Vex trying to move out, I would say don't take it. It's not worth it. Trovo Nova won it. They're going to go for the Baron right off the bat. Normally, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be a risky Baron to take, I think, versus an Orianna. Yeah, I think this is a little risky, if you ask me. Like, look at the damage the Orianna can do. Like, you might just die to Baron here.
Oh, command attack too good. You move away. They should have learned that from last game, actually. That command attack is way too powerful when played properly. Zoning tool is too good. And they're going to try and push in mid. So pretty decent catch, actually, from Unicorns of Love if they can convert finally an objective.
If Steeland can get the Rabadon's there. They're actually just teleporting straight into it. They're going for it again. I still think it's risky. I still think it's risky.
Oh, they have a ward behind, actually. That's big for Kalisto. And they saw that. Yeah, they're giving it another shot. That's going to be the TP down later on down the line if Kalisto wanted to give it another fair shot. Yeah, it's just a little bit of back and forth, seeing who playing this game of chicken, who's going to try and commit to the Baron first. So far, Trevor Nova to give it a shot. They're still trying to get stuff to mid lane tower. Have they got it yet? I think they're pretty close, and they need to get more map presence. So that's a good pick for Unicorns.
Yeah, if they can just pick up that mid lane tier 1, which they've got, now evens out the map pressure a little more. And ZachQ's back on the map as well. Like, once we're hitting 3-item spikes for the Orianna and the Vayne, that's when things start to tip heavily in favor of Unicorns of Love. And you can see that Trevor Nova know it. They're looking for the engage. Neelan's way overextended.
He had to flash. He gets stunned. Luckily enough, he flashed before the stun actually hits, so he's in a really comfortable spot right now. Trevor Nova trying to move on back. That's going to be actually a kill coming on through very early onto the likes of Vex. Now it's going to be a 5-on-4 in the favor of Unicorns of Love. Also losing ZachQ. So they lose most of their damage output potential. And because of that, Clemaris, he has no issue going for the backline. You got no more ZachQ, you got no more Vayne. He cannot get chunked down. And Trevor Nova win that one dominantly so, with 3 kills coming their way. And now that should be a pretty easy objective pickup later on.
Snealand was just so low, and I love that Clemaris held his ultimate for the right time until he found that avenue into the backline. I don't know what ZachQ's positioning was in this fight. He decided to face tank as a Vayne, which is never a good look. Take a look back at the fight. Okay, watch this. Snealand's taken down really low. Okay, unfortunately, ZachQ was
Cataclysm.
He was out of position in the first place though, and you can see now he gets pincered by Pose. That was actually a really good ult by Pose. Not really sure what Coldstar tried to do. He didn't have any stacks built up on the Twisted Fate, so unfortunately wasn't able to get a significant chunk down. And oh my word, looks like Trevor Nova are going to get the Ocean Dragon here. They just take out Kalisto, so Kalisto's down for this. And I think, unfortunately, this is going to be a rough comeback spot if you are Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, but before that last fighter we just saw, it was 6,000 gold lead in favor of Unicorns of Trevor Nova, but now he's actually going to the next level. They're starting to build up a gold lead just about now 10k. I think it's around 9k mark currently. And he got himself that Drake. It's going to be the Elder Ocean Drake. And in fact, so that's going to be some really big buffs potentially coming for you the next fight. And also off of that, they're going to get himself the Baron. That's big. And we talked about this many times, right, Scandal? Their objective game is strong. You win a fight, you get an objective. That is how you win it. And Unicorns of Love not quite able to make it happen this game.
Double objective take. Now, your only win condition for Unicorns of Love is late game Vayne at this point in time. You have no other win. Wait, did you lose bot lane inhibitor tower as well? Yep. Oh gosh, that's really bad. Yeah, Unicorns of Love, their real only win condition at this point is the Vayne. Now, it is getting towards a 4-item Vayne. That is a relatively good place to be. If you are ZachQ, you've got a lot of gold in your back pocket. You're kind of having everything funneled into you, despite your 248 scoreline. He's kind of been given pretty much all of these jungle creeps. So ZachQ is obviously accelerating himself to what I assume is going to be either a GA or maybe a Bloodthirst or an Infinity Edge. I don't know if he's picked up the Infinity Edge yet, but either way, he is kind of pushing his way towards the late game Vayne. That is the only win condition, though. You have to have Vayne pop off in these fights. It should be an Infinity Edge that he's aiming for at this point. If he's close to it, I mean, we could be looking at a good win condition for Unicorns of Love to try and play towards.
Yeah, this is a 1-3-1 use. Great usage of the Baron from Trevor Nova. That's what we want to see. To get himself already the bottom lane. In Inhib Tower, we saw that happen about 2 minutes ago currently, and they're looking for an extra one. If you get 2 Inhib Towers, most of the time, that's going to result in the win. The wave crashing in, and because of that, the waves are still pushing strong in both mid and the Baron lane. There you go. That's going to be the calling opportunity for them to try and take down these towers and secure himself some extra presence around the map thanks to that natural presence. It's going to be there until the end of the game. It's not like PC where the Inhib respawns. It doesn't on mobile, so you're going to have to deal with that for the remainder of this game. And get himself the Damascus Justice, not get it into the upper end. Big CC, pull him off the way. Nice damage onto Clemaris. He's going to be chunked on down by that dunk and going to have to move away. It's maybe not the finishing call just yet. He got really close, but luckily enough, the damage of Coldstar and ZachQ was significant enough to move Clemaris away.
This is it. This is the 3 inhibitors down. The only time I've ever seen a game be brought back from the brink of death versus 3 inhibitors is when there is a Vayne. There is a TP coming in. They're trying to utilize, I think, the Baron buff to its extremes, like trying to make it as difficult as possible for Unicorns of Love to get out of their own base. The one benefit of having these minions crash into you over and over again is, especially when there's no objectives on the map, it is free gold for the Vayne and it is free gold for the Orianna. And you do eventually, or you should eventually, have to win a team fight in order to take the game down. It is not impossible for Unicorns of Love to win this because they have the Vayne, they have the late game scaling. They just need to find the correct setup for the team fight.
It seemed like Trevor Nova did understand that, and they're trying to actually find close to this game as soon as possible. They don't want to give the opportunity to Zach Q and Snail and Ed to get any further ahead of this game. Grizzly Q going to try and go for the taunt, gets that Q into the fountain. Yeah, they're going for the win. They want to push it to a game 3, and that's exactly what Trovenova will be able to achieve in this second game of the series versus Unicorns of Love. Game 3 is going to be on the menu, ladies and gentlemen, to decide our third and last finalist team in Group B this time around. It's been a great showcase of what Trovenova can do, and Unicorns of Love, nice opportunities taken early to mid-game, but not enough in the grand scheme of things.
Absolutely not. And I think, unfortunately, just some positional errors from Zach Q in some of those later game team fights. Unfortunately, he was caught out on that team fight that was very crucial around the Elder Dragon area. But I think at the end of the day, a good presence from Trovenova. They played it really safe, and they just utilized wave pressure to try and crush in and take that win.
You know what? That's going to be most of our games done. Only one more game remains for day 2 of the Origin series. So we'll head on over to a break, and then we'll be joined up by Trid to try and check out what's going to be happening in the last game of the series for our second day. Got a lot of action, so don't go anywhere.
Well, it would be only fitting in our final game, or final match of the night, that we actually go the distance all the way to 3 games. It's nice to see Trovenova come back into this one. And the Zach Q win condition, they didn't have enough time to get him online. And to be honest, Kiernan, there were also some instances where Zach Q wasn't doing himself any favors. We've got a quick clip that I think you can run through and maybe illustrate something akin to that.
Yeah, sure. I'll talk a little bit about it. It was the notorious fight where the game was still relatively winnable for Unicorns of Love, and I kind of don't, but also do blame Zach Q. I think it's one of those things where I'll break it down once we get to that drawing board segment, and I will kind of have a look at it for you. But to begin with, Snailland just wasn't quite aware of this side of the map. They did have a ward here, and they did have a ward here, so they should have seen that this was the case. I just think they weren't respecting how easy it was for Jarvan to look for the engage. So they did have wards covering the areas around the Baron pit and the river entrances around the Blue Stair jungle of Trovenova. So they should have seen that. But nonetheless, Snailland gets taken down to 5th HP to kick the fight off. That's never a good look for your AP carry. Then you have Zach Q. He is the win condition for Unicorns of Love at this point in time. And he is positioned here. Even if he was looking to flank around here, it is a terrible position for a couple of reasons. One of which is the Galio is here. The other of which is you're against a Jarvan, and Jarvan can just jump over the wall. It would be much better if Zach Q was. Well, let me just these terrible arrows. I'm sorry, guys. It'd be much better if Zach Q was over here. Yeah. And then he was behind the Lulu. He just plays pure front to back, and they probably win the team fight. But for some reason,
like a smiley face.
Exactly. There you go. For some reason, he wants to be here, and we're going to play it out. It's really fast. I'm so sorry. I have no idea why, but it's really fast. So yes, Jarvan EQs over the wall, locks him into the Cataclysm. Not so bad in itself if you had the support of your AP carry, but you don't. Your AP carry is nearly dead and is running away from the fight. So you're purely relying on Kalisto, Bistara, and Coldstar to do the majority of your work here, and absolutely no one is threatening Hydra and Pose. And unfortunately, Zach Q's predisposed because he gets locked up by the Cataclysm because he's out of position. And we play it out really quickly again. Stuck in the Cataclysm forever. And this is what even tilts me even further. Like, why not just then, after you get the kill, go this way? He goes this way initially.
Tilted, huh?
He goes this way initially. Anyway, regardless, it was a bit of an in terms of positioning. Unfortunately, I wouldn't say it's all of Zach Q's fault. I would say that just not respecting the vision control that they had, and obviously not respecting the engage potential, and Orianna did nothing in this team fight. So there was a lot of pressure on Zach Q to perform. But when you pick a Vayne, that's kind of your composition. There is a lot of pressure on the Vayne to perform.
So just quickly off the back of this, Kiernan, I noticed that Bistara gave the Wild Growth over to the Wukong as they went for the initiation. Surely in Vayne's your win condition, might you want to consider just saving the Wild Growth as an emergency button? Like, is that too much of a stretch?
It's a hit or miss, right? Because there's a very classic combo of Wukong and Lulu Ult. You Wukong Cyclone, they come down from the knockup, you Wild Growth them back up. They come down from the Wild Growth, you Cyclone them back up. It's supposed to be like this chain CC train. So yeah, maybe, but I don't think Wild Growth would have saved Vayne in this instance anyway.
Yeah,
Right.
they gave it a chance every once in a while, but unfortunately didn't quite happen. So we'll see a few of these clips happening where the combos maybe didn't come on to fruition for Unicorns of Love in these fights. This is one of the pretty early fights happening about mid-game. Was 9 minutes 30 seconds in, where Unicorns of Love won a very good condition, and this was actually the game that set them apart. That could have been the opportunity for them to actually get ahead into the game, but got himself a little bit short at the end, and there were clear opportunities for them to make this game come their way, but I think that Trovo Nova, their objective game especially, is what set them ahead so heavily and made it hard for Unicorns of Love to find any points of pressure to get back into the game.
And in that first clip we saw in the highlight, one of the things I wanted to point out is like Trovo knew the game plan. Trovo was take down ZachQ, and in the entirety of the fight, even though you had Coldstar running in with the Darius, getting all of these kills, dealing all this damage, they were still trying to gun for ZachQ, and they just ignored the Darius. And I think that's one of the reasons why you saw Coldstar pop off there in that clip.
Yeah, just got a few targets extremely low, and of course, that's going to enable you to get those resets on the ultimate, on the Nox and Guillotine, and that's the reason why that fight went really well. But you're mainly focusing on that late game character that's going to be ZachQ, and that fight, especially, you just saw once again the replay, the Scoundrel broke down really well and hit the nail on the head. That position was, I would clearly say, horrendous, and it caused their demise at the very end of the game, causing it to go 1-1. Now down to game 3 between Unicorns of Love and Trovo Nova, so we'll see who will be the very first grand finalist team in Group B at the end of this next game.
Yeah, there's 2 paths ahead for both of these teams. One way is the direct route, and it takes you straight to the grand finals. You get there by winning this next game. The other way is a bit of a detour through the lower bracket. I know which I would prefer, and game 3 is going to set that up for us. Fellas, over to you.
Thank you very much, Drid. And indeed, we're going to be back on the Rift once again to give it a shot and see who will be our last finalist this time around. For Group B, is it going to be Unicorns of Love? Is it going to be Trovo Nova? We'll have the answer to that one right after. But a few players here we're looking back onto. ZachQ, position needs to be on top of your game if you want to make sure you allow Unicorns of Love to make it right into the grand finals.
Yeah, I think clearly very close between these 2 teams right now. I think both teams very evenly matched. It depends on the draft. I think ZachQ had hit or miss performances, but I think on the Vayne, like he played well for the majority. Just a couple of these little positioning errors unfortunately cost his team the game, and I think that is the problem when you draft a Vayne into like this very heavy frontline comp. You are kind of the win condition, and so when you kind of have that you get caught out or you get caught out of position, then the win condition kind of goes down the drain a little bit. Though I will say that Snailend obviously could have popped off on the Orianna, but unfortunately, in some of the crucial fights, got taken out way too early.
Yeah, especially Clamaris. He's the one that got himself the opportunity right off the bat in that fight to go for the Damascene Justice, smite it down, and of course that's going to do a tremendous amount of damage. Snail and Ned could not deal with in any way, shape, or form, so he gave it his best shot. But here we go for the last time today on day 2 of the Origin series here for the European region. We're back in the pick and ban phase as Unicorns of Love go straight after they did lose that game. They're going to choose their blue side, and Trovo Nova are going to be on the red. And one thing that's been consistent throughout these 3 games now has been the Ahri ban, making me a very sad man. Because I like Ahri from time to time, but not this series, man.
It's a target ban versus Pose. It's clearly a target ban versus Pose. Like, he's a very, very kind of well-known Ahri player. So yeah, the target ban is going to happen almost every time for Unicorns of Love. Blue side, red side, it doesn't matter. Loser does get to pick side selection though, so Unicorns of Love have chosen to go into the blue side this time round. They actually, I believe, this is the first game they lost. They chose to go blue side. Trovo Nova chose to go back to blue side for their second game. So it is now our final game of the series. So everything counts right here. We're going to see a Camille ban against Clamaris, a Kai'Sa ban. Wondering what the final ban is going to be. Ziggs, obviously something that you... Okay, no, it's going to be the Wukongs. So that means Ziggs first pick for sure, right? You just take Ziggs as Unicorns of Love in this sense.
Yeah, just got rid of it. They had some really good engage. It's just, I would say, down to communication. We talked about the misposition, especially, for example, of ZachQ. But of course, not only that, if your team is out of position, you're not going to be able to go for the full-on engage you're expecting with the likes of a Wukong. So it was a really strong champion, and I think it did help Unicorns of Love a lot in that second game, but there were some kind of issues along the way that did make it really hard for them to play around. Though Seraphine, I think it got banned a few times actually this series. So for the first time this time around, it's actually going to be open, and Trovo Nova will be the ones to snatch it first for their own volition. So I'm hyped to see what they're going to build around that one. And you can flex it in mid, in support. I typically prefer it support, but let's see if we can pair it with, and that's going to be with the Jarvan. I love this combo. It's so strong on Wild Rift. You go for the Cataclysm, and then it just enables a big encore line to come on through. You hit that CC extremely easily, if you do not burn the flashes at least. So yeah, Jarvan and also the Seraphine, I think you can't go wrong with that duo.
No, I think you're absolutely right. I think Seraphine Jarvan is a very strong combo. I think most people right now like to play Seraphine mid or Seraphine in the AD carry or just the bot lane position. Support, you don't really get enough gold for a lot of people. You know, people like to build Seraphine more aggressive and sort of play the full AP play style. So Braum is a brilliant answer into Seraphine though. Like if you can just use the Unbreakable, you block the sort of the chain of the Encore and you just really kind of stop Seraphine in her tracks. So if you can just time it correctly, Braum is an excellent pickup into the Seraphine. I really applaud this coming off from Unicorns of Love. And actually, Unicorns of Love have got a relatively solid draft already. Good front line. You've got good sort of answers for what you've seen already from the Trovo Nova draft. Just rounding this out with a strong jungler and a relatively safe AD carry would be good. Of course, you know, Vayne is the answer into Garen a lot of the times. And so that is going to be the same for Trovo Nova this time around for Hydro.
Yeah, going to try and go for the juggler, the Vayne, of course, and that hero pool of both Braum and also the Garen is going to be really valuable. Lee Sin, though, this time around is going to be picked up by Unicorns of Love. So I think it could be a very interesting one if you want to try and get access to the likes of the Vayne, or also to this Seraphine. It could work out, but the thing is, especially Vayne with the final hour can go invisible for a few seconds, and also he's got really good repositioning value. It's going to be hard for the Lee Sin, I'm not going to lie. If it does get an early lead for your team, then that's going to be really strong. But in team fight, I'm having a really hard time seeing how truly impactful this Lee Sin can be. It can happen, but I think it's going to be really hard seeing how good the mobility of the Jarvan the Fourth, of the Gragas, and also of this Vayne is actually going to be. So I'm a little bit doubtful on if it can actually pull off as they might expect in this game.
Well, I think the Ziggs is going to be the key issue here, right? Ziggs is going to be the ability to kind of get a lot of damage down, as we saw Snitch do in his game of Ziggs, or his couple of games of Ziggs. You always get a lot of damage down before the fight even starts. And also, Ziggs is a really good way to snowball towers and snowball global gold, which can kind of put Vayne on the back foot. And again, with this comp, you are kind of relying on the Vayne to be your majority carry, because if Braum just does his job, really makes Seraphine much less of a threat in these team fight situations. So Vayne will be the person you're relying on. Hydro is going to have to step up to the plate here as the main carry for Trovo Nova. And if you can just get the damage down and snowball the game a little bit beforehand, then put Vayne behind an item spikes, and it might not even be relevant. You know, that's kind of like that front line and the Lee Sin's impact here. So that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for Unicorns to love to snowball this game. You don't give Hydro the time to scale up. If you do, then of course Vaynes can take over the game.
Yeah, though when I'm looking back at the history of Trovo Nova and the past few community tournaments that we're involved with, Grizzly Q, when Lux support was a really big thing, he would play that an insane amount. Could be still played in mid position if you want to, but he is an extremely talented and gifted Lux player. If you play those cards correctly and you especially are able to negate the impact and the backline opportunities of the Lee Sin, Lux could be really impactful. And there's a very clear wombo combo when it comes down to it. You got your Cataclysm into a Encore. You got also the Body Slam, plus also your Explosive Cast. There's so much CC potential. Of course, I just mentioned, right, the Burning Lights of Grizzly Q on this Lux. If they play their team fights correctly, Trovo Nova, in terms of pure team fighting potential, I would say do have a little bit of a lead. But Unicorns of Love, on the other side, I like their appealing, especially offered by ZachQ with that Blade Caller and Bistara also with the Unbreakable, making sure most of the abilities, especially the Encore, does not make it to your backline. So I think these are very well paired matchups up against each other, but I do think that because of the composition of Trovo Nova, Unicorns of Love have a really good chance to mitigate a lot of the tools that Trovo Nova might try and play around.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I think what I'm really looking for Unicorns of Love here is to just get priority and really play. What really impressed me from Trovo Nova's perspective last game is how well they controlled the waves. They constantly put Unicorns of Love on the back foot just by having really good wave control. When you've got a Ziggs, you need to be the team that has the better wave control, because you want to use that wave control to try and allow you to, again, get onto towers quickly and snowball them as much as you can using Ziggs' really strong tower taking potential. So that's what I'm obviously keeping my eyes on here for Unicorns of Love. We really want to see Ziggs snowballing these towers as much as he can, because I think if you get to a true team fight situation, or you let Vayne scale up a little hard, one mistake versus a Seraphine, if you don't quite place the Braum Unbreakable correctly, clearly could prove to be a little bit of an issue. But I also think that if you do get into a team fight and you're able to take out the Vayne, either through isolating them with the Lee Sin or just catching them out with the Garen, then you are very clearly going to have an advantage if you're just able to block that Seraphine ultimate. So it swings and roundabouts. It really comes down to execution in these team fights, honestly.
Very clearly for Trovo Nova. We'll see if they can hopefully get himself in better positions this time around, and that will be the advantage point. Scuttle, no double scuttle control. Not a lot of double scuttle controls throughout the entirety of today, I would even say. We saw a lot of those in day one, but it seemed like teams have been able to adapt on the fly a little bit more to those kind of early invades into the opposing Riverside. Though blue camp is going to be a little bit leashed out by Unicorns of Love. They looked for the opportunity. They saw Vex was already present on the on this environment, so they're not going to give it any further shot. But though they got himself the Braum, they want to get himself those shots, proc the passive, but Hydra, of course, can very easily reposition. So a lot of time lost, I would almost say, for Unicorns of Love here.
Yeah, a lot of time lost for Unicorns of Love, and as you said, like not able to find much early love versus this comp. You don't need to kind of run out the gates and start swinging your hammer versus a Vayne. You've got plenty of time before Vayne scales up to be a realistic threat in this game. So I don't think you have to panic too much if you're Unicorns of Love at this stage in the game. But obviously these big first dragon fights, I do actually think versus a Vayne, you want to be the team that's there set up around the dragon. You want to start forcing neutral objectives as quick as possible. The quicker that you take the Drake, the quicker you can get as many dragons in before the Elder spawns. You obviously want to try and get as many dragons in before the Vayne becomes a relevant threat. So I really want to see Unicorns of Love be the first to the dragon pit. Get the dragon pit set up correct. Put yourselves in the position to win the fight. At this stage in the game, the Vayne's damage is pretty pathetic. So you should, as long as you're blocking the Seraphine ultimate with Braum, come out on top 9 times out of 10 in this first team fight, if that's Trovo Nova even wants to contest it. But that's what I want to see from Unicorns of Love. You need to be the team that's proactive and setting up these Drakes as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I agree. And General, just to add to that, I would say he also got a really good... engage, Mega Inferno Bomb. Gonna have to actually flash away from that one. I don't think it was going to actually kill him, but he did get ignited, so maybe he was a little bit more doubtful of his position. The Kalisto, there you go, not playing the Wukong this time around, but he's already present into the bottom side of the map, potentially looking for a 3v2 turret dive, but seemed like he's not going to go for it. That Lux, I think, is the main reason why he doesn't want to. One Binding Lights in the tower, and you got aggro, and you're dead in literally seconds, so they now need to look towards the future, get ready for this first dragon fight. Is going to be Mountain Drake, get yourself some extra shield throughout the entirety of this game. Would be pretty cool to have for yourself. So early fight for the Scuttle, who's going to get the vision, and also going to be moving away the rest of Unicorns of Love that are very clearly not ready for this fight, as both the Garen and also the Ziggs is not present on these environments.
Way too late. Like, they're so late to set up here. Like, they need to be the first team set up. You can't give 3 objectives to a Vayne and a Seraphine. And Clamara is... I mean, it was a zoning ult. We call it a zoning ult. But they get the dragon, and look, they can't even fight. And that's a huge win for Trovo. You should not be giving these kind of fights over to them this early on.
Yeah, 1,000 gold lead, and also the Mountain Drake looking to try and push in mid. I mean, they do have the Ziggs then, and they got himself also an ultimate that's not up for Pose. The fact that ultimate's not up, and he's also out of mana. He's you can't pause any threat there. They can clear it so quickly. Actually, that's going to be a great ultimate. Their final spark from Grizzly Q on the Lux is going to be able to clear that entire wave, so they can't get themselves a play or 2. If they could, that could have been reducing that gold advantage that Trovo Nova was able to build up. But nice attempt. Unicorns of Love, as you said, very slow reset to actually try and get prepared for that fight. Does not make matters easier for them, so they need to be a little bit more reactive to how things are changing around the map.
Yeah, but I'm just a little worried. Like, you've given such an early team fight for free over to Trovo Nova. Well, versus a Vayne, you need to take any opportunity that you can to put pressure on this type of champion. Because if you just let them have these free objectives, these free team fights, I mean, this is good actually.
Yeah, it seemed like they heard you. Got himself the concussive blows plus the also glacial fissure, but it's still not going to happen just yet. Oh, you must be kidding me. I thought that was going to be finally the kill coming on through. Zac, you did have potentially also the Feather Storm if you wanted to, but he's going to hold on to that one for his dear life for the Herald fight that should be happening in just around 20 seconds. The lane swaps already came on through, but this is another opportunity. This is your second chance, Unicorns of Love, to win the fight versus Hydra of Trovo Nova to make sure that he doesn't get in line. So I'm hoping to see that coming on through as Hydra's going back to base. He's going to get some more items and become even more of a threat for the fight to come.
Now, Vayne doesn't really become that scary until like 2 to 3 items, realistically 3.
Yeah.
So like, even if you're making some mistakes here for Unicorns of Love, it's not the end of the world. But I just feel like they're kind of giving too much space to Trovo Nova here. And again, too much space. The ultimate comes through.
Yeah, final spark, not going to find the target. Re-engage, the gun stuff, the concussive blows, and also into the Dragon's Rage. So deep, so far. Clamara tries best to soak up the damage, taking ages to actually kill him. And during that time, the rest of the team is actually getting taken and chucked down to very low HP, especially the likes of Vex. Trovo Nova want to go for the push. Very low on mana, so I would say you might want to rethink this push twice, and I think they understood it now. Liso hits it. He's going to click the button. He's going to do it. He's not going to do it, though. Normally at least Sid player would do it in my rank games, but in the Origin series, it seemed like he had a little bit more of self-restraint in that position.
That's a pretty decent, I think, and lucky team fight for Unicorns of Love. Like, they could have very easily gone wrong. We'll take a look back at it here. Luxalt comes through, they secure the Rift Herald, which is nice. Clemaris just didn't quite pick his position for the flank very well. His team weren't quite set up for it. Somehow, Unicorns of Love escape with a sliver of HP. A nice zoning minefield from the Ziggs kind of slows the re-engage coming down from Trovo Nova. And that is a Rift Herald that's picked up, as well as a singular kill, the first kill of the game, including First Blood, now going the way of Unicorns of Love. They want to keep this pressure up, though. Start to use that Rift Herald to buy some space. You can see that the Cloud Dragon spawning, they are going to drop it mid, and maybe this will allow Steeland to get that first tower of the game for free. And you can see, I don't even think they're going to need to use the Ziggs Execute. He'll get that with the Rift Herald, which is nice because they can now reset and set up for the Drake fight, which they need to do.
There was also a very obvious separation. Where's he going to get another one? Hey, he doesn't even get himself the plate, but that's fine. Get himself down to 2,500 HP. But there was a very obvious split in what the decision-making of Unicorns of Love were. Clemaris was very deep. He actually got ulted 2 times in that fight. He got ulted by the Demacian Justice of Cold Start and also by the Dragon Rage of Kalista to put him out of position. And he was just 100% locked into the pit. And then Unicorns of Love wanted to take 2 fights at the same time, having 2 players focused on Clemaris and 3 other players focused on the entire roster of Trovo Nova. I found that a little bit weird, so I'm hoping to see that kind of mistake ironed out for the next fights to come, because I think if they played together a little bit better there and the synergy was a little bit more on point, that could have been a fight coming the way of Unicorns of Love. But those 2 little seconds where you're not taking the fight as a crew, you're taking a lot more damage and giving the edge back in favor of Trovo Nova, so they need to try and work on that one. Now Cloud Drake is going to get pushed. Get the TP in for Stara.
I think you need to fight it. You can't give free dragons. You can't give free dragons over to Unicorns of Love, and I think this should be good enough for them to go for it. Though Vex doesn't quite find the steal. Seraphine Ultimate whiffs again. I mean, it's a good opportunity to look for a fight, but Unicorns of Love don't want to take the risk, and they're just going to take the free dragon and back out.
Yeah, good little pickup for them. Of course, we're not going to try and fight it. This is what I wanted to see them do, actually, at the very first fight, to try and make sure that Hydra doesn't get too in line with their best shot. Though bottom lane, Trovo Nova want to get himself a little bit more gold, get himself another objective, so we'll see if they can get the tower. Vex is ready to maybe create an opportunity, gets the flag out, not going to track it just yet. You got to be careful, you might be out of the middle encounter versus Snail and Ned, and I think Snail and Ned's going to have to move away. He's got the satchel charge if really wants to try and create that distance. But now 9 minutes into the game, 1 kill only. This is very slow pace, but there's a lot of weight behind this very clearly. Scoundrel spot into the grand finals, nothing to mess around with, so they are clearly putting their best foot forward in this series.
I think you kind of have to at this point, but I think the clock is ticking if you are Unicorns of Love. Now, obviously, Ziggs does scale, but, you know, a good Vayne, especially versus limited lockdown potential coming out from from Unicorns of Love, a good Vayne should be able to put this game in the completed tick box. If you're able to get to that stage in the game where Vayne's going to be becoming incredibly relevant. And we're looking at almost 2 items now for Hydra. So I'm just keeping a little eye on that little Vayne item ticker. Hitting that 3-item spike will prove to be a little issue for Unicorns of Love. But I do like what they're doing right now, trying their best to push these turrets. When the engage comes through, they might get caught out on the rotate here.
Pose barely has himself his ultimate back on cooldown. He should be available. Push them away. The on-court once again does not connect. I don't know, Pose really having an issue with that ability. They're going to have to move out of that fight. I just checked something actually very interesting. If Unicorns of Love actually lose this match here, Scandal, they'll be facing up against BK Rogue Esports, which is actually the team they kicked out in the very first round of Group B. So it will be a very fun redemption arc and a little bit of a gotcha moment if they fight versus BK Rogue, and BK Rogue actually pushed them out. So we'll see if Unicorns can make it happen. But for that, they need to lose this match, and Unicorns of Love not going to make that an easy feat to achieve for Trovo Nova, as they currently have a very slim but certain goal lead of just about 2.5k. They can try and build something upon, but it is not obvious with such a slim gold lead 11 minutes into the game.
Yeah, what I want to see from Unicorns of Love over the next few minutes is set up for the Drake fight. Make that a priority. Like, you want to just secure as many Drakes as possible. You gave away the first one for free. You definitely don't want that to be the case. Try and get your wave control set so that you can take as many towers off any small team fight wins as possible. You literally just need seconds, if you're a Ziggs player, to take a tower away from the enemy. So I really want to see them trying to rotate that Ziggs as much as they can. He's clearly on wave clear duty right now because Trovo Nova are doing a really good job of just prioritizing the mid lane wave, shoving it in and making it very difficult for Sneeland or Sneelane to kind of like move around the map right now, which is obviously limiting the tower taking potential of Unicorns of Love. But I do just want to make sure that Unicorns of Love are the team that's being the proactive one. They need to take the fight to Trovo Nova, because Trovo Nova will be very happy to sit back and say, cool, you do your thing. We're going to wait until we get to a certain point in the game, and then we're going to take over.
Really like the item purchase from Bastara here, going for the Frozen Heart, reduced that attack speed from Hydro. That's going to be really valuable later on down the line for the next fights to come. So I think that's a great item coming up from him. You like to do it, for example, in the Jinx. Kai'Sa's pretty good too, but I think especially in the Vayne, where she is very clearly and obviously the win condition for your team, that's an item that's going to be really worth your time. So I'm happy that Bastara actually went towards that kind of purchase. On the other side, Pose got himself his Rabadon Death Cap, so he's going to get that big extra burst of damage. But for that to happen, you've got to hit your ultimates, and we haven't seen Pose do that too often. So got to hit those, mate.
No, and also you still have to get through the barrier of Bastara using the Unbreakable. Now, they will get another tower here, so they're slowly knocking on the door of these tier 2s now, and that will start to open up the gold lead a little further to 4K. Just want to see them continue that. Now, we have the next Drake spawning up, and you need to get Unicorns of Love back into the driving seat here, set up effectively around that Drake that you can see. Xayah staying on the top side of the map when Drake is spawning, that is a little questionable to me. What is he going to get there? He's getting one extra wave. Oh no, Pose.
We're used to it. It's fine. It's fine. We do.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. We've seen that enough times this game.
But yeah, he's not present at all. He had to go back to base, walk it down the mid lane. Hopefully, we'll be able to beat back in time, and Trovo Nova will not be able to find that opportunity just yet. I thought Clamaris could have gone for a sneaky explosive cast the moment he saw that Zaku was going to be into the Baron lane position, but hasn't been able to do and find that opportunity as of yet. So yeah, Dragon's still up. 1 for 1 so far in Dragons. They'll see if they can get it for themselves. Unicorns of Love got priority in that position because of how they're positioned around the map in the river. And they got also vision priority, so they're going to have a lot of extra details of what's happening in that river side. Making it out for Trovo Nova, and they actually sent Clamaris back into the top side. If they want to go for Drake now, this would be the prime chance to do so. Oh, they showed again. You got to, Observer team, you got to do that to Pose, right?
Poor Pose instead of Rough One. They're going to get the Drake here. They had to send Clamaris to the top side of the map, I think, just purely because even though I think what ZachQ did was incredibly greedy, ZachQ went for a random wave top side when the dragon had spawned. It did mean that there was a huge wave crashing into the tier 2 at the top side of the map. So you're either going to lose a ridiculous amount of gold and a ridiculous amount of experience, or you go up there and take it. Now it means there's 2 dragons secured. The Unicorns of Love, the Elder is the Elder Infernal. That is the ticket. That's your ticket to beat a Vayne in the late game. If you could pick up the Elder Infernal, like you could potentially, even if Vayne makes it to that stage in the game, you could potentially just have her number. She might be around the 3 item mark once we get to that point in the game. Only 9,000 gold in her back pocket though, so isn't exactly crazy accelerating. However, it's definitely one of the more fed members on her team. And I've just got to be, you know, obviously I'm keeping the eyes on that item ticker. It's only 2.5 items right now, though. So still in an okay spot if you're Unicorns of Love. These team fights haven't exactly been easily executed by Trovo Nova. And Unicorns of Love do have some scaling elements of their own as well, including the Garen scales quite nicely as a tank. We obviously have Sneelane scaling nicely as an AP carry threat. Lots of damage output. Oh, Grizzly. Nice flash.
Yeah, that was a necessary flash. Otherwise, he was going to be potentially going down instantly. That was a very good call from him, I would say. Having to move on back. They're trying to keep their mid lane towers up and ready to go. I mean, they already lost the first mid lane tower a little bit earlier. Unicorns of Love, if they lose theirs, that could make it a little bit even Stevens in that position. ZachQ trying to get the angle onto the Vex, but can very get the flag and drag out of that one. Though Clamaris definitely overstepping his welcome. The Uncle, once again, not going to be hitting the valuable targets into the backline. Vex trying to best to go solo onto the back, but he's just going to be completely out of position. The team is not there to help you, mate. Trovo Nova. Down now to 4. Gonna try their best. Unicorns of Love, do not go too far. You win that fight. That's big. That's great. But you do not want to give that over for free to Trovo Nova. They move on back as he's still got the Unbreakable ready to back up and support any damage coming out from Trovo Nova.
Damn. Still not a decisive teamfight win against Trovo Nova. Let's take a look back at that replay here. Again, not the best ultimate from Pose, but look, no one's threatening Hydro. Even though they pick up the kill into Jarvan, Hydro still stays really safe. And now the HP bars are low enough, it's going to force Unicorns of Love away. Versus the Seraphine, she scales up super well as like a protecting mid laner as well, giving huge shields and huge heals in the right circumstances over to Hydro too. It's going to be really difficult at this stage of the game with the Lux and the Seraphine to actually kill this Vayne. It's something that I actually neglected to talk about, and I'm a terrible analyst for not doing so, but you have got heals coming out of your wazoo and shields coming out of the same place for Trovo Nova. Like, you have got oodles of effective HP that you can gift over to this Vayne and make it almost impossible, realistically, to take her down easily in these team fights.
Yeah, it's making him just extra survivable. So it's working really well for Hydra so far, and that's the reason why he just didn't get even touched. He didn't even need that extra healing or whatsoever. If he did, I'm sure it would have come on through just fine, and Hydra could have been that big threat. But Unicorns of Love's got to be careful how they position. If they go any further, there is going to be that peeling that Hydra showed a few glimpses of in that middle lane fight that could have been the downfall of Unicorns of Love. They need to be extremely cautious of how they approach these fights. And if Hydra is still alive, as you said, you do not want to push any further unless you know with 100% certainty that you're going to be the team to come out on top. If you don't, you give over a bunch of kills to Hydra. He's currently the only one really, I would say, carrying this game, and he's 0-0-0. I can't even say that, but he's the one doing the most damage output. That's something I can very clearly say. They've got to be a little bit more decisive on how they approach these situations, because now the next Drake is going to be up. That's going to be the Elder Infernal. Actually get it right this time around. And this is going to be one that could very easily set a team apart from the other.
Yeah, I just get the impression, though, that we might have left this game a little too late for Unicorns of Love. You've got a Seraphine who's scaled up pretty nicely. You have Lux who's picked up her core items for defensively keeping that Vayne safe. This is the team fight that Trovo Nova are going to have to be involved in, though. You really can't afford to give away the Elder. You've had enough time where you've just ignored objectives. You've bought enough time to just, okay, Vayne and Lux are backing. This is a little bit of an awkward one. My God, if Unicorns of Love had the vision to know that, if they had the knowledge that Vayne had backed here, we could have just looked at a straight up Elder Infernal take. But it looks like they didn't have the knowledge of the map. They didn't have the vision to see that they'd gone for the backport. If they'd gone for the backport, that might have actually just been straight up Elder Infernal taken.
We can draw a parallel very easily between these two teams. The backport times can be a little bit off from time for both Trovo Nova and Unicorns of Love. Earlier we saw it was the likes of, I think it was Zac Feeder went back a little bit late. They're really looking to try and pick up this mid lane tower, try and push them away. Maybe if they want to try and facilitate priority towards that Dragon Pit, that's indeed what they're going to do. GA now just got purchased by Cold Star. He's not in a fight, but Trovo Nova do not have really an insane amount of deep vision, so they do not have too much information if Cold Star is there or not. Is he present or not? Don't really know. They're not going to be taking that chance whatsoever. So now it's just a battle of who can clear these waves faster. And it seemed like Trovo Nova's the one that's clearing it really fast, especially thanks to the Seraphine.
Yeah, a bit of a dance here between these two teams. Like, clearly, Elder Infernal is one of the most coveted objectives in the game in terms of just that late game scaling that it offers you. And you can see Trovo Nova not willing to give this one over free, but the longer that they stall it, it feels like the better for them. Though Vex almost caught out. Nice, not the best Ziggs ult in the world, actually. Didn't get as much value out of it as you'd hope it would, but the Ziggs ultimate isn't on the longest cooldowns. If you can just buy more time here for Unicorns of Love. Hydro's kind of had enough, though. Looking for the engage. Lots of low HP bars, though, for Trovo Nova. They have to be very careful, but they do have the sustain of the Seraphine to work with. They're going to use that redemption early on here. That pre-fight damage that we talked about with the Ziggs is kind of working out right now for Unicorns of Love.
Oh, Clamar's got to be careful there. Brawn passive into the Encore. That's your call. You are forgiven, Pose. That's a big one. Though, straight for the backline. That's going to be the likes of also Vex trying his best. I don't know what's really happening on this side, but you know what? Unicorns of Love, now they're looking pretty good. They still got themselves all of their players up and ready to go, but though the health bar are low, and this is the best opportunity for Hydro to strike while the iron is hot. One kill going over to Snail and Ned.
Oh, he got in with the ultimate.
The ultimate is such short corner, and you just said it, Scoundrel, and it actually pays dividends in this one. Early sin, don't do it. It's not worth it. You got the fight. Go for the Drake. That is the focus.
The GA's actually popping off this fight, by the way, and Snealane's just absolutely decimating with his damage output. That was the fight that I think Trovo Nova needed to win. And I think the unfortunate thing is we're going to see some teleports coming through. I don't know if it's going to get you anything, though. You can see Grizzly Q, desperation attempt at going for the Elder Infernal. Doesn't get it with the ultimate from Lux. And I think at the end of the day, Trovo Nova now need to rely on like a 4 to 5 item Vayne to really carry them through here, because you didn't want to lose that objective.
This game is so intense. There you go. The Encore once again posed. That was amazing. That was exactly what we want to see coming out from Trovo Nova, but it did end up actually struggling a lot.
The GAs just made it so difficult for Hydro to position. Like he didn't want to go beyond that GA. I think it was of Kalisto, because he was like, well, as soon as he respawns, I'm going to be out of position. I could get kicked, I could get executed or anything. So the GA zone technique doing really well versus Hydro in that situation. And as you said, Pose did get a good ultimate that time around, but it wasn't enough And there was, the GAs just prevented Vayne from popping off and cleaning up that front line. Now, the next fight will not have those Guardian Angels available. So maybe Hydro, who's working towards his Trinity Force, which he's just finished up now, could find the edge. I think, I would have preferred. I think there's a bit of a discussion in the meta right now about what's the best Vayne build, but Trinity Force is good because it gives her a lot more extra movement speed, which is nice.
Yeah, the Frozen Heart, I actually thought it would be really impactful. The attack speed is a lot slower for Hydra in those fights, though. Final Spark has some decent damage, and it just get completely melted to the ground. Nothing can do. Trova down to now 2 is Grizzly Q and Hydro. And you know what? There's nothing can do. You have no front line. You have to try and escape it. Hydro jumps on over the wall, gets the extra potential move speed, but no, Kalisto will be the one to find closure to the fight, and they could finish it potentially right here. The respawn time is at 40 seconds here, Scoundrel.
Oh, I think this could be. I mean, you don't have the quickest
RTP,
power taking, and Lux is available. She might be able to just clear this wave out with her ultimate, but double TP's coming through. You have the Ziggs, actually. This might actually just be series in game.
Yeah, Unicorns of Love, they're going to go for it. And we said it, you do not want to sleep on these guys. That's the Unicorns of Love. They trot themselves the victory, take the series 2-1 versus Trova. One of the biggest upsets we've seen so far in the Origin series, and will be Group B's first grand finalist team.
Yeah, really, really well played from them. And I think I felt that they were maybe being a bit slow in that game, but it was very calculated. The Ziggs doing huge work before these team fights popped off. And I loved that fight. That was a brilliant fight just before the Elder, where those GAs really just zoned Hydro away. Hydro could never really find the ability to shred through that front line. That could have been the game-winning fight had it not been for some two really crucial GAs on Kalisto and on, I believe it was Cold. Because, you don't usually buy GA on Garen. It's not a typical item for Garen in the tank format in the top lane, but they bought it because it naturally zones Vayne away. She does not want to move past the GA, so it's 5 seconds where she can't walk past that GA barrier, and she has to wait for them to respawn and then kill them one by one. But in the meantime, the rest of your team is cleaning up.
Well, you know what? Trit talked about it earlier. Which way do you want to get access to the grand finals? Do you want to go the easy, direct way through the winners bracket, or do you want to go for a little bit of a detour? Look at the horizon and see what's going on through the lower bracket. Well, it seems like that's what Trova are going to have to do. We'll have to check out their matches up tomorrow, though. With that said, we're now going to head on over to a break for the very last time, and then after that, we'll be back with Trit to not only break out this game, but break down everything that's happened on day 2 of the Origin series. Go nowhere.
Well, across all 3 of our groups, we now have at least one confirmed grand finalist. Unicorns of Love have found a way to secure the Group B grand final, and Trovo are taking the detour down in the lower bracket. Kiernan, I'm going to come to you first because you started to explain the concept of GA zoning. And I think we have the clip ready on the drawing board for you to walk us through that and actually flesh this out.
Okay. It's not a real concept. I made this up, but I think it aptly describes
it was actually
what happened.
fitting, though. It actually makes a lot of sense.
I think it actually describes what happened in this team fight, and I think it's
me.
Well, hopefully at the end of this drawing board we won't be confused, but I guess we'll see. Once we jump into it, I will start to explain the concept, right? So I did just mention before this team fight started, 2 GAs on the opposition, Coldstar and Kalisto. Okay, both of these guys are threats to Hydro. So if Hydro die, or Hydro's near them, they are both threats to Hydro, and Hydro does have to be careful about the positioning around both the Lee Sin and the Garen. But Garen doesn't typically buy GA, so it was an interesting buy. That's why I was kind of like, I don't really know many tank Garens that buy GA, but it made sense for this team fight. I'm going to show you. Right.
Just to clarify, though, he's not buying it just for the zoning.
No, he's not buying it just for this team fight. It's still a decent item. No one buys GA
Yes.
No one buys GA to set up for what I call GA zoning. But let's have a look. This is a really good ultimate. Like, that was a 4-man ultimate from Pose. Like, when you look at this team fight, you're like, this is 1, right? You're like, oh my god, Trovo just smurfed it. This is 1. But Sneerlane is completely untouched over here on this bottom side of the team fights. He's perfectly fine. And they just sort of managed to bounce back with the GAs. Now watch this, okay? Watch this, right? Zach Hughes over here kind of zoning Hydro away. This entire area, Hydro just has to sit here and wait. He's like, oh god, I've got to wait for Lee Sin to respawn, because if I walk past Lee Sin, like I'm gonna get rid of this, right? If I walk past Lee Sin, I obviously can't walk towards Zach, but if I try and go like this way or this way, if Lee Sin just respawns and still has his kick available, or if he's still able to just like land a sonic wave on me, especially with this HP, I'm just dead. So he can't walk past the Lee Sin, who's dead, by the way, in GA. Look at him. He's just like, what do I do? What do I do? Not even basic attacking. And on the back end of things as well, we have Coldstar with his GA. So you can't even follow up. Coldstar didn't die, but if he did, Hydra would do the same thing. And eventually, he walks straight into the middle of the Ziggs ult, goes down from half HP and dies. So just by Lee Sin having the GA there, which is, by the way, a very standard item for Lee Sin, and no one buys it for this particular purpose, he couldn't move past Lee Sin, and he had to walk back towards his own base. He couldn't get into the fight, couldn't get through the front line. Obviously, ZachQ did a good job of just like making sure he couldn't come that way, further down the river. But just by being in GA, you had to respect the fact that Lee Sin was going to respawn and potentially put the pressure onto you as the Vayne. And she basically attacked maybe like 3 times. Couldn't get into the fight at all because she was being zoned away by what was technically a dead Lee Sin.
All right, well, we've got an interview ready with Coldstar. I'm going to bring him into the fray. I'll jump back with you guys in a second. Coldstar, Unicorns of Love are now in the grand finals. You're feeling good, right? You're loving life.
Yeah, I'm feeling so good. Yeah, I hope you can hear me well. Yeah, I'm feeling so amazingly great. And that was really shaky and nervous series against Trovo Nova because all the previous times we lost to them in tournaments, and now we win.
Yeah, this is a huge result. I won't lie to you. We kind of were betting on Trovo Nova to win this one, if I'm honest with you. So it came as a bit of an upset to us. You guys were able to eventually beat them out. I want to quickly ask about Vayne as a champion, because we saw it not really picked up anywhere else other than in your match from what we broadcasted. ZachQ went on to it in game 2, didn't work out for you guys. Trovo Nova then stole it away and you were able to beat it. When they locked in the Vayne for game 3, were you thinking, oh, they just dunked us, we'll just do what they did to us in game 3? What was the game plan to shut down the Vayne on Trovo Nova?
We were prepared. We knew that it can possibly be Vayne, but we wasn't afraid of Vayne because Vayne has a bit weak early game, so you can put a lot of pressure on the map in early game, and there is no way she can actually answer to that, especially when you pick some aggressive AD carry like Xayah, like we did. So we just try to put on a lot of pressure and have objectives and have control of the game. So that's like the advantage that you get over the Vayne. But if you get Vayne, you want to scale, you want to get like 3-4 items for Vayne, and you need time for her to scale. So in second game, we preferred that play style with the scaling Vayne. And in the third game, we realized that we have a strong early game and we have to abuse that to not allow Vayne to get her power spikes quickly.
And I've got to point out, in game 2, the Vayne wasn't working out for you, but you had a lot of fun on Darius in game number 2. I think particularly around the mid lane, I think you got a chain dunk of triple kills in the middle lane as well, and you were being a bit of a monster in the side lanes. Is Darius one of your favorite champions? Like, what does your hit champion pool look like, Coldstar, for those who don't know you?
Darius is definitely the champion I really like. I play a lot of Darius, and it's a really nice champ to play. Fiora also, I love. You've probably seen the first game when I played Fiora. I really enjoyed that one. And Camille, many teams know that I usually pick it in the first game, and then Camille gets banned all other games. So nobody let me play my Camille. So it's about. So we all could also see Olaf games and etc. So it's kind of big champion pool with Gragas, Malphite. So basically a lot of champions that Wild Rift can offer, I can play. So, and adding to second game, the Darius, I a bit misplayed in the second part of the game with the kind of focus that we had on opponents. So I a bit misplayed there, especially in the team fight where I followed Kai'Sa with my E flash and I drag it into tower, but then I followed too deep, and that was kind of a disaster for us in that team fight.
But it's fine that you ultimately came back and you got the win. So you're in the grand final. Trovo Nova are now in the lower bracket. I believe we're waiting for the results. They've either got Mortal Shot or BK ROG Esports. Out of those 3 teams, who do you think you're more than likely going to be facing in the grand final on Thursday?
It depends a lot on Trovo Nova. You say how they feel, if they are not tilted and if they are in good shape. I think they're gonna have the game against Mortal Shot or BK ROG. Although, I mean, anyway, BK ROG and Mortal Shot both are really good teams. They do really well. We played against both of them, if you saw, and we 2-0 them both. But they did a really good job in our games against them. So I felt like we came back from 5k deficit against Mortal Shock, and BK Rock, they just a little bit, they misplayed a little bit in the early game in both games, so we could make it 2-0. But overall, really, they're a really good team. So I think they can have a good fight against Trovo Nova, but I think we will face Trovo Nova again in grand finals, most likely.
All right, then. Well, I'm hoping for that rematch. I absolutely love this series. Congratulations on your victory. You get the day off tomorrow. We'll see you again on Thursday, hopefully.
Yeah, sure. We will have a small day off, but we are looking forward to watch the games that will happen tomorrow, and we wish good luck to all the teams that will play tomorrow and today and tomorrow. And yeah, that's gonna be a cool rematch or a cool series if any other teams goes by. And thanks to you for the cast, and thanks everyone who were cheering for Unicorns of Love.
Thank you so much, Coldstar. Oh man, I love Coldstar. He's already won me over.
He's so wholesome.
He's actually really humble as well. I thought it was really cool that he was also like wishing the other competitors good luck. He's like, hey, there's lower bracket matches. We're going to be watching from home, but they got a match to play. Wishing them all the best of luck. Max, I'm going to come to you first. Of thoughts on that series now that you've given time to collect yourself. Unicorns of Love, if they go up against Trovo Nova in the grand finals on Thursday, do you think they still win it all?
I think there's a very clear world where they win themselves another matchup versus Trovo Nova. They show that they had opportunities, and especially when they get to the late game, their team fight gets really strong. But there's very obvious things that they have to improve on. We talked about, and Xscandal especially mentioned the fact that you got that ticking time bomb, which is going to be that Vayne, and you need to try and take some really strong early to mid-game fights. They didn't do that, and that could have been their downfall. Luckily enough, their team fights actually worked out great in the grand scheme of things. That's a few of the things I'm hoping to see them improve on. If they do, then they're confirming themselves that they are the superior team to Trovo Nova. So they could make it happen once again, but that's one thing that if they improve on it, they're making the odds of them winning that rematch even bigger if they go against them again in the grand finals.
Another rematch I'm excited to see, Kieran, is potentially seeing Tribe going up against Team Koso again. This is a series I didn't particularly expect this to go to 3 games. It was a bit of a banger, wasn't it?
Oh, mate, yeah, absolutely. Really, really good series. I'm very much looking forward to watching that one if it does go that way. Interestingly enough, once we get to the brackets, I know there's been some spicy updates in Group A, so I'm very much looking forward to talking about that once we get there.
No spoilers.
I'm not going to spoil it just yet, but there's definitely some spicy updates that I think a lot of you guys are going to be interested in. But this looks like it could be a final. You know, the way they played, it could have been the grand final, especially that crazy Infernal Drake fight from this game. Absolutely nutty. And I really, really just think it was a great display of Wild Rift from both these teams.
All right, and then also we'd be remiss if we didn't talk about our first game of the evening, which was, of course, Sunlight Team versus Cut Esports. Sunlight Team have got themselves a spot in the grand finals. Cut Esports taking the long way around in Group C as well. I don't think we've got any highlights from that one at the moment because we're watching the Unicorn of Love.
We caught them right at the start. They were right at the start of the replay package. Yeah.
I was so focused on listening in, I missed them. But yeah, I mean, Group C as well has been turned out to be really interesting. My favorite thing about that group, as we keep mentioning, is that there's so many teams in there that we're not familiar with, and we're starting to craft some narratives around these teams as they come into the Origin series.
Yeah, this very first Origin series is where history is truly being made for all of these European teams, and they're able to find an opportunity. I think that especially Sunlight has been able to set themselves apart of the other teams in Group C, and it's very fun. Apollo, right after that game, I didn't say it, but he said, "Are you proud of me? Are you proud of me now?" I'm like, okay, you had some good Baron steals. Okay, good job. But they feel like a very hyped up team, and given them right circumstance, they can perform really well. So now that they're going to be making it to the grand finals, and hopefully they're able to win that grand finals, I'm really hyped to see what they can do up against the teams of Group A that seem like the best group out of all these groups so far, and even a few of the teams like Unicorns of Love, like Trovo Nova of Group B. I want to see what they can do on the biggest scale of the Origin series.
All right, well, Kieran, I'm going to let you take this one because I'm going to pull up Group A's upper bracket, and I don't think that's where the spice is.
It's not the upper bracket,
I'm going to let you roll it over to the lower bracket when we see it.
It's not the upper bracket. I mean, upper bracket is what you've seen today. Tribe in the grand finals is fantastic. They beat out Team Queso. They had a really good run. They've had some pretty tough opposition as well. Cream Real Betis, Team Future, Team Queso. Like, there was a good run that they've had. But the spice is in the lower bracket, mate. The spice
let's bring that up.
is in the lower bracket.
Come on. There it is.
Game Lord are out. Game Lord got 2-0'd by Cream Real Betis. That's the spice, everybody. Cream Real Betis is the Spanish showdown in the lower bracket final between Team Queso and Cream Real Betis. And Game Lord got knocked out 2-0. and I was getting some live updates from the game as we were going. They were down like 6K 5 or 6 minutes into the second game. It was a rough one for Gamelord, and they are out of this Origin series. They ain't making it to LAN this time round, and they're gonna have to bounce back for the second monthly finals.
Well, I mean, there is no LAN. They could put plenty of time. Not quite accurate. They've got plenty of points and money to get.
True. Yeah, I know. But like you know, your first place does get you a good shot at
absolutely.
So there you go.
Feels like an episode of Game of Thrones. They just killed off one of the main characters. Gamelord that was looking like a finalist level team, while Cream Real Betis that was more of a underdog team, able to surprise everyone here. So going to show that Team Kesso, they better be prepared. A team that has now beaten Gamelord is going up against you. So there's going to be 2 Spanish teams going up against each another. It could be any of these teams, but I'm hyped to see tomorrow's matches of Cream Real Betis versus Team Kesso, because Cream Real Betis are definitely the big surprise of Group A.
Yeah, nice Spanish derby to wrap up our lower bracket in Group A. Let's take a look at Group B. We already know that Unicorns and Love have found themselves a spot in that grand final. Of course, Trovo Nova are going down to the lower bracket. We've had a nice little recap of this one. Let's go ahead and look what's been happening and get an update on the results down there in the lower bracket to find out what Trovo Nova are going to have to go against. So we're still waiting on the results from Mortal Shot and BKROG Esports. We'll hopefully get those in overnight, and we'll be able to update you tomorrow. I'm assuming we'll get the results tonight at some point. But let's keep it moving in. Let's go to Group C. There's no real more information here. Sunlight team, they're in the grand final, and to the lower bracket where the juicy stuff should be. All right. Cut Esports going up against Off Meta. So Off Meta have knocked out GK Esports. They'll be playing in the lower bracket tomorrow.
I'm intrigued. Cut Esports versus the likes of Sunlight rematch would be interesting. I think there was very clear moments of the kind of greatness in general, I would say, for Cut in those matches. Didn't quite make the cut at the very end. A little bit of play of words there, but they can make it work out in the finals very clearly, especially because now they have encountered this team. They got a little bit more used to how they play, so Sunlight better be a little bit more cautious of how they approach those grand finals if they do have a rematch. If not, well, we'll see how that'll work out, of course, hitting day 3. But Cut, I think that they could make the rematch potentially happen. This seems like the most possible rematch out of all these groups so far.
I think when we're looking towards tomorrow, guys, Team Queso versus Cream Real Betis. It was not the game we knew we wanted, but it is now, because if Cream Real Betis are good enough to knock out Gamelord and put them at such a disadvantage, as Kiernan said, I'm excited to see what they end up doing to Team Queso in the lower bracket. Because I honestly have no idea who Tribe are going to be going up against tomorrow. I'd be happy with the rematch from today, as I've already said. But I also want to see what's happening with Real Betis.
Yeah, I think Real Betis have surprised a lot of people coming into this tournament. They have, I think, been the upset of Group A so far. Definitely providing a lot of entertainment for kind of like a lot of the big teams, really struggling up against them. But I think this will be a test versus Team Queso 100%. But we have got some banger games tomorrow, so I'm looking forward to all of them, Trish.
And a lot of respect paid by Coldstar at the end of that last game there, saying that he honestly thinks that Trovo Nova are good. He's pleasantly surprised by Mortal Shot and BKROG Esports. That's going to be our lower bracket final from Group B. Max, what are some things that Trovo Nova need to fix going into tomorrow? Some weaknesses that you saw from today that they can mainly adapt heading into that lower bracket final?
I'd have to go on some of the players being out of position. That's the one thing that I've especially noted, especially on that second game where it was a little bit all over the place. They still won at the very end. But if they can just focus on that, and especially communication in those big fights, that could help them out tremendously. So yeah, Trovo Nova already proved themselves as being a really strong team a few months ago, but now they're actually being contested and challenged on a lot of these games. So consistency is going to be key, and Trovo Nova, if they do at the end go for that rematch, they should be even more prepared on their matchup versus Unicorns of Love.
All right, then, that's all for tonight. We're going to go ahead and close things off. We'll be back here tomorrow for the lower bracket finals. I'm going to be joined by some new faces and an analyst desk as well. So we're going to level it up once more. You don't want to miss Origin Series Day 3.